Eu sinto que a Fuego é um time com muita resiliência, talvez até mais que nós. Então, os jogos provavelmente vão ser bem longos, então a gente vai ter que estar com um mid-game bem melhor.
Realmente no me preocupa ningún jugador de UK. Si acaso el mid laner siento que es el que mejor juega, pero de ahí en fuera siento que su support es el peor de su equipo, por ejemplo.
Eu sinto que o time inteiro joga melhor quando a gente tá sob pressão, porque todo mundo vê a urgência de, tipo, pô, se a gente perder, a gente vai pras férias, tá ligado? E eu sinto que ninguém quer ir pras férias.
No son el mejor equipo, honestamente, ellos. Siento que tienen que recurrir a picks extraños y cosas así para tomar ventaja sobre el rival, y nosotros somos mucho más constantes.
Bom, acho que a Fiorex é um time muito bom. A última vez que a gente enfrentou eles, a gente sofreu um pouquinho para ganhar sim, mas eu não vejo que seja um empecilho pra gente. Eu acredito que a gente consegue passar por cima deles bem tranquilo.
The series against Pain is definitely going to be a tough one. I think we've realized that our preconceived notion that NA is just going to stomp everyone is not really accurate, so we really have to take it serious and focus up every single game.
Acho que com certeza a gente é o favorito sim, acredito que a gente está sendo o melhor time cada dia que passa. Essa nossa vitória contra a Cade mostra mais que a gente tem o potencial de ser campeão e que a gente pode vir para a vitória.
I feel it's just required to be a competitor, that you have that will to win, but I think that everybody knows that NA is the strongest region and we're coming in and we're going to win.
Hello and welcome everybody to day 2 of America's Challengers Playoffs. It is a historic moment because at the end of today, we will have our first finalists through the upper bracket, as well as be bidding farewell to our first teams here in the elimination bracket. I'll be your play-by-play for the day. I'm Kangas, and I'm joined for his first day on the broadcast for America's Challengers, Cubby. So welcome to the show.
Yeah, no, I was waiting for the stakes to be big, Kangas, and excited to be joining you for the day. And honestly, going through the tape of a lot of these teams, I got to say, a team like Pain impressed me very early on before the tournament started. They've only been performing throughout the tournament as well. And this whole narrative that NA is going to be the top dogs coming in, it's been shattered early. The teams have been proving it. We'll see if Fear Starforge can really stand up and make finals later on today. I'm excited for that matchup. But first off, we got to unfortunately knock out a team.
Unfortunately, we do, but I'm happy to bring that up. A lot of us here in NA were eating our words based on expectations coming to the tournament. Let's take a look at the bracket to see how things have paid off so far in this elimination bracket. We already saw the group stage finish up. Dragonsteel notably did not make it in, Cubby. We're catching you up because it's your first day on the broadcast, but how have you felt about the whole NA narrative and how Pain, Vivo, and Fuego have just kind of shattered that so far?
Yeah, like, frankly, going in, I actually had Pain as being someone that could win the tournament. I felt like they were really competitive with Dragonsteel and Fear Starforge. I saw Dragonsteel over the rest, so them not being in the knockout stage is a big disappointment for me, and I think for them as well. But I wasn't too surprised to see Pain playing well. I have been surprised to see how competitive VKS and also Fuego have been. I feel like Fuego has really scaled throughout the tournament, and I'm excited to see if Vivo Stars can really lean into their strengths of Fearless Draft, which got them that finals victory in CB Law Academy, and we'll see if we can get them that best of 3 victory today.
And you see them on stage already. Tyron, the top laner, Sorolu in the jungle. This roster, they won CB LOL Academy, and they are coming into the America's Challengers Tournament with a chip on their shoulder here after their loss to Pain earlier on in the group stage, and also getting knocked into the lower bracket here after a best of series that they almost had in the books against Furex Starforge. The rest of the roster with Kisei, Morteos, and Telos. No slouches. They are a threat still in this lower bracket, and they did win CB LOL Academy for a reason.
Yeah, and we'll see if Fearless can help them today. But yeah, Kangas, less from me, we got to hear from them first.
Let's take a listen to what Sorolu had to say about the match.
Eu sinto que a série contra a PEN foi bem mais difícil do que o jogo na fase de pontos. Eles vieram bem mais preparados. A gente cometeu muito erro individualmente falando, principalmente eu em conjunto com o Telas. E eu sinto que eles só vieram mais preparados hoje. A gente vai ter que estudar eles de novo, estudar melhor, rever nossas prioridades e possivelmente mudar um monte de coisa. Eu sinto que a Fuego é um time com muita resiliência, talvez até mais que nós. Então, os jogos provavelmente vão ser bem longos, então a gente vai ter que estar com um mid-game bem melhor do que a gente está agora. E suponho que o mid-game também vai ser um pouco mais difícil do que as outras equipes, mas eu acho que se a gente conseguir uma vantagem no early game, a gente com certeza consegue ganhar da Fuego.
Like I had said, they were so close to taking down Furiox Starforge. Even they were saying that was close. We should have had it. We could have had it. But now they're up against Fuego, who is a team that also beat them in the group stage. So what do we think about Vivocade's chances in this matchup?
You know, I want to see Vivocade continue to be flexible. I will say it really feels like Kisei is the engine of this team. I agree with Fuego's diagnosis that he is a strong player, but I've also been pretty impressed by Morteus' play, so hoping to see the AD step up as well, as I feel like he's had some really nice moments in this tournament, and going to need more today against Fuego, who have been really scaling.
And not to get too into the nitty-gritty, as we're not in a pick and ban yet, but I think a big part of why they weren't able to get the win last time was because of pick and ban. They were prioritizing on day one something like the Vladimir top lane into the Jax. They were being a little experimental with it, playing out this kind of new build path for the champion, and it just didn't provide enough damage for them when it came down to the team fights. I still felt like Vivocade were winning in the early game and had good positions, but that seems to be their kryptonite. It's like they can win the early game, but then getting across the hill is just a little too much for them. Let's see if they can do it here against Fuego, because Fuego have shaken a lot of expectations as they've come into this tournament with roster ADD in the top lane, mainstay at the international stage, Mataz in the jungle with Zelt in the mid lane, and then rounding out the rest of the roster, we'll have Virus in the bottom lane with Baula support. And like I'd said, this team, there's a lot of reasons to be excited about this, Cubby.
I gotta say, Mataz really impressed me. I know that Fuego did drop their series to find themselves here, but that Viego game from him was massive in their series the other day. And again, want to see if they can continue to kind of ride this momentum and see if Zelt can continue to step up against Kisei, who I really expect to be a strong mainstay for Vivocade Stars. It's something that Fuego's aware of, so we'll see if Zelt can continue to step up, as I feel like he's been scaling throughout the tournament.
Well, you mentioned Mataz. He's the carry that we've been looking at in the jungle, and he's also the player we got to chat with ahead of this match. So let's take a listen.
I know that I motivate him.
Ayer que nos enfrentamos a Furiox, pues siento que cambiamos mucho de cómo veníamos jugando. El early game salió muy bien esta vez los 3 juegos. Simplemente como que ahora con tanta ventaja no supimos qué hacer y como que no transicionamos como debíamos y dejamos que el rival escalara y nos ganaron peleas. El primer juego que perdimos lo debimos haber ganado, se perdió de una manera muy rara, pero nada, nos sentimos muy contentos con el performance que tuvimos. Siento que tenemos de qué hablar en el lower bracket. Hoy que nos enfrentamos a Vivo5, siento que nos sentimos muy seguros de nosotros mismos. Siento que con el performance que mostramos en nuestras series y así, siento que podemos ganar. Siento que no son el mejor equipo, honestamente, ellos. Siento que tienen que recurrir a picks extraños y cosas así para tomar ventaja sobre el rival, y nosotros somos mucho más constantes.
The pride of the LRN, first seed coming in, Fuego here again, turned a lot of expectations on their heads with how they've performed so far and how they've looked doing it as well. This is a team that likes to play aggressive, likes to play early. We just saw in their series yesterday that they will fight you for pretty much everything on the Rift, and they're always going to be providing that pressure. Now the question is going to be if Vivocade can answer that pressure and give it back in kind when in those more late game scenarios.
Yeah, honestly, Fuego's been one of the biggest surprises for me in this tournament. Like, I expected Pain to be as competitive as they have been, but to have Fuego, for me, I mean, nearly beat Fierce Starforge yesterday. They were up big in game 1. They only lost the last team fight that ended up in them losing the game. They smashed game 2, and then game 3 was actually very close for most of the game. So I feel like if Fuego can bring that same game that they played against Fierce Starforge, they've got a really good chance today. And for me, that would be overachieving expectations. I really felt like this knockout stage would be the 2 CBLOL teams and the 2 NACL teams. The fact that Fuego's here and performing at the level they are, it's been a real pleasant surprise for me in this tournament.
And a reminder for what happened last time these teams matched up against each other in the group stage. It was Mataz on the Amumu, of all things. I mean, I know he's playing more carries as well, like the Viego here and there, but his Amumu gameplay is what got them the big team fight wins and allowed Zelt and Virus to actually scale into the late game on these carries. And even though they were losing in the early game, which typically that's what they fight more for, it was their late game team fighting that actually got them the victory against Vivocade. But how have we seen that potentially change as teams have gotten more comfortable on this patch? Because that's the big story here as we're into pick and ban, is this is the Worlds patch. So these are the champions that we can expect at the World stage already, with these players getting some experience on them.
Yeah, it's that. I mean, I got to talk about right off the bat, this Ziggs champion. It has been very high priority throughout the tournament. Teams have yet to drop it despite its low performance rate. It is 2-7 so far in the tournament. Now, the Kai'Sa has been the most common response to it, and that's 6-1. So the fact that Fuego banned that out and then first picked the Ziggs, I do quite like, as we have seen the pick and ban evolving. That Poppy ban, I feel like, could be a mainstay at Worlds, with Poppy being so good against so many of the champs in the meta and being flexible. I really feel like some of the teams, I mean, keep in mind, this is the Worlds patch, so there has been a lot of learning with so many changes going into this one.
Yeah, Poppy can be played jungle, top lane, support, really wherever you need it in the composition. Not going to be played today, though. Instead, it's Varus into the Ziggs, both of which have received some nerfs to them. Varus in particular, but now the Corki Leona answered, and then the Sejuani. So all in all, we have fairly standard drafts with frontline, pretty good engage on both sides, pretty good range and poke from both sides. Nothing too spicy in the first three.
Yeah, I will say that the Varus so far, it's primarily been played by the NACL teams. So good to see Vivocade pick it up, as I believe this might be the poke Varus. That helps you actually deal with the Corki and the Ziggs, as you can outrange Ziggs if you go for the poke build, whereas if you are on hit, you will be constantly harassed by the Ziggs poke. So I will say that it will be a choice for Morteus, because Rel and Sejuani are both very tanky and can provide space for the Varus, but I will be really interested to see if that ends up being poke or on hit as we get into the game and as we round out this draft.
Well, it's not going to be Viego or the Amumu for Mataz. Those are the two junglers that I was hyping up this player as playing so far to great...
he earned the Viego ban, man. That Viego was damn good the other day.
I'll say he earned the Amumu ban as well. I think both of those are great hits, but that means that Mataz is going to have to go into something a little deeper in the pocket here in this full Fearless best of 3.
Yeah, and of course, those two bans protecting the Sejuani. Meanwhile, the Ezreal being picked up, I expect this to be mid to match the Corki. We haven't seen this matchup quite as much, but Lucian's kind of fallen off in priorities. Zeri as well, with some of the item changes really affecting those champions and Lucian being nerfed. But Ezreal, again, gives the ability to outrange Fuego. So if it is poke Varus plus poke, or just the Ezreal build, there is a lot of potential for Vivocade to keep the space and try and outrange the Ziggs and Corki, which is tough to do, but capable in the hands of Vivocade drafts.
And we see the Fuego are, I think, taunting Tyrant a little bit with these Jax hovers, as the Jax was able to survive the Vladimir laning phase and then have great effect later on the last time they face off. But instead, Cassante locked in with the Ivern here for Mataz. So more defensive style, more Enchanter style jungle for the carry of Fuego's jungler.
Yeah, and Tyrion going for the Gwen, so the hard counter pick. You have that synergy with the Sejuani, that passive, and I gotta say, Tyrion, I feel like the Cassante being picked up by ADD is a bit of a deny towards Tyrion, as that has been his most played and strongest champion for me so far in this tournament. So we'll see if he can play that Gwen matchup now into the Cassante as a good game to use Gwen. Of course, it is full Fearless, so once a champ is picked up, cannot be picked by either team for the rest of the series. Gwen, you know, a champ, you're not going to blind that champ. You're going to use it as a counter. And I feel like it's a really nice game for Gwen, actually.
And this is now 2 times in a row the Vivocade Stars have attempted to use their red side blind pick for Tyrant into ADD. It did not work for them last time around. Laning phase was all right, but the Vladimir didn't really get ahead of the Jax. It just maintained. This time around, I do expect that this Gwen needs to do a little more heavy lifting, because if the Cassante can get out of this lane just fine, even, or, I mean, for a bit ahead, then he's going to be such a big front line for a poke Varus, for an Ezreal to try and shoot through. They don't have that much other damage, so they're really going to need this Gwen to provide some damage to actually chunk out the Cassante.
No, that's a great call. I do like the pick, though. I think it rounds out, you know, you're missing magic damage, and you're not going to have as much DPS if you do go for the poke Varus. So I like the fact that they are able to find the Gwen in a good scenario in this game to really round out that draft. I feel like it's a really nice use of R5 there.
And they have the mix of AD, AP. They got the front line, they got the engage, they got the poke, they got the DPS, everything for the comp with that. But again, that is the champion that now needs to step up and perform. Last time around, Tyron did struggle, so eyes will be in the top lane here for Fuego versus Vivo Cade Stars in an elimination match. Loser goes home, winner continues in the lower bracket. Tournament lives are on the line as we're loading up into game number 1. As we see the beautiful cinematic coming in here, Cubby, I want to set expectations for what the rosters, what the compositions can pull off here at different stages of the game. Early on here, are we leaning one side or the other, and do we think that there's any reason for one team to be concerned of the early game advantage?
Yeah, I think that Fuego can get the ball rolling early here. The fact that you have Ivern to help sustain through the Ezreal and Varus poke, I think that what you brought up, Kangas, is there enough damage from Vivo Cade Stars is going to be a very legitimate concern until Tyran's online. So I do feel like the early advantage, if Fuego is able to get some grubs and use that to get points on Corki, or the Corki Ziggs. The Ziggs is 2-7 in this tournament at the moment, but it is a champ that's still very highly prioritized by all of our teams, and I really feel like the teams haven't been using grub advantage plus getting Ziggs into a side lane to overload the lane and stack plates on Ziggs well enough, which is why the pick has a poor win rate in the tournament. So I want to see if Fuego can do that correctly. I feel like they actually did that correctly even in their losing series yesterday. So I want to see if they can utilize that strategy again, look for them to get early grubs, then rotate Ziggs to make sure that he's able to funnel plates.
Ziggs getting ahead in the lane and getting those turrets taken fast is basically what the champion's designed to do, even with those slight nerfs to his a bonus damage done to champions. He still has that satchel. He's still going to execute them very, very fast. But I'm wondering if they're going to have the priority around the lanes, because this is counterpick top lane, counterpick mid lane here for Vivo Cade Stars. So theoretically, Mataz is also going to maybe have to help out these other lanes from the threat of Sorolu impacting them. I'm specifically looking at this top lane here, because if Tyron has the backup of his jungler and they can get ahead of this Cassante, nobody can actually stop a Gwen in the side lane. Yes, you have the Ziggs bomb that can help it out, but you can just go into Shroud and dodge out that damage. It's going to be really hard to manage Tyron if he gets ahead.
No, that's a good highlight, and we do have the Sejuani pathing towards the Gwen lane. I do want to see if Tyrion can manage this, because yes, this is a counter pick, but it does take a little bit of time for it to really get online. ADD should have kill threat early on, especially around that level 6 mark. If he is able to play it correctly, you have the potential to get Gwen behind, and then that matchup gets pretty easy from there. So that will be a big break point in this matchup to make sure they can dodge out on.
Happy observers are highlighting this, though. We see that Tyron, while behind in the trade, has jungle assistance. Sorolu has not been spotted yet. ADD will now realize what's happening. Has a flash, uses it very early. Flash follow-up from Sorolu, but ADD gets under turret before the stun lands. Well done from Fuego's top laner.
New wave coming in to extend that E range. They do get the summoner spell out of ADD and a health bar advantage, but no blood. As meanwhile, bot lane, Ivern knows that this will be
trying to get onto Morteus. They have the backup of Mataz, and they're not going to stick it. Fuego try to make a play bot side because they saw that Sorolu was top, and they're not able to pull it off.
It's still okay. I think setting Varus a little bit behind, not bad, as Morteus not going to lose too much, but Vivo Cade will have to be a little bit apprehensive about any trades in the bot lane at the moment. So yeah, we'll say props to both teams. I feel like they're playing towards the lanes that should be winning for them early on, as we might have a revisit bot. Balda.
Okay, we used Cleanse by Morteus, but he still has the flash available. Does not expect Mataz to come around from this angle. Will flash under the turret and gets out of there. But that's now both summoners burn. Mataz is just pitching a tent down here, committed to the camp.
That's going to be really tough, too. I'm not sure what that bot lane looks like. It might be frozen. And if so, Ziggs can hold it, and of course he can TP back at any time, so he won't miss anything. Really nice from Fuego early on to make sure that Ziggs is set up for success. But of course, 2 plays bot. Opportunity for a second play top to open up. And Sorolu, he's going to pull the wave. Yep.
Oh, ADD needs to keep the wave away from the turret. Sorolu will take 2 shots before the dive attempt.
Oh, no.
And that meant that Tyron just took a huge chunk right there. And now Sorolu's going to die. 1 for 1. First blood over to Tyron. Vivo Cade will get the kill, but they give one up unnecessarily in reply.
ADD will be able to TP back to pick most of this off, so they are able to set the Cassante behind. Oh, he's actually going to save it. Okay. Yeah, ADD, I mean, we're going to see what ends up happening in that top lane. If Tyrion can really run with this, of course, does have access to that early haunting guys, but a few bonus tower shots eaten early by VivoKid made that dive a little bit difficult. So Fuego,
Yeah.
I think they're going to feel fine about that 1-for-1.
ADD played that very well. He walked forward into the Gwen, who didn't have any purchase items. It's just the Doran shield, so like she's not going to threaten that much, and he delays the wave from getting under the turret. Sorolu just went too early. Like Sorolu definitely expected that wave to hit way faster than it did, and it ramps up 3 shots, which allows the outplay from ADD right there. So they're going to be reviewing that one in the future for sure.
Yeah, props to ADD for keeping that wave in front of the turret. Kind of forced a poor decision out of Sorolu. Now going to try and get this big wave that he has to get all the way under so that he can walk back and keep Tyrion under pressure. So ADD, yeah, going to be down in CS thanks to all the early attention that he has been paid. And will be hard now to break the Gwen in this matchup as Tyrion has a nice early lead. But we'll have to see what Tyrion can do with it. Because Gwen really is going to be a big damage threat and damage force. Needs to be that big DPS champion in these fights if VivoKid want to have a chance in the 5v5.
I think this is pretty much worst case scenario for AD in the top lane. Yes, he gets a kill back, but the fact that Tyron is now kind of able to dodge out that little window that you were mentioning where if ADD hits level 6, he can threaten an all-in. Well, Tyron just hit it before you, so up in XP, up in gold as well. As now there's junglers potentially scrapping for the grubs, and ADD's at about half health, hasn't even picked up his ultimate yet, so there's really no contest for Mataz. Yeah, he's got to walk away. Zelt's back is canceled here. So VivoKid, from top to bottom, I mean, they are getting slight leads. Bottom's actually pretty even, all things considered, but Issei able to push in another wave here, up about a full 2 waves of CS. Tyron about to get another wave to crash. Early game, going in favor of VivoKid stars.
Yeah, and those grubs, you know, we talked about highlighting the Ziggs and grubs being really strong, hitting the first 3. Nice for denying Ziggs, you know, the 4+ grubs where you get the baby ones to spawn and can do so much damage to turrets, which Ziggs already does so well. So all that attention top lane paying off in those first grubs, I feel like overall for VivoKid has been a decent early game plan. Still think that their comps could be a little bit trickier to execute. To talk about Gwen needing to handle the damage in the 5v5, but Gwen is going to be a major split push threat for the majority of this game, and they're really going to need to stretch the map, I think, to find advantages. A lot of it is going to be through Tyrion on the Gwen, so the fact that set up for success early is good, but it's not for free, as Fuego and Matza is going to get in and yoink the blue buff away from Sorolu. Ivern might be a friend of the forest, but not for Sorolu there.
Yeah, not a friend of the blue buff. As they spend time to get the buff invade, but they don't actually start the dragon. So they had 1 wave of Prio bot side, but now Sorolu's grouped up down here. Now Morteus and Tellus have gotten out of the lane, so I think we actually might see both neutral objectives go the way of VivoKid stars instead of Fuego trying to trade. Because remember that when the grubs were taken, Mataz was on the top side of the map, watched it happen, backed away, goes bot side, and is not able to get onto the dragon fast enough here. So VivoKid stars, yeah, they lose the blue buff, but I think that they'd rather have the dragon, all things considered, unless Mataz can go for some kind of crazy steal here. No, he's not even going to try.
That's a good shout, Kangas. I also want to shout out Kisei in the mid lane, who even Fuego recognized as a strong point for VivoKid. Does have the counter pick. He got the choice of matchup in the Ezreal, and has been doing quite well with it, as already up a wave of CS. And if Ezreal can beat Corki to those early spikes, can really abuse the range advantage, which we have seen Kisei do quite well. I preferred to see him on the mages. I feel like his mage play is really strong, but so far a nice performance in the Ezreal. We'll see if he can carry it through to the fights.
And I mean, they were red side. They got both counter picks in the lanes. Remember, it was Tyron getting the red 5 counter pick, but the Corki was highly prioritized from Fuego early on. Now, this is Fearless Draft, so we're not going to get these champions again, but already Fuego, they just showed their hand very early in what their comp wanted to do. And I got to ask the question, has it been working in terms of what the Ziggs wants to do? Because you kind of highlighted the steps of a Ziggs comp and what the goal is. They're already lane swapping Ziggs into the Gwen. Is this a pivot, or is this all according to plan for what Ziggs' ideal scenario is?
I actually like this a lot from Fuego, as Gwen burned the TP. So if you can overload into the Gwen, Cassante is going to be better in isolation. That said, the response from VivoKid, it was actually to send Kisei down bot to match ADD, and that means that ADD won't be able to find any real advantages. I just think that in order for this to work, V-Ross does need more help in the top side rather than just being alone, because Gwen actually has 1v1 potential. Either that or can just keep the waves. So I think if you really want to deny Gwen, I don't mind this approach and strategy, but I think it's time to overload and really make sure Ziggs can get those waves in and start using that passive to hit the turrets.
And whenever you talk about overloading, my eyes go to where the support was. Paolo was hovering mid lane instead of top lane, not bot side. Obviously, you don't need to hover the bot side, but now they might overload into this top half of the map. They have a lot of CC between a Leona and an Ivern, but one Hollowed Mist, one W press from the Gwen can negate a lot of that. So Paola and Mataz will actually back off. They're just playing in Fog of War and playing to deny information from Vivocade, but I have to say, this is not the expectation I had for Fuego. The Fuego that we saw yesterday, the Fuego that we saw in group stage, was contesting for so many early objectives. They were contesting for Scuttle Crabs, they were contesting for everything on the Rift, and from the draft, we didn't expect it. From playstyle, I kind of still did, and Fuego were playing a much more patient game, all things considered.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising to me because I feel like they have some of the firepower early to get work done, but Corki was set behind a little bit. The 1v1, Cassante was really focused down, and despite all the focus bot, it's still even. And we get to see with the gold flying, all the Vivocade members are up, but we have a 1v1 bot lane.
For a solo kill here, Krabi flashes forward onto Kisse and seals his fate with the 1v1. Cassante taking the kill.
Cassante moment for ADD achieved. He does have the empowered TP, does not have ult, so if he does choose the base, could join the fight. Looks like he's going to stick it bot though, which will give more grubs over to Vivocade. Would be big for Fuego to at least deny one, as it is 4 grubs with 2 remaining, so potential for 6 for Vivocade. And the fight breaking out.
Solar Flare down. Paolo completely whiffed it, as now Vivocade are going to try and fight through Fuego regardless. Morteus has the damage, and Sorolo has a front line. Pretty easy setup. Now Mataz trying to catch Morteus. Nice cleanse right there as he does get away. But yes, bot lane ADD in trouble now as Kisse teleported down and will get revenge for that 1v1 earlier.
Yeah, big overstay there from ADD, as I feel like the advantage really negated by the fact that Kisse could make it to the bot lane. And 1 grub is denied for Fuego, so no Grubageddon, as we like to call it on the NACL stream, Kangas. So will not be all the Twitch chatters spawning, but still 5 grubs, especially against a Ziggs. Denying Ziggs from stacking a lot of those up will be nice.
And Verus is able to push the wave and just get back before Sorolo and Tyron can actually try and collapse onto him. So at least top lane, the Ziggs is starting to get online here, getting towards that first item, but we already have first item completions for pretty much everybody on Vivocade.
You can see the lane swaps coming back. ADD is going to be in trouble in this matchup. Of course, did go for the Frozen Fist, the utility. The slow against Gwen's helpful, but it does not give you the magic resist that you need in this matchup. So I will say that another perk of that last little sequence is that Gwen did fall a little bit further behind in that matchup. Like, Tyrion at one point was up 30, now only up 20. That matters a little bit, but once Gwen gets a second item, and especially with a grub advantage, that's when Gwen's really going to take off. Is going to get a second look, and nice take from Telos. Really well synced up. You can see the follow-through from Sorolu and Morteus was on point and gets him the 1 kill advantage, and then ADD. We were talking about him basically potentially TPing to the fight. Instead, he decides to death push in the bot lane and gets rewarded with the death from Kisse.
Yep, unfortunate. ADD not respecting the Kisse had the teleport. Maybe expecting Kisse to teleport to the top side instead. But either way, that means Vivocade, they got the play up top, they got the play down to bot. And also, shout out to Telos there for finding a great engage that gave them the first kill onto Paolo. Once Paolo's down, there's really no front line for Fuego to play with there. The Daisy had fallen as well. And that will get them the 5 grubs, along with now their second dragon of the game. So they have a gold lead just slightly, but maybe making a play here, or actually answering the play. ADD teleports down, going deep in enemy territory here.
Yeah, he got the wave in top, but ADD really TPing for nothing, and this will open up Tyrion. Keep in mind, 5 grubs on the Gwen to hit that turret for free. No TPs available for Fuego to answer that top lane. Corki will be there, but be a little bit of free time with the turret from Tyrion as plates have fallen. You can see not a lot of plates going over to the Ziggs team, and keep in mind, whenever worries for Ziggs, it was, again, 2-7 in this tournament. Yes, this pick's strong, but a lot of the teams haven't been able to utilize Ziggs to get grubs, overload a lane, and stack up plates and get that 2K gold lead early that makes Ziggs so oppressive when you're able to play like in the middle of the map and deny the enemy team from walking into the middle of the map with Ziggs on. So Ziggs being behind, it will hurt quite a bit early. As Vivocade, with this lead, they should be able to take some map control. And they do scale really nicely.
We saw the number of plates taken. I think it was only like 2 or 3 total from Fuego, if
Yeah.
I saw that correctly, which is, yeah, not ideal for the Ziggs composition. You want this thing to be hitting turrets. You want this thing to be taking turrets. We're almost 15 minutes in the game, and there have been 0 turrets taken. I actually think Vivo Stars are in a better position to crack that first structure because of the fact that they have the grubs helping them out, and Tyrion here in the side lane still relatively unanswered. The Gwen can start hitting this turret, and ADD is actually positioning off of it right now. We'll now run back to that bottom lane as Vivocade will start up the Herald.
No TPs available for Fuego, so if Tyrion gets that wave in, could be an easy TP to impact a Rift fight as Telas is posturing. Here we go.
Looks for the engage. Flash out from Mataz. Now Daisy's come down. Virus taking some damage. Bala flashing forward. They want to take down the enemy. Support and Fuego find it. Mataz almost goes down to the chain of corruption. One more snipe. He lives through it. The shield. Sorolu now front line onto Bala, who went back in. There's just no damage there. Virus is trying to get it over the wall. He does have a little, but not a lot. Not enough. Kisei's now pressuring them, but Zelt was the DPS that they needed. Vivocade took the fight, but Fuego were confident to finish it. Mataz living there is huge because now Zelt can flash forward aggressively out of both enemy carries. Flash out from Morteos. One more rocket will get him as Virus takes down Kisei. Tyrion did not teleport in. Tyrion was later to the play as now he's trying to clean things up here in a 1v3, but does he have the damage? He's got one item completed. Telos has respawned and ran back here, but Tyrion's out of there.
Yeah, Tyrion didn't join the fight. He used his sums and his ult to actually force ADD off in the bot lane. Then TPs, gets nothing done after his team goes down, and honestly a big botch from Vivocade Stars is Fuego in the extended fight leaning on that Ivern were able to heal themselves back up, and Zelt stepping up in the back half, taking down the carries was very big for Fuego as unfortunately ADD. He gets the turret.
He might be fine. He has all out. He can use Telos as his escape path, and he actually goes all in. As now Kisei can do a lot of damage to him in response, and there's the kill under the turret. Kisei picking up another one.
Yep, that's a little bit of deja vu there for ADD. Found the side lane yet again. Meanwhile, Balda
solid miss.
Land the stun on the turret, and it's now on the wrong side of the
teleport coming in. Aaron's got the backup of Sorolu as well, so they turn attention onto the Sejuani. Gonna take a lot to kill her, but they will have the damage with 4 members there. Zelt with the credit.
And I do like this from Fuego. Again, we talked about overloading with Ziggs. That is a way to do so. They just lost ADD in the bot lane. Overload top. Go get that turret. You can see how quickly the turret fell, and honestly how quickly the Sejuani fell too, is off the back of that fight. A lot of money went into the pockets of Zelt and Viros, as that was really big, but now Viros being hunted as the TP comes in to save him. Good flash. Well played. Well played.
I like that. He uses the satchel charge and flash to get maximum distance, dodge out on the stun. Telos could have tried to like flash ult follow, but with the teleport from ADD, they did not want to go for that play. But Vivocade are still playing to the bottom side here. Kisei just committing to that turret. I mean, things really ramped up here, Cuppy. We had almost no action for the first 15 minutes, and within the last 3 minutes, we've seen 3 turrets fall. We've seen the Herald go down, and multiple kills across the board.
And now we're going to see another fight, too, with Chemtech spawning in 30. It is a Chemtech Rift, I will say. Really valuable in an Ivern comp for Fuego. You get a lot of value from Chemtech. I mean, think about Cassante. You bring yourself low and have a lot of shields that you use. Ivern, all the shielding and the healing, and Shred's valuable for both teams, or Tenacity, I should say, valuable for both teams. So I know Chemtech's really situational, but honestly, I think it's really big that we don't let Ivern comp get 4 Chemtechs. As Sorolu, nice buffer to get out of the Leona ultimate. And now Herald comes down and get a crash on mid.
Surprising engage we saw. Morteus is just getting chunked under the turret. Redemption will come down to try and keep everybody alive with a re-engage from Telos. They're trying to lock everybody in place. Turret has fallen, but will Baula fall in response? It's a turret for a kill. Vivocade right now with a champion advantage. Kisei's going deep into enemy territory. Here's ADD's buying space, so there's no follow-up. And he gets the snipe. Double kill for Kisei. Triple kill. Quadra kill for Kisei. He just does it all himself. Ezreal popping off in the fight.
You can hear the fans in São Paulo rooting for the home team mid as Kisei absolutely owned that fight. Man, he was slick on the Ezreal, connecting with some big Mystic shots on the back half to clean up, gets a quadra kill. And Vivocade Stars, it was Sorolu saying that, hey, our mid game needed to be better. Like that first fight, they dropped it to Fuego, but Kisei stepping up huge in the second, picks up 4 kills himself, gets sole point for Vivocade Stars. They feels like they're now back in control.
Watch how Kisei plays this fight here. He goes so aggressive. And it all kind of starts on him with Paolo looking, but then everybody else on the other side. And then Ezreal just getting so much damage down.
Yeah, I love this. I mean, I will say Viros was looking to clean up the rel early on. Telas was able to sneak out, which was really big. But then, again, Kisei, look at how he plays this. The Mystic shot out. That was a huge kill. Ends up dodging out on the rocket. Keeps on connecting the Mystic shots, which helped. He had 2 big Essence fluxes, and you can see the home team, or home team crowd, they love it. As Kisei, huge play from him.
There was a tiny little moment where Virus and Mataz actually had missed energy, but we'll get back to that because we're live. Mataz about to die to Kisei yet again, as he actually was able to limp out of there. Kind of surprised that they didn't have the damage or the follow-up. But the fact that the Satchel Charge knocked Kisei away from the root of Ivern, oh, that was a slim margin to play, but Kisei styling right now, and that gets the gold lead back for Vivocade, where it was slipping away from them. They get the dragon afterwards, and now it looks like they're starting to siege in this bottom turret. Look at all the vision that they have. Look at all this protection that Kisei has. Both frontliners are hovering in the jungle to make sure he can push his way there.
Morteus is the play, but he does have both summons available, so looks like Ball is more so just on a hover. And, I mean, really big that Kisei got all that gold, too, because of Vamp Scepter going up against an Ivern comp. Just trying to find a way to match the sustain could be big. As good reaction from Sorolu. Sneaks out of the hidden Balda. And Fuego gonna really have to look for ways to get back in. As, oh, looks like we missed something in the replay. That's a tough spot to be a Ziggs.
That was a fast kill for Tyrion, as he just melts through that Ziggs. Pretty expected right there. 2-0-4 now, as, ooh, looks like that was Chain of Corruption and both sums from Morteus. So, note, these teams are ready to fight. They're ready to scrap. I think replay is going to be hard from this point forward because they're just making action happen. It's Sorolu face-checking the brush into 4 members and still gets out. That's its Juani ability with the passive. First chunk of damage getting absorbed by a lot of it. And now Tyrion's walking in as well. It's a dance for the Baron at this point. We're 22 minutes in, but it looks like the teams are already thinking about it.
Tyrion did pick up the top outer throughout that, so Vivocade nearly a 2k gold advantage, and been a really nice game from them. I mean, obviously, Kisei has been the standout, but seeing Tyrion pilot the Gwen, too, I thought Cassante was a really big pick for him, and do feel like part of the reason that Fuego and A2D went with this is a deny in the Fearless format, just to make sure that Tyrion doesn't get a Cassante game, but hey, I thought his Cassante was strong, and to see Tyrion put together a nice Gwen game here, has yet to go down, really make a big mistake, has been really good to see. And now Gwen, and we are at 2 items. Gwen is at critical mass and will not be able to be moved in the side lane anymore. So wherever Tyrion is in a side, there will be pressure.
Especially when you consider how things went last time around these two teams faced off. Tyrion was not able to make that counterpick Vladimir actually work in the game. This time around, though, with counterpick, it is the difference maker in this game. Kisei as well in these team fights, and that's huge because Kisei was kind of falling behind Zelt a little bit, as we see the bottom wave getting shoved in yet again right there. Zelt was 3-0-2, and Virus was 2-0-2 at one point here. Now they both picked up a couple of deaths. They're being denied some gold, and Vivocade are getting back into this game because it was slipping away from them for a brief little bit there.
I think it's really important that Kisei was able to get access to that gold, because when you're going up against an Ivern comp, you kind of need more damage to break it, just given all the healing, shields, and sustains that he brings to the table. So you could see in that last fight, like the elongated team fight not going Ivern's way, and now Ezreal having all the gold to really make sure that whatever damage he's going to be dealing sticks is big. And now with Soul point, or I should say Soul on the table for Vivocade in 50 seconds, we'll see if Fuego can get any of these Chemtech dragons, which once again, I know Chemtech, it really isn't talked about a lot as being a strong dragon, but I think in this game, especially if you're playing an Ivern comp, Chemtech, again, very useful. So it would be big for Fuego to get a couple of these. Not to mention deny the Soul.
Yeah, not to mention that. It is spawning now in 30 seconds. Let's see if Vivocade Stars can maintain control over it. They're looking at Baula here, who's a little cut out of position. No flash available. He's stunned up. He's going to have to run away. He's a big health bar, though. And Morteus can't quite get in there because of AD teleport now.
TP's deep.
Baula still alive, still just fine. Vivocade are going to look for the fight with Tyrion now. Frontlining on the Gwen. Needlework doing so much damage and slowing up everybody. They commit to the pick. Baula goes down. Vivocade now have a 5v4 at the Dragon.
I really thought that they could maybe find Gwen as she landed on the TP. Was not the case. Tyrion was able to step up, with no threat to himself once he got that miss down. And now you can see Zelt's TPing away. That's going to be Chemsoul given away to Vivocade Stars.
There it is. No steal. Virus tries to throw in the Mega Inferno Bomb, but to no avail. Vivocade just picked up pretty big win condition right there, or at least a way to help them seal the deal here. They were already in a fantastic position, and Fuego are going to have to find a way to slow things down and get back into this game. They haven't really found that pure front-to-back fight. That was the closest they had to one, but it started with Baula almost dying immediately out of position right there. If they can set things up a little more proactively, maybe they have a better shot, but we need to see more coordination from the Fuego roster.
I think the big thing is, like, if they can find Ezreal by any means necessary, there isn't a QSS or a Mikhail's available. If you are able to find the combo, of course, Morteus does have that cleanse. Ezreal slippery with the E and the flash, but I do think that that is the target that I would look for. It's either that or you got to shut down Gwen before she lands, but at this point, you might just have to play away from Gwen, who does have access to level 16, that rank 3 needlework, and the items that Gwen's sitting on, going to do a lot of work on the map.
And ADD's close to level 15, but as of right now, about 2 levels behind. Just hits it off of that wave bot side as he's landing into Kisei. But yeah, I mean, the game has been about team fights with the Ezreal, but now I think it's about to turn into how do we deal with the Gwen in that side lane? Because once we get that third item, there's really nobody that can answer that. Even with the range of a Corki, if she has the ghost and is able to pop it with other people around the map and not having to worry about getting ganked, but actually get backside because ADD's looking for a long flank here onto Morteus, has the flash available, just came off cooldown, will get away.
That is at least something they can play around with now, if they can find a way to bleed the cleanse out of Morteus. Kind of tough to get back and reach poke Varus, but it's something that's now in the playbook for Fuego. Don't mind the angle from ADD. That's the response, actually, to just start up the Baron. And it's a rather dark river at the moment.
Flare. No Mega Inferno Bomb. That was a lot of ultimates used, and all Vivocade answered with was a flash on Morteus, who's actually positioning pretty forward right now. So, I mean, Morteus is still the focus. If Baula can get him, and they just don't have the DPS on the Baron, it's poke out of their Varus, who's not even hitting it, and their Ezreal is not hitting it either because ADD is just being a thorn in his sign right now, looking for the 1v1, but the rest of the team has joined in. That's Flash out of Cassante. Fuego do stop the Baron, but they lose a summoner spell for it.
I will say, ADD, of course, pulled them off Baron by going after Kisei, but if they were able to actually get in the pick and find Tyrion, Tyrion was at half health on the Gwen. I feel like that's a doable / maybe even a winnable fight for Fuego if they were grouped up. Instead, their response to pull Baron themselves. I don't like this. Tyrion's gonna be back full health with a Void Staff to boot now. This feels like a little bit of a desperation play from Fuego as they're doing Baron in full vision.
And it's going to just be a 50-50 if Sorolo wants to make it. That Baula hex flashing forward. Hits the stun onto Morteus. That's cleanse out of the Varushin. Corruption goes wide. Baula taking a lot of damage. He's still alive. Finally goes down as ADD is now the focus. Fuego lost the fight before it even truly started. The damage dealers just couldn't get in there while the tanks things up. And Vivocade will clean up 3 kills.
I didn't love that call from Fuego. I know that this game's kind of slipping away from them, but you're already going to get yourself low and allow for Vivocade to set up on you with that engage, which they took in full force. That Solar Flare going on to Morteus did burn the cleanse, so he's somewhat, but that was enough to get him out of that. The Super Mega Inferno Bomb, and really enabled Vivocade to clean up a rather easy fight, and it sure is looking like game one's to go over them.
And it, again, Baula throws out the Solar Flare. Morteus cleanses, walks away. But even if there's no cleanse, there was no damage follow-up. Zelt and Virus weren't in position to truly follow up. So I feel like Fuego, especially their engage tools, are saying, I see an angle, I'm going in, without really thinking about, is everybody on the same page? Is everybody ready to follow up? And Vivocade, their composition can absorb so much with that cleanse available and with 2 very beefy frontliners in the Rel and the Sejuani, let alone Hollowed Mist coming out from Gwen. So they get the Baron now. They still have that Dragon Soul. They're going to look at Zelt and Baula on the side lane here. Telos just chasing them all the way down. Sorolu locking him in place. And the damage from Kisei will be enough. Kisei goes godlike on the Ezreal. Has not died since picking up that Quadra kill. And I don't think he's got any intentions to either. He's just going to teleport mid, and they're going to try and make the tempo play.
Actually kind of clever. They're going to make a 3-wave play here with the Baron after the pick. as Kisei, I know Gwen has the scissors, but Kisei is the one making everyone on Fuego look like paper. As, man, these Mystic shots are just shredding the side of Fuego. And again, I really like the drafty approach from Vivo Stars. It's kind of hard to find comps where you're actually able to outrange stuff like a Corki, like a Ziggs, but Vivo were able to find that, and the engages that Telos and Sorolu have been taking, it's enough to really open up and get a strong start to the fight, where you're seeing these fights start with someone pretty much getting blown up or chunked out, and from there, Vivo can just kind of lay back, sit on their Ezreal, and make sure that Kisei is the one pumping out the damage and play off that, wait for the cooldowns to get back up. I feel like they really managed this game one quite well. As frankly, yesterday, I thought if Fuego brought the game they brought yesterday, they'd win, but it's Vivo with a quite convincing game one.
Aula is looking for these engages. Fuego are in a desperation position right now in game one. I liked the draft that they were able to pick up, but they were not able to execute it well enough in the early game. And now with a big gold deficit, with the Dragon Soul, with Baron as well, they really have to look for Hail Marys at this point. Sorolu is locked down by Baula, and there's not a lot of follow from Vivo, but it was just a trap! Chain of Corruption from Morteus will lock down Baula as the rest of Vivo were ready to spring that trap and pick up their first kill. Okay, now we have ADD on the flank here. Yeah, and what an engage from Telos. There's just no hope, no chance for Fuego. Vivo Stars were just too much to deal with as they got into their groove. Only Viros, as he will also fall. A clean A, 0 for 5. Vivo Stars will crush the mid and late game here and go up 1-0 in this series.
I gotta say, I think it was in the pre-show run we had that Mataz was saying that the support was the weak link for Vivo Stars. Yeah, Telos thought differently if that was the case. Man, he was really killing on that rel. I know we were giving a ton of credit over to Kisei, deservedly so, as well as Tyrion, who was just, again, reached critical mass on the Gwen, but I feel like the rel setups were a big difference in making sure that the early Grubs fight went the way of Vivo Stars. Made sure that, you know, he was holding the line for the Ezreal, giving Kisei all the space in the world to do the damage they needed to do to win. And man, that was a really solid game one from Vivo Stars. I was very pleasantly surprised and pretty impressed by the play they showcased in that game one.
Yeah, I mean, even in that moment where Kisei gets the big quadra kill, it's awesome to see, the damage dealer, the AD carries the one with the big quadra kill icon pop up. But it was actually Telos that counter engages as Baulus goes in onto Kisei to make sure that there was no follow-up onto the Ezreal there. So yeah, I'm happy you bring up the fact that Telos had an incredible rel performance right there, because time after time after time, we saw this rel being the big engage tool or the disengage tool that they needed to turn those fights.
Yeah, and I gotta say, Ziggs moves to 2-8 in this tournament. I know we don't have a lot of tournament left, but even not facing the Kaisa, that has been the really strong answer in the Ziggs for the entire tournament, that pick's still struggling a little bit. I think the lack of access to Grubs did hurt Fuego and their chance to really overload and snowball the sides early on, and we saw, again, Vivo I really like that comp. The Poke Varus being the other answer into Ziggs and giving you a way to outrange that pick is very clever. So. I know that pick was nerfed on 14-18, but still good to see teams find a way to utilize it in a game where I think it was really strong.
And we can see here just the follow-up there. Again, this was one of those moments that Telos is the one that's able to lock down Baula, follow-up from Morteus. I mean, these solo kills were very fun as well, but it was actually Kisei, even though he falls a couple times, he gets right back on his feet and is able to get more gold into his pocket.
And that was a big one. Like, some of this gold kind of set up the quad here for Kisei, who did find ADD in the side lane twice. And of course, this is the big fight. Telos has a great counter engage there. Was able to sneak out as Viros was firing everything to try and take down that rel. And meanwhile, Kisei firing everything at Fuego, ended up taking down 4. Was the big play as Kisei, man. The space he bought for his team there, by the way, just to make sure that they couldn't actually follow up, get the kills on Telos. I know it was a quad for Kisei, so he plays it great either way. But man, that was really the turning moment of the game that got Vivo control, and they did not let go from there.
And both of those last replays, we see Baula trying to start off the fight and just not an answer from the rest of Fuego. Whether it was Telos saying, no, I'm going to deny you the answer, or a moment like this where I think it was just a little over-eager. I think Fuego, what they really need to focus on going into game 2 is having more synergy. When they're ready to go in, make sure everyone's ready to go in, because this was probably the most, like, on the same page play that they made, but it was too late. They were already down 10k gold. You know, at that point, we saw Vivo Cade flexing their gold lead like Seto Kaiba's briefcase here. They slam it down the table and say, yeah, we can just fight you really anywhere on the map.
All right, that's one alternative IP reference that we have, Kangas. I'm counting on you. You know, that's I like that, but
how many am I allowed?
Oh, well, we'll see. But no, I mean, again, really solid game one from Vivo Cade Stars. This was a team where I really feel like Pain was stronger than them coming into the tournament. They did, of course, drop to Pain, who did find their revenge against Vivo Cade. But man, that's the kind of performance where, who knows, they're looking to get at least a little bit more blood against Fierce Starforge or Pain moving forward. That's a big game to notch, and they only need one more to stay alive in this tournament.
And I think a big part of why they were able to get this game one win goes all the way back to pick and ban here, where remember, they got both solo lane counter picks. And who were the two players that felt like we had the most attention on them? It was Kisei on the Ezreal, and of course it was Tyrion on the Gwen. That this time around did work out. The AP counter pick into what ADD wanted to pull out here. This time it kind of smashed. I know it wasn't as much about the 1v1, but because all the lane assignments got kind of wonky very fast. But still, I was impressed with how Tyrion was able to approach this game. Now, important to remember, Cubby, this is now best of 3, so Fearless Draft, we won't see any of the champions picked here played again in Game 2.
Yeah, it does knock a few big marksman picks out of the mid lane, and especially with the Smolder and Tristana band, could easily see mages in the next game, which I feel like is good for both Kisei and Zelt. But yeah, I think if hindsight were 2020 for Fuego, banning that Gwen instead of the Camille would still pit them into a mostly AD or physical damage portfolio, whereas Gwen kind of diversified that. And especially if your plan is to pick a Cassante and an Ivern, Gwen really strong into both those champions. And we did see that early attention paid to Tyrion really paid off as he was able to carry.
He was able to carry us. Let's take a look at the post-game breakdown here to see just how much he was able to carry, because, I mean, I'm curious who's going to have the most damage. I know Kisei was the one popping off, but I wouldn't be too surprised if it was actually the top lane. It's close, but it is still Kisei with the topping damage charts.
I mean, I gotta say, when a poke Varus doesn't do the most damage in the game, that's when you know other people popped off. Usually poke Varus wins those, but yeah, Kisei, just a fantastic performance from him, and of course Tyrion given a lot of love early to get out of that early window in the matchup where Cassante can't win. Ended up paying it off tenfold. So he was a beast later on. Really good pick in that draft. Shout out to whoever called that over on the Vivo Cade camp, whether it's Tyrion or someone else behind the scenes. I think Gwen really warped the game in the favor of Vivo Cade Stars. They played that very well.
And I want to highlight the gold difference over time as well. That graph, we see that little bit of blue, man. Fuego almost brought it back, and it was reminiscent of how they did it in the group stage, where once they got out of laning phase and they were able to group up, they were able to actually win a couple of team fights. Their damage dealers, their carries, specifically Zelda Virus, were able to actually position correctly to do the damage they needed to. But then they just, again, had a couple of rough engages, a couple of rough moments there where you chain those together and suddenly that gold graph starts to dip and get way back in Vivo Cade's favor, and Vivo Cade was able to run away with that. So I don't think Fuego's out. Yes, backs are against the wall here. They need to win 2 back-to-back or else we will be bidding them farewell here in the American Challengers Tournament, but they still have more fight left in them, and I'm excited to see what they pull out for Game 2.
Yeah, same here. I'm hoping that ADD, a little bit more discipline in the side lanes, and we'll see if Fuego can maybe find a way to, again, overload some of those sides. Like, they did find a good angle around that Rift Herald with taking that top outer turret and trying to use that to snowball. Just overcommitted on mid, which was really their downfall. And Vivo Cade outscale from there. So we'll see what happens.
And we do have confirmation, Cubby, that they're on blue side. Fuego chose blue side again here. So what do we think that means for draft of Game 2 quick?
Maybe they change out one of their bans on blue, because the bans I expect to stay the same, as is very common from Fearless Draft. But if you do change out 1 or 2 bans on the blue side, if you are Fuego, could open up one of those picks you were taking away in the first place. So we'll see if that is the move.
I'm hoping that they hold some of their solo lane picks for a little bit later, because again, the fact that both solo laners got counter-picked, and yes, they get Corki, Cassante, which are very high priority picks in the meta right now, it still just didn't feel like it was necessarily fully worth it.
Yeah, I gotta say too, like on blue side, like that game, you have a couple answers to Sejuani now off the table, or Sejuani's gone, but Maokai off the table, right? Like you could open with that, but I'd love to see Mataz on a carry as well. Again, like that, the Viego that he has shown in the tournament so far. He looks very comfortable in that champion, and
Yep.
could be some of the firepower that Fuego needs to make sure this one goes to game 3.
Was banned against him in the second rotation. Maybe they pick it up in the first rotation this time around, but we'll have to wait and see because it's time to send it to a short break before we are back with game 2 of Fuego, the last remaining of the LLA Tier 2, representing LRN, taking on Vivo Stars right after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, for game 2 of our first series of the day. An elimination match and a tournament life on the line for Fuego. Coming in from LRN as their backs are against the wall. They need 2 wins back-to-back in order to keep their tournament lives and the region's pride alive here. And Cubby, I gotta start us off here because it is fearless drafting. So that means a lot of the champs, or all the champs picked last game, are not available for game 2. Specifically, the Ziggs. I want to nominate you to be president of the Ziggs Hate Club because I gotta say that satchel. It got about as much use as Dr. Phil's hairbrush in game number 1. I don't want to see it anymore. No. The Ziggs has not gotten the win rate to back up the high presence that it's had. I'm happy that we won't get it in game 2.
Yeah, it wasn't exactly in Fuego, you know, on the Rift. I hate to use that one, but if you're going to go with bad jokes, I got to throw 1 or 2 in there too, Steve. But yeah, I mean,
well, my jokes are great,
I feel like,
so I resent that.
Okay, that's fine, you know. Dr. Phil can catch strays. I like that, you know. This guy interviews Zayn Malik once, thinks he can go after all the A-list celebrities, but, you know. I will say...
Better than Rose and Deserix.
That's true. You know what? I get the chance to do that tomorrow, though, Kangas, so I'll have to take you up on that. But, yeah, I think Ziggs, again, I feel like it is a strong pick. It still warrants some of the strength the teams are throwing it. I just don't think it's been well executed in this tournament. I am really curious to see what happens at Worlds with that champ, because I feel like if teams ban it, they narrow up a lot of the strategies for some teams, because you could deny a lot of AD mids by taking away that pick, and some ADs just will not be allowed to have it at that tournament. So, really curious what ends up happening with that pick in particular, as it hasn't been all too enticing here at America's Challengers.
Yeah, but I'm happy that you bring the attention and the focus to the next big international tournament, which is Worlds. This is our first look at that Worlds patch. This is our first look at what champion win rate looks like. And I know this is tier 2 level, so there's going to be a bit of a difference in the development of the players playing here compared to the players on the Worlds stage. But still, it's a little highlight. It's a little first peek at what we can expect from that. And I will say, just win rate alone, Ziggs is not there, but I am still pretty happy with some of the other picks, specifically the counter picks that we've seen. I think the Gwen was awesome. I think it's cool that Vladimir saw play as well. So I do like that Vivocade stars as a whole are willing to play this type of style. They're willing to grab newer champs that haven't been played too popularly on the Rift, but have fits in certain drafts and certain kind of lane matchups.
Yeah, I feel like especially stuff like the Gwen was used at the right time. For me, Vivocade playing the Varus, again, I've only seen the NACL teams playing the Poke Varus so far. It's only been Scary Jerry and Instinct, so to see, you know, Vivocade bust that out in the hands of Morteus, for me, that shows some growth and adaptation throughout the tournament, which we always love to see, and especially in the Fearless format, that's something that it's valuable. You know, you are forced to play more picks and more strategies, and we'll see what the teams bust out for Game 2.
And then we'll see if Fuego is able to bring it back from the brink. It's been a long year, a long season. All these players. Okay,
I believe that's Tyrion. I love that.
A unique card. I haven't seen that one before. What,
yeah, I love that.
Is that his,
you know,
his index finger, his middle finger, his thumb? I'm trying to do it now. I kind of got it. Not as good, but either way,
maybe he's warming up. You know,
spirits seem good on stage.
Yeah. That's always got to be good. I mean, I will say one of my favorite parts about tuning into this event is just the studio in São Paulo and the energy that the crowds had. It's been fantastic. And I expect it to be that way as we head into the weekend and the games get all the more important as we go throughout this week. But hey, speaking of important games, this could be the tournament lives of Fuego. And I got to say, starting off with a Yone that is kind of owned on this pack. Wow. It's a good start. This champ's 4-1, and that prediction I gave, Kangas, where it's, hey, take boost out again and change up one of your bans to open up something else. Yone was banned game 1. This time they ban this Garner and get access to a very high priority champion.
And technically flexible still. They can play at top lane. They can play at mid lane, depending on
probably
what
mid.
Vivocade pick up. I almost guarantee that means no Rumble for Vivocade, because that is the big matchup that Yone has been played into a lot. And with Rumble's recent laning nerfs, just can't really deal with what Yone brings to that position, that lane. So instead, it's going to be Nautilus and Jhin locked in for the bot lane.
I will say, Mataz, I'm wondering if we see something like a Brand come out, just to have an AP jungler with the Yone. Something like Brand or Lilia, though, it would be a little bit worried against Jhin Nautilus, as that is a lot of range, utility, and pick already being brought to the table for Vivocade. So, blinding that bot lane, and oh boy, a Seraphine. As if that Yone wasn't scary enough, Kangas. We're now going to empower that thing with a Seraphine behind it. I do expect that to be in the hands of Virus. And then Maokai. We have seen Maokai be flexed to support a couple times. Pain has been doing that in this tournament, but I think that's going to be in the hands of Mataz, as they need a little bit of magic damage from that jungler. And honestly, plenty of magic damage already showing for Fuego, so Vivocade can really only ban out physical damage champions, as no more magic damage will likely be drafted by Fuego. It would be too much.
I mean, there's a potential it could be a crazy world. Seraphine, Maokai bot lane. Don't expect that. Akali's hovered.
This is a Kisei special.
It hasn't been locked in yet.
I think it is. I was talking to RMC, who was really helpful in terms of getting to know these teams and the prep. And Kisei, I gotta say, I gotta scroll through the GOL real quick to get some Akali stats. 3 plays so far this season. But if I go to all time, I know it's his most played champion, and he has a 68% win rate. Yeah, and it is locked in. So a really big pick for Kisei. And a counter matchup specifically to Yone, it will struggle into Maokai and Seraphine later on. So I feel like VivoCade have put themselves on a bit of a timer early in this game, but we'll see if they can continue to index towards the early game and really cash this in.
But Akali's also one of those champions that once it's locked in, there's a target on its back as in the draft phase as well. Now, Fuego need to start thinking about, okay, when it comes down to our AD carry, when it comes down to whatever Virus is going to lock in, we need to make sure it can also deal with that. Oh. The shielding of the Seraphine will already help out a lot, but I'm wondering if they want to go for something that's a little more defensive alongside it. I was thinking the Ashe. Ashe is now banned away, so that's not going to be on the table. Something that provides a little bit of its own CC as well to lock down the Akali.
The Ashe is kind of an interesting ban to me. I'm wondering if they think it could be Ashe support from Balda, as we did see Ashe support, funnily enough, be played by VivoCade stars in one of their Elise games, as they paired that up with Callisto. So paying some respect towards that champion. Ashe Maokai, of course, has so much control over the Rift and long-range engage. But speaking of engaged, a champion that we expect to be very high priority at Worlds, going to be the Jarvan. That looks to be the pick for Sorolu. Oh,
that would mean that their composition's very early focused here. Yeah, they haven't locked it in yet, so let's see what they actually go for.
Oh, it's
Nocturne. Turn the lights off.
Man, we're really diving. We got a dive buddy for Akali now, Kangas.
Yeah, I mean, you can literally turn the lights off with a Nocturne. You can throw up the Shroud with the Akali as well. A lot of vision shenanigans that could be happening here. And a lot of fright to follow. It's not October yet, but it's a spooky draft looking at those two for any backliners on the side of Fuego. They got to be very careful, and instead it's going to be the now J4 locked in for Mataz instead. You highlighted this jungler likes the aggressive style. This definitely fits that.
It looks like it's the Maokai support then into the Nautilus. So Fuego and Balda picking up something else that, again, has been played in this tournament. I know the Maokai, of course, being played by Pain. And yeah, that looks to be the pick is ADD rounding things out on the top side. Still a little bit magic damage heavy here for Fuego. But I don't think that there's anything that VivoCade can really answer on the top side. And man, Udyr, that's a real headache pick for both Akali and Nocturne, who will be diving in. Just walk into the slows, the stuns, the turtle stance. I think that's a really good pick from ADD, who has already found a win on this champion in the tournament. And now it's going to be Tyran's Gnar to answer, which, I mean, it's okay, but I really feel like VivoCade are just on a very early game focused timer. If they do not get ahead early, if they don't get enough wins in this early game, Fuego's comp will outscale.
And they also can't necessarily force plays super early. Nocturne wants to farm to level 6. So ironically, the J4 can actually impact the lanes well before the Nocturne wants to be able to. And that could mean that the timers are just awkward for VivoCade stars. It feels like, yeah, they want to win early, but they still need to let their Nocturne hit that power spike. And then that first ultimate is going to need to be very impactful. It has to kind of get the engine started here for VivoCade's composition, because I agree, otherwise they do just sputter at the gate, whereas Fuego, they have slightly more scaling options. They have more creative ways that they can play fights as well.
They get a lot more scaling. There's going to be a certain point in time where you cannot break the Seraphine, Udyr, Yone. And we'll see what point of the game that comes in, but if you are VivoCade stars, you're going to want to delay that as much as possible. Also, I think it's very important that Tyran gets ahead early and gets TP advantages against this Udyr, because if Udyr is at a fight and able to peel a Nocturne, peel an Akali, who again have to dive in, have to go through the slow fields and the stuns, if Udyr is in the right position, that's a really tough task for any melee. So I really like the Udyr pick from ADD, and we'll see if he can cash it in. But Tyran has the right to bully that pick early, and we'll see if he can do it.
Tournament lives on the line, and Fuego looking like they have a very advantaged draft here coming in to game number 2. VivoCade stars hoping to make this one quick with a 2-0 and advance in the lower bracket. Let's see if their composition is enough to give it to them.
I'm excited to dive
As
into
we're
this one,
loading
King.
into
It's-
the rift here any moment. Oh, you go.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just excited to dive into this one. I feel like Tyrion, like, he's actually, I feel like was a top laner that didn't get off to the hottest start in this tournament, but we're seeing more and more picks from him throughout this that have been big, like the Gwen of the last game. The Gnar was an impressive one in their last series that did net them a win against Fierce Starforge, so really hopeful that we can see another good Gnar performance from Tyrion, as I gave him the Gnar card pretty early after seeing him perform in that one. He gets to play that pick, so
I mean,
again, choice of matchup this time around. We'll see if we can cash it in. Is that
you're
Takui?
talking about the Gnar.
Hey,
I'm
Takui!
looking at, hey, yeah, let's go,
Yeah.
Takui. It's been a while. Happy that he's there, watching along as we are now loaded on to Summoner's Rift for game number 2. You were talking about Tyrion. I'm looking at Kisei. I'm looking at the Akali specialist.
True.
On the Rift here, piloting his special champion. And if he can also get off to the races, get an early lane lead against Zelt here, there are still win conditions for Vivocade Stars, but things have to align. Things have to work out for them as early game here. Fuego grouping up as 5 and going for a very deep invade.
Yeah, meanwhile, we had Vivocade Stars deploy through top lane to make sure Gnar gets a good start in the lane that Udyr can't cheese at all. As I do want to shout out Balda going for the conditioning overgrowth on the Maokai. I like greeting conditioning when you can at support. I know especially like in tier 2 games where things are messier and go longer, you have more time to use and abuse conditioning, which is a very strong point to take in the rune trees. So I feel like even in the runes, you have Vivocade Stars really opting further towards that late game where we know they're going to be the stronger team. Ooh, did they hide a ward? They did.
They are now clearing
Nice.
out the jungle. Nice. Yeah, so it is still there. Still spotted. Fuego know exactly where Vivocade is starting up the jungle, and keeping eyes on Nocturne early gives you a lot of options, because the J4, if you have a priority in your lanes, you can just walk in and smack that Nocturne around.
And we will have both junglers for the second game in a row heading towards the top side. As A to D on the Gnar early. The Empowered R, rather obnoxious trade as Tyrion. There is some tech to actually short hop that so that you can increase your attack speed and get some hits, but Tyrion taking the max range hop, not in range to hit ADD, and that will make sure that ADD wins this early lane, as he will hit 2 first and get a nice chunk out of Tyrion.
Oh, he's actually hitting that level 2 right there, as ADD will now get the turtle stance as well. It's all right. Happens to all of us. As Tyrion is still just not having a good time here, though. ADD showing how comfortable he is with this pick. And when you have the ranged matchup of a Gnar and you're the one that's having to walk away, not an ideal start. As a great hook from Telos there. Gets a chunk onto a Baula. No summoner spells burned, but still, health bar trade advantage.
And Balda on this Maokai support, this pick gets dunked early in the lane, but later on, of course, you are Maokai. You put a point into anything in your ability tree, it's going to feel good, and that ultimate, of course, still brings the range and is very deadly engaged, and in this case, likely counter-engage against the Nocturne Akali. And I gotta say, it's really tough to function as Akali into a pick like Maokai. That twisted advance, that point-and-click W, really good for locking down a champion like this, so Maokai's kit deals really well into what Vivocade Stars is throwing at them, and again, I feel like it just keeps on feeding into the story of this game, which is Fuego is a team fight team. If they group up with a Seraphine, they're going to be at advantage, and if Vivocade lets them get to that point of the game where they do not have an advantage, that's going to be game-breaking for them.
And yeah, the Nocturne's got the 1 spell shield, but if you use that to eat the Maokai ultimate, suddenly you also can get rooted by that point-and-click W. Yeah. So whatever the threat is on the backline, Baula has tools to deal with it. As now Zelt actually getting ganked here early on. Nice hook from Telos. That gets flash out of Fuego's mid laner, setting up Kisei. Just say what you were saying. I mean, on his signature champ Akali might now have a little window here to make some magic happen.
I mean, this is a player that even Fuego and Mataz recognize as being the real threat of Vivocade Stars, as Kisei. Really brings a good reputation with his history as a player. And again, Akali, his most played champ in his career, 25 games, a 68% win rate. We've only seen it 3 times this summer, but a good game for it to be a 4th time, as Vivocade looking to lean on that big pick for him to find a win.
Ooh. Tyrion might just die
Mega.
here. ADD getting aggressive, gets Flash out of the Nars, about to hit Mega, but not an ideal trade for Vivocade's top laner.
Yeah, and again, ADD, the Udyr that he was able to bust out was really big in the one game that he was able to get his hands on it in this tournament. So good to see it again. I mean, I really feel like Udyr is a game-breaking pick for Fuego. Again, trying to dive in as Nocturne Akali against Udyr, Maokai, like, you can find some picks if you're able to turn off the lights and execute, but I just wonder, like, how long is that going to exist for Vivocade Stars in this game? And when you have a lead like you already do as Udyr in the top lane, like, setting Gnar behind, he is someone that can be a side lane threat, can match Yone a little bit when he does get that Triforce, but if you don't hit that spike, Yone will outscale you on the side too, so I think even early on, just the fact that it's an even game is a little bit concerning here for Vivocade Stars.
I gotta ask. Okay, what? No, okay, we do see it. For a moment there, I thought that Seraphine was bugged and we couldn't see any of her abilities, and I was gonna panic thinking that's gonna be tough in fights, but never mind. It is back, so we can actually see these hitting the field.
Play-by-play
I'm
caster
sure whatever
Kangas
you were
is
saying
like, oh,
while I was
God.
panicking there sounded great. Yep. As Tyrion still trading against ADD. You were mentioning the mid lane. It is level 6 here for Kisei first as he backs, teleports in with the Haunting guys completed. So better early buy from Kisei. And also with that XP lead, hasn't really been able to make anything stick though.
Like, I know... oh, hold on. Matas might be looking on...
Rollu's in trouble. That's Ghost out of ADD. The spell shield goes down as he tries to fear. ADD does not take the bait and actually just kites away. But that is actually a summoner spell used. I mean, that was ADD's Ghost.
Yeah, so I gotta say, for Kisei, it looks like we're going for more of a Bruiser Akali build with the Conqueror. This is interesting, because, like, in theory, in a game with a little bit lower damage and a lot of sustained, you know, being able to lean on stuff like the Henri's Riftmaker and Conqueror could be good, but I feel like if we don't blow people up as Vivocade Stars, we're gonna be in trouble. So I'm interested to see how this variation of the build works out for Akali in this game, because I feel like in isolation, you know, you do get value out of it, but again, like, if you aren't blowing up Seraphine, Udyr, or Maokai, can you really out-sustain any fight later? That's a question that's going to have to be answered as we get into this one. But Kisei going with that choice of build. Yeah. We have Grub secured and a nice
my opinion. Ooh, good
Telos.
pick here onto Mataz. Uses the Cataclysm inwards, trying to flash over the wall. Does he make it? He does! And that baits Vivocade, and Kisei will go for the solo kill. First blood over the wall, but the rest of the team is struggling. ADD walloped into the wall, and Kisei picks up a double on the Akali. Vivocade, it was Telos that set it up, and they get a double kill to the mid laner.
Yeah, a great dredge line on the Matas. It canceled the flag and drag, which forced Jarvan to just ult in. He was stuck in the fight, so that's a freebie. And Kisei able to clean up ADD on the back half, too. Trying to buy space, buy time, ends up going down, and going to help Kisei buy more items. As this Akali very far ahead early. Really big, as Kisei can hit that mid-game spike hard regardless of build. But yeah, that cancel on the flag and drag. Great dredge line from Telos, as Kisei just chases Jarvan in the backline, and then ADD, yes, he gets Sorolu, but ends up being stuck. Not enough damage, not the right positioning for the Yone and the Maokai to follow through. So a 2-for-1 for Vivocade Stars, but still Fuego. They were able to pick up some grubs, so it's not like they get away with nothing.
Yeah, 3 grubs feels nice as ADD can try and work on these side turrets here. Zelt missing the Fate Sealed, pretty rough right there. Maybe they kill Sorolu faster and they can turn the fight better. So little misinputs are actually, I think, what made Fuego lose that one.
Yeah, to be fair, Sorolu flashed, so at least he got the flash out of it, but I think that's a good call. Like, because after that, too, when he went back to the Soul Unbound, wasn't exactly in the best spot to keep on fighting.
And lacking the DPS in that situation when they were the ones that set up at the objective first. Notably, though, Beerus was in the bottom lane, I believe, clearing out the wave while Baola was up there with the rest of the team. So they don't quite have the full front to back, like with the Enchanter beefing everyone up, giving shields, giving heals. Eventually, they will get to that point, but they still got those grubs to begin with, which was the objective. No dragon traded on the map. So while, yes, there's a 1,000 gold lead for Vivocade, now pressure's on for Kisei, because you're the one that picked up all the gold. You're the one that got that double kill and will now have to show up here and prove that it was worth it for the team to make that play.
I mean, he's going to be hitting hard in this game, and we'll see. It looks like Vivocade looking to potentially hit this dragon hard as Nocturne wrapped up his clear, will find himself down here. Kisse has strength mid, and at this point of the game, Tyrion in better shape top, has access to boots too, can deal with Udyr a little bit better and actually push him around with more points and hyper soon to come. So this is like the one window where the Gnar, like kind of at 1 and 2 item, can actually kind of catch back up against the Udyr, who does beat Gnar in the first few levels. This is where Tyrion can try and make some waves before Udyr becomes immovable for him later on.
It really helps you get back to lane 2, as you can run faster with those Swifties, but we also see a lane change here, as Morteus is the one heading top lane.
I like
and Tyrion's heading towards the bottom side instead.
Yeah, I mean, they got the waves pushed in, and this way you can have Morteus picking up more of this top side wave, and Dragon was taken, so I think this is a really smart swap from Vivo Stars. The Grub spawn in 45 seconds, they missed the first 3, and by putting their bot lane up here sooner than later, they will have more access. With that being said, Bala has also made his way up here, and this isn't spotted yet by Vivo Stars. They just saw that sapling go down, so that's now found. Vivo will work their way in to
One thing to note,
from the top side, and yeah.
Vitus has teleport, Tyrion does not. It might come up in the next 25 seconds, though. It's going to be very close. But there's a potential window here where Fuego will have teleport advantage over Vivo Stars, which means that Vivo might want to be more patient with this, wait for that TP before they try and push for anything. Because it actually does look like it's going to line up a couple of seconds after.
I don't want to fight this if I'm Fuego. I still feel like they outscale. And Vivo have put a lot of effort into being at the Grubs on time. I think a fight here is a little bit dicey. I would have rather seen them trade for bot lane or try and get some points bot side and just give away these 3 Grubs.
No,
this is Fuego, and you can at least get one, it'd be big.
This is Fuego. This is the team that will contest for everything as Regline from Telos lands onto ADD. Now they're teleporting in, but look at Tyrion. He walked all the way up, so we have our 5v5 Cataclysm on a 3, though. Lights go out, and there's the Seraphine ultimate over the top. They get onto the Seraphine, but she's still alive. Cerolo did not have the damage. Kisse didn't get on to Virus, as it's a double kill for Seraphine. Kisse's trying to do it. Shuriken backflip lands it, as Curtain Call from Morteus gets into the perfect position. And Vivo Stars can turn the play. Fuego opted into it, and they're going to wish they had it. Vivo walk away with the team fight win.
I mean, it was a great opener from Mataz, but Kisse able to run rampant on the back half. This Akali is ahead, gets further ahead from that fight. And again, I feel like as Fuego, we're just not fighting in a window where we're strong. We're fighting in the enemy's power windows. So Vivo taking that fight in stride. I think it was closer than what it should have been, honestly, given the strength of the champions that we have on the Rift. Again, I think Mataz, it was a good opener from him and Virus, but this Akali is a problem and only going to be a bigger problem as Kisse gets access to even more gold.
I didn't get a look at where Zelt's Fate Sealed went that time around, but I don't think it landed perfectly with the Encore, with the Cataclysm. The idea is you can just lock everybody in place. I mean, I don't know if we'll get a replay of that to really spot where Zelt went with it, but either way, Cerolo wasn't able to take down Virus, but Kisse was. And Kisse showing what the Akali can do with the gold that was picked up earlier, as now the rest of the Grubs here going over to the side of Vivo Stars. They deny 4 Grubs from Fuego, so ADD's not going to be able to take these turrets in the side lane nearly as fast.
It's an expensive contest, because if you give this 3 Grubs going over where you get something, instead it's the fight. And again, Mataz finds a really nice opener here, but Cerolo able to sneak out of that Fate Seal from the Yone. Good highlight, Kangas. And then again, Kisse. When you go this Conqueror, Beyondries, Akali build, your level 9 is so strong when you get access to that rank 5 Q. And you can see Kisse just mowing people down, hitting 3-4 people with those Qs coming out, as he was a monster in that fight and poised to be a monster in Game 2, much like the way he was in Game 1. Is he is the one that has the most gold in the game, you gotta believe at this point.
Yep. And again, Zelt there, the lights were out from the Paranoia, but still just goes basically into the wall of the Cataclysm. Didn't quite line it up right there. Oh my goodness! Kisse on a rampage! Just makes light work of ADD, says tank top laner who you don't even have close to a completed item, and I will shred you.
That's tough. I mean, the Akali pick, I feel like really throwing a wrench in things here for Fuego. As we talked about the fact that Vivo Stars, they do need a lead early with this composition, and thanks to Kisse's great play on this pick, they have one.
Yeah, I mean, what a performance. We said that he had to be the one to do it. As now Fuego will look to make a play mid lane instead. Bit of a Hail Mary here as there is the paranoia, but now they turn the damage onto Sarolu, who will go down. Baula with the kill credit. Fuego do make a play mid lane, and they do pick up a kill.
No, I do like that play from them, as we're going to continue
want
it.
more.
They're going to get another.
Nice.
Yeah.
Solid
Hey,
flash
well
from
done
Baula
from
there. I
Fuego.
mean, yeah, I love this from Fuego. Just make the dominoes start to fall right at the dragon.
Yeah, for me, the big giveaway is actually that Kisei, the play was top lane, right? He found the kill, and then he was basing. If you were tracking the TP, which I assume Fuego is, Kisei didn't have access to that fight, so they find a way to play around the strongest member of Vivo Stars and get some gold and a dragon in their pockets. That's really nice. Keep in mind, this comp's going to scale really well throughout the game, so anything and everything aggressive they can take now is big. And now Kisei, he's stuck behind this turret.
Can he live? 1v4, Chain CC, flashes the Fate Sealed into the Shroud. He can take out the wave. No way is Kisei actually going to stall this. I mean, he should fall. Now. I don't see an obvious escape path, especially if a slow lands. He's able to get away from that one. He's out of there. Fuego cannot lock down the Akali. Backflips over the wall. Kisei lives.
And while that's going down, Tyrion, he takes the top outer. The bot outer, that play is delayed. It looks like Zelt's not even going to be able to get it. So huge play from Kisei, yet again under pressure that time around in the side lane. Still able to make a play, even if it's no kills, to buy space for his team as Tyrion takes a turret.
As now Mataz sticking around here really wants Kisei. Mataz has a vendetta against the mid laner of Vivo K, but remember, no ultimate available now. Depth charge lands, root as well. Curtain's been called. Zelt in a lot of trouble, a world of hurt. He just can't sidestep a damn thing as a double kill picked up by Morteus.
You can see Morteus was excited in the camera. Sarolu gets in the Rift Herald to hop out of the engage from Baula, and now Maokai might be in trouble. He has to flash out.
Flash. Yeah, flash ultimate used. Fuego, the wheels are falling off. As the gold lead for Vivocade continues to grow and the confidence continues to mount. Fuego, they are looking for desperation plays, and they're just not finding anything.
I mean, ADD's down 2 levels. Kisei halfway to 13, too. As Sarolu gonna look, the action continues. We have a TP coming down.
Kisei round 2. Want Kisei to play this game, but again, the lights go out. Paranoia used. Kisei in the Shroud is still fine, still alive, still unstoppable. Vivocade's mid laner on his signature champ coming in from Ost to just carry here in America's Challengers. They will lose. Tyrion in the underneath the turret dive. Flash out from Sarolu, dredge line didn't land from Talus, so now the continued chase from Fuego might pick up a second kill. Bit of an oopsie there from Vivocade Stars as they got their mid laner out, and unfortunately, I think everybody else lost the script that they were supposed to make it out as well. So 2 kills picked up for Fuego.
Still Fuego down 4k gold. And I love that play from Kisei, who was just waiting out Mataz, waiting on Telos to hit the dredge line, Morteus lining everything up from the curtain call in the river, and Kisei showing his mastery of the most played champion in his career in this game. I'm 5-0-2. He's so far ahead. He's going for the death cap second, Kangas. He's like, I don't need Seekers. I don't need this remade Storm Surge to make another champs OP on 14-18. Give me the hat, man. I'm here to do damage.
He is here to carry as Kisei. I mean, what a performance right now. Doing his best.
I love the half-life, by the way.
Shooting range cosplay. Everyone's taking their shot. Nobody's landing.
That'd be Morteus, I'd say.
There's a 1v1. Tyrion actually taking on ADD here. Curtain's been called. ADD's going to try and dodge away all this damage, but he goes back in. Stunned up, and there we go. Morteus picks up another kill.
Really well done by Morteus, one of the young guns that, again, talking with RMC, he was really excited about in this tournament. Both the ADs from the CBLOL representatives. As he said, you know, in the likes of, like, we just farm out ADs. Like, this region just creates good AD players, and Morteus definitely someone that I know he has his eyes on and being a potential CBLOL competitor in the future if he keeps on playing where he's at. And this Jhin pick, I gotta say, like, much like his teammate Kisei going straight for the hat, he went straight for the Infinity Edge, which has been kind of slept on as Jhin. And I gotta say, like, him dropping waves and just coming to these fights to do damage, that IE pick's paid off because you get guaranteed crits a lot of the time in Jin's kit.
4-0-0. And I think every single kill has been with a curtain call. I'm actually pretty sure. Actually, no, one of them was a deadly flourish. We did see AW kill a Zelt, in his own territory, but it still feels like the enemy's territory as Vivocade Stars will just walk up, assert their dominance over this rift. And a reminder here as we are cresting 20 minutes into this game, the dragon spawning shortly. Vivocade need one win to advance in the lower bracket. Fuego, this is their tournament lives on the line. They need to find a way to get back into this game, or else they're going to be giving a quick goodbye here today in a 2-0 series loss.
I know that in the interviews before the game, Vivocade Stars, Sorolu talking about how they needed to have better mid games if they wanted to move ahead. I really feel like they've had that. They haven't fallen into the trap of the forever fight that we have seen from Fuego, with them really trying to overload some of these sides, get some gold back in their pockets. It's been good answers, good discipline so far from Vivocade Stars. I really feel like they only had one big slip up in this game, and they were able to recover really nicely afterwards. So, yeah, I think the fact that, again, Vivocade, they look like they're in control, have champs that they seem to be successful on. And we'll see if the scaling can really come in for Fuego that we teased earlier on. Because I got to say, a 5k gold deficit, that's a little bit too much to see a Seraphine comp combat. They're going to need to kind of maintain this deficit, I think, until the game gets to just have a lot more gold in it. So that effect's not as bad. Because right now, it's pretty rough.
The positive is that they denied one dragon, and it's going to be another Chemtech soul. Not the most game-ending of dragon souls that you could pick up here.
Yeah.
And they also delayed it a little bit with that first one picked up.
I will say Chemtech is, like, if Fuego's able to stack it, it's really good on their comp yet again. Like, I hate talking about how useful Chemtech can be because it's so situational, but if you have a Seraphine, like, again, the healing and shielding you're bringing, everyone can benefit from Chemtech in some way, shape, or form. On this team with just self-heals or self-shields that they have. Everyone can, get access to that. So I think Chemtech actually not a bad role this game for Fuego, as it's really not that abusable by Vivocade, and it can be very abusable for them. Oh boy,
January used Mr. Rolu. Ivan in with the curtain call as well. They're teleporting Kisei in. Now Akali's out of the back line. Vidrus in a lot of trouble, but Kisei's actually all alone right now. Takes the Shuriken back, will back, and shut down here.
Okay.
Cataclysm from Mataz locks in the Akali. That's a big shutdown of gold. Vivocade wanted the fight, but Fuego ended.
I don't know who hit that empowered plant, but that sent Kisei into another side of the fight, one that he didn't want to be on, and they take down the most important member of Vivocade Stars, cut that Goldie down to 4k, and buy themselves some much-needed time. So good find there from Fuego.
Big amount of gold injection right there. The game was over 5,000. Now it's just over 4,000 here, as Mataz is the one to pick that up. So J4, let's see what he's able to purchase with this bag. Only had one item at that point, as now we're teleporting in onto ADD. Fuego's top laner thought that maybe he could push something in, but tell us, yeah, there's no shot of you getting away from a Nautilus stunned up, but the damage from Tyrion will be enough. Vivocade's top laner will pick up the kill.
Yeah, it looks like ADD getting a little bit of the Philip treatment in this game. I saw that a lot yesterday in Fear Starforge series. Of course, that one against Pain coming up after this. As we do see the base of Mataz actually did pick up a Shojin. Big item for Jarvan. More Flag and Dragons to come in. And doesn't exactly need to be as tanky, given that he has a Seraphine behind him to help hopefully keep that health bar high.
Mataz was able to pick up a full Spear Shojin, by the way. That was the back and the purchase right there. So big jump for the J4, as he can now threaten some of the backline, and also threaten the engage of Vivocade Stars, because yes, they're ahead. Yes, it's fun to hype up the Akali, who's got the death cap now, but reminder that all of the tools that we said would be headaches for an Akali and a Nocturne still exist. They still have to get through the Seraphine shielding and healing. They still need to get through all of the roots of a Maokai. Speaking of, they're engaging on the said Maokai right now. Ultimate goes down. Sorolu locked in place, and he's just gonna get popped. Virus with the kill credit there, as Telos now will have to flash out this Cataclysm most likely, but he has the team behind him, and he has a big health bar now.
Nice.
Depth charge onto Virus. No follow-up from the rest of Vivocade, though, so it's just one kill picked up by Fuego as they take down Sorolu.
A great buffer there from Mataz to make sure he gets out of that one, as Vivocade overreach yet again, just a little bit. And keep in mind, Sorolu, he said, hey, if we want to win this series, we need to have better mid-games as a team. It was looking good until we got past the 20-minute mark, but the last two fights, Vivocade have overreached a little bit. We see Fuego's comp, some of the strength of it, as they've been given more time, it's starting to come together a little bit. And these deficits don't matter quite as much as we get this late in the game. It's 2 items for everyone. in the inventories of Fuego. And I really feel like when Vivo Cade, some of these carries hit the 3-item spike first, they have to press that advantage. Because I think after that point of the game, we get 3-item plus. I really like Fuego's comp, as long as they stay around Seraphine. The power that this Seraphine can bring to the team, and some of the difficulty that Akali Nocturne has at this point of the game, and getting through the health bars of Fuego, just made by their comp. It really feels like this is a closer game than what the scoreboard says.
I gotta say, Vivo Cade's engaged, looking like a late-night infomercial. They turn the lights off, Fuego just clap, and it turns back on. They're able to just pop Sorolo every time he goes in, and he's just not tanky enough. He doesn't do enough damage to really take down his target before that happens, and I'm concerned for Vivo Cade as this game goes on because Fuego are getting their groove back, man. And now Vivo Cade, like, they're playing way more passive, playing a little more scared. Yeah. They're giving more respect. They don't own the Rift like they used to.
And they need to be respectful. Kangas, remember when we did the infomercial to sell our emotes?
Yes.
Which you can still get access to on this channel if you sub, by the way.
Oh, good plug.
So, yeah, still directs our teams of players, or directly supports, I should say. This time, lights out.
Lights turn off yet again. This time around on the flank, and they got onto the back line. But look at that shield! Sorolo just can't kill Virus. Kiss can, though. Now Zell with a big shield! That's what I'm talking about, baby! Zell gets onto both of the damage dealers. It's down to Morteus, and he's just not going to have enough as this Jhin. Double kill picked up by Zelt, making a triple kill. Fuego roaring back to life in these mid-game team fights.
This comp is fully online now for Fuego, as they only lose Virus, who does have TP, and they're pushing towards the Baron as another TP comes in from Zell to get some health back. After that Dragon, they're going to be on this instantly. Balda should be able to take it down. It's going to be uncontested. Fuego just flipped the game, Kangas.
Look, you can draft a comp of growers or showers, and right now the growth and the scaling of this roster has come online. Fuego onto the Baron. Morteus is going to have to try and steal it with a miracle, and there's just no chance. Fuego are right back into this game with their elimination on the line, with their tournament lives on the line. They do not want to go quietly.
And the Seraph's W shield from Viros just bought so much time to get Zelt into position to hit that big Fate Sealed. You've been doing a good job of tracking those Fate Sealed throughout these fights, Kangas. Not a lot of connected. That one made up for it as Zelt helps turn the game with a triple kill in Fuego's favor. They're now only down 1.5k gold. They got access to one of those Chemtech Dragons, which gives a ton of stats for Fuego. Like, keep in mind, every person on this team has some form of heal or shield that will be abused from Chemtech. It's actually a useful dragon for them this game, especially as they're trying to survive the onslaught of Vivo Cade Stars, who do have so much damage earlier in the fight. Now it's Mataz taking a 1v1 against Issei, who has to flash out.
Yeah, that's not ideal for the Akali, who is 6-2 and 2 with 3 items completed. It wasn't the fact that you can't take the 1v1, it's that you know you're not alone, that there's going to be more damage coming in, more backup, and it buys time for at least Tyrion to go for this play here. He is trying to siege into the side lane, and now Zelt is feeling confident enough to walk up, but that turret will eventually fall. Fate Seal defensively. It's traded, though. Good focus from Fuego to get another turret on the other side.
Morteus.
Okay.
Flash from Bala.
Flashing onto Morteus is now again Paranoia popped. Cerulo is very far away, but will get there in time. Baula. Eyes got a little bigger than the team's stomach right there, as nobody else could follow up.
Mataz was behind him, but he had no flash, no ult, so I think that's just an oopsie. As Kangas, I do have something to run by you.
Okay,
you think that when Tyrion goes from Mini Gnar to Mega Gnar, he goes from Tyrion to Tyron?
Ooh, I like that. You know, we were just saying that both of the ways you can say the name sound kind of like Game of Thrones. Yeah. And that's our second other IP reference right there. You got one, I got one.
We go down as a team, Kangas, as always. Yeah.
I don't know how much we can push that. At least I would not another video game, so it's probably a little better.
Yeah. Well, you know. Anyway.
Sponsored LCS.
Now that Dragonsteel's out, you know, I feel more comfortable making that reference anyway. So.
True. Good point.
Yeah, true. Good point. Yeah. So I see. I tied it back to the league. Fuego tying it back to this game. They're going to take that mid-outer turret for themselves. Open up some space when the next dragon spawns here in a $155. As Sorodu's gotten behind Mataz. We'll see if Talos looks. Opportunistic look from Vivo Cade Stars will be passed up on, but Tyrion able to knock down the bot inner turret for himself.
I think that Vivocade have identified they are past the point of the game where they can just force engages. It took them 4 failed ones to realize it, and now it's Fuego saying maybe we can go in instead. Paranoia popped, Encore over the top, Morteas has the cleanse, and now Sorolo's onto the backline, but again, just does 0 damage. Actually, negative damage gaming right now, as the last Encore shot will miss. Paolo goes back in onto Kisei. Less CC options available now. Kisei might want to go back in for a fight, but they just cannot win those there. But I was about to say, Vivocade, they're no longer going for these grouped up fights, diving the backline. They know they can't win it. Instead, it's about Tyrann playing in the side lane. They send him top side, he gets the tier 2. Send him bot side, gets the tier 2.
Yeah.
And so far, that has been working for the past couple of minutes for Vivocade Stars.
I'm wondering if we're going to see Kisei become more of a dedicated side laner as well, as I do think that he still has some potential to take down the Yone. That said, I do want to credit Fuego with some of these builds. The Jacques show, Udyr getting very tanky. Like, if you have a lot of resistances behind you, the heals and shields get more valuable. And it's a death cap for Viros, so making sure that the Seraphine is really packing a punch with the double Ws that will be very big for making sure that Fuego's health bars stay on top of the fight and are able to survive the early onslaught of Vivocade Stars comp. So I think some of the builds here are actually quite good from Fuego, and again, really helping this 3K gold deficit. Again, not look like anything at this point of the game. It really feels like they are the ones in control.
I'm still just real into you said Jacques show. I didn't realize we were French on this broadcast.
Jacques show?
Well, you said it like Jacques. You gave it like a really extra. Okay, well, we'll have to get back to that. We might actually.
I've been working on my accents, you know? We had to cover Americas. I had to brush up on my years of Spanish.
Clearly we have been acing all of the player names so far. Let's see if we can continue that going here as the fight is about to break out. Vivocade Stars want to keep the dragon stacking, but they just don't have an angle in, so actually no fight to be had. We're just kind of dancing around here, watching Fuego pick up their 3rd dragon.
I mean, again, Chemtech Dragon, just giving stats to everyone on Fuego that they like, but Vivocade, as you properly called out, Kangas, they're done with the team fight. It's up to Tyrann and Kisei to try and separate the map and then find Nocturne picks from there as Sorolu goes in. We'll see if this gets turned once the lights go out. We could say Fuego play hard for this next mid lane and then honestly look Dragon here at some point. Okay, here we go.
He's going to have to flash. There's no way that he can live without it. Yeah, there we go. As the teleport actually comes in here, that's going to be Kisei. The Akali just locked into place, has the stasis. Will it save their life? Shroud, he still goes down. Virus with the kill credit as a re-engage from Zelt, trying to lock down Morteas, and Telos does not land the ultimate, but will get a follow knock-up. Telos has to flash away as well as Fuego punish a very deep TP from Kisei. Now there's 2 members from Vivocade trying to defend this turret, and Flasher, but Dazzy does not want to give them any ground to stand on. ADD dives, 5 turret shots to Mataz, no problem. As the teleport from Tyrann will seal his fate as well. He's trying to escape, but the turret does go mega. Maybe that will be enough to keep him alive. It is not. Fuego coming back into the game with the team fight composition. They'll take a 5-for-0 ace in front of the inhibitor, and they can push this wave in. That's 10 seconds on Sorolu. This game is done. This series is just getting started. 1-1 on the scoreboard. Fuego, bring it back in game 2.
I mean, the Seraphine comp got online, and Fuego really earned an encore as they get the game 3 in this one. And, man, just the power curves for each of these teams, when they're strong versus when they were not with these drafts, was so apparent on the Rift. And once you broke that as Fuego, it was really that first Chemtech Dragon fight that they were able to win at the 3rd Dragon. Once they picked that up, it was no looking back for them. As the 4th Dragon fight was fantastic. Zelt hit one Fate sealed, and that really felt like it sealed the fate of that game.
It really did after a couple of rough ones earlier on, but you just need that one to turn things around. Let's take another closer look at that draft, because I want to highlight specifically what you were talking about. I'm sure that eventually when we get the post-game stats breakdown, we'll also be able to see that, because there was this clear moment where the Seraphine composition, you just couldn't kill Seraphine. There were so many times. There was like 4 engages in a row where we see Paranoia pop up, Kisei's getting onto the backline with the Nocturne, and they just can't get through the shields. There's a Knight's Vow from the Maokai. There's the Locket from the Maokai. Seraphine's own innate healing and shielding. You just can't blow up Virus. And then because of that, the fight's not going to go your way.
Yeah, I really feel like a couple of those skirmishes too, Vivocade Stars will want back, because that's what, took Akali off the map at first when Kisei went down, and what took Sorolu off the map, like really bought some time for Fuego to just play a couple waves steady, not have some of the bigger members keep on getting golden experience from Vivo Cade Stars. And, you know, once you find the first fight on even footing, again, that comp just took off for Fuego. Yeah. So well done from them. We have seen Fuego go very aggressive. And I think that, you know, to see them be cautious early on, hit that break point, and then see Mataz really take over with that killer instinct, having all the backing behind them that he could ever ask for between the Seraphine and the Maokai, and take over the game later on. That's a nice element from Fuego that we haven't really been used to seeing from them.
Yeah, as here we do get that look at the draft, because you can clearly see when this composition wants to spike. The J4 is an earlier game jungler, but it doesn't mean that it can't be that combo starter, because you also lock everybody in place with Cataclysm. There's a Jhin who's fairly low mobility, Nautilus, Nocturne, even if you lock him into there, they have the flash to get out to avoid the Encore, to avoid the Fate Sealed. But it's about getting to that point, and boy, did Fuego get to that point. They struggled to get there, but you're right that this is a different style from Fuego. We expected them to contest for everything. Yeah. I expected them to play more early game focus, but they're also looking like they have the patience to pull off stuff like this.
Yeah, I mean, I really got to shout out Mataz in this draft, because it's so tough to jungle when you are going to sack some of the early lanes, and you know it's going to be hard to make some early plays, but when he was able to find the windows early on, and like, I just really like how aggressively he's willing to trade flash for flash. Like, if you're playing Jarvan, you're trading your flash for an opponent flash, it's so much more valuable to take something like a Jhin flash compared to your own. And that was all Mataz needed to keep on snowballing some of these fights forward. I thought he had some really sound takes, and we'll see if, as we go to Game 3, keep in mind, in those pregame content pieces that we had put together by the São Paulo team, the team behind us here for Americas, I think there were some awesome sound bites, one of them being from Fuego, that Vivo Cade Stars, they rely on sometimes the Fearless draft. It's how they beat Pain Gaming in that 5-game series to take the 1 seed for CBLOL Academy. Pain was the more dominant team and the best ones and in CBLOL Acad all year, but they utilized the picks in the Fearless format to find a Game 4 and 5 and take that 1 seed. We're going to have to utilize it now in this Game 3 to stay alive in this tournament.
And here is a highlight reel showing how much Kisei was able to get done early on. The benefactor of the early double kill with that first blood gold. I imagine the first half of these highlights are going to be Kisei highlights. The Akali did do its job early on, but just later on, it wasn't able to output the damage. Maybe partly because of that Conqueror build. Conqueror worked here, you said, the level 9 power spike, but later on, not having really enough firepower to blow up Virus.
Yeah, I didn't like this fight take from Fuego again. I felt like the power curve of their team versus Vivo Cade Stars just wasn't there. And yeah, I didn't like it because like we saw what happens later. And this was a cool play, actually. Like the way that Kisei played this one out with Telos was really, really well done. Some good patience and champion mastery shown here by Kisei. So he was just spacing the flag and drag the entire time. Waits for this, baits it out, then finds the combo afterwards. And Morteus just firing from the backline. That's really the last winning play that we saw from Vivo Cade Stars. It was all about this fight. Keep your eyes on Zelt, man, because this Fate Seal made up for the others.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Zelt, this is an example of send that text, shoot that shot, stay committed like Zelt is to hitting these ultimates. As he's giving you that example right there. He finally finds the big play. It's a triple kill picked up, and it doesn't matter that a lot of the earlier fights didn't go their way because it's about the later fights. And this one in particular, man, the teleport from Kisei trying to save Mateus, who was out of there, and this was the first domino to fall, which led to the 1 game for Fuego.
You can say that TP from Akali, you might as well just Kisei that Akali goodbye. Haha. That's my bad joke for the day. Not good. I still really like Mataz, like how aggressively he plays this again, just trading the flash for flash, knowing that he has Morteus down that summoner spell from earlier in the fight, able to capitalize later on. Fuego showing that their aggression can be tempered early until the time is right, and they can put their pedal to the metal and find that win.
Yeah, Kisei got the early lead, but Fuego made out with the game win after all. So, yeah, I think that this is great for, obviously, the LRN, because even just picking up a game win and pushing Cade Stars to the brink here is going to bring a lot of regional pride for them, but a reminder that that was their tournament lives on the line, and they were in a really rough spot. It's great to see that they still have that fight in them. Now, can they do it again? Because it's Fearless Draft. They're not going to grab things like the Seraphine. They're not going to grab things, you know, like the Maokai as well, which can allow them to play that style of game against what Vivo Cade drafted. There's a lot of question marks now up in the air going into Game 3.
Yeah, we're going to see if we don't have word on side select quite yet. But I gotta say, I want Montas on a carry again. Like his Viego yesterday was fantastic. The Jarvan there, really big pick in that game. I love the killer instinct that he has. I think that he's taking plays that are there. He's willing to flash in, willing to trade his flash for more valuable flashes than on the opponent's team. I love that. And in games where there are a lot of fights, sometimes just taking away those big summoner spells in the downtime can be so valuable. I really feel like Montas has found a lot of those angles, and that was a big difference maker in that one. So we'd love to see him on a carry again for Fuego's chances. And meanwhile, for Vivo Stars, we'll see what they cook up. I thought their Game 1 draft was really good. So I'm curious, Game 3, if they go for blue side, to maybe open up a pick that's been denied from them for the majority of the series.
Well, Game 3 is around the corner, but let's wrap things up for Game 2 by taking a look at some of the stats here. Wow! Look at that gold slide going all the way into Fuego's favor. That lead, slid more than Cubby Sisters DMs. Shout out Grace. But still, it was Fuego kind of bringing it back because of the composition they were able to draft and where it hit the spike.
Oh, we did sign up to have fun today, Kangas. All right. Well, yeah, that Chemtech Dragon, that was a big comeback. And again, I will say the Chemtech, I thought that was the best role that Fuego could have had. Just, again, all their champions abuse it. No one really utilizes it that well on the side of Vivo Stars. So I feel like that was kind of an unlucky draw. But hey, even from that Dragon on, they earned the rest of them. And yeah, good game from Fuego. I really like the creativity of that track.
Top in the damage charts. That was surprising as the Jhin. I mean, of all champions, that's not who I expected to actually have the most damage in that game.
He was big. I mean, that it was from Montas just consistently throwing his body at the Jhin, man.
True. He was able to get away from the Cataclysms quite often, but it obviously wasn't enough to pick up that win. But I also want to say Tyrion survived the early laning phase as the Gnar. What did you say? You gave him the Gnar pass or something like that?
Yeah, he got the Gnar card. I feel like Tyrion, like I've seen him so far in this tournament have some good performances and some not so good performances of certain champs. I think Cassante and Gnar were actually his two strongest ones. So let's see what he picks in the last game. See if he goes for a carry.
Final game on the horizon. We're going to send it to a short break before we're back for the conclusion of this series right after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to America's Challengers Playoffs Day 2. Elimination on the line for both of these teams now, as it is 1-1 in the series. Fuego versus Cade Stars. And I gotta say, Cubby, Fuego are roaring life back into LRN, back into the Latin American fans, because this team felt like they were out. I thought that game 2 was done as soon as Kiss had this like 5th kill, but they held the line and they're able to bring us to game 3. And now, you know, with Fearless Drafts, it's going to be a completely fresh look for both of these teams.
Yeah, I gotta say, Fuego's really exceeded my expectations from this tournament. Again, I didn't have them making it to the knockout stage. I thought it would be the 2 NACL teams and the 2 CBLOL teams. The fact that Fuego is here, not Dragonsteel, they found that huge win over both them and I believe it was Fierce Starforge in the group stage that Fuego was able to surpass, as I think they dropped the Dragonsteel. They definitely beat Fierce Starforge, but yeah, I mean, they've really been exceeding my expectations. I feel like Matas, his killer instinct, has been a huge part of this team, and really whether or not ADD flips a good or bad game, which the last one of the Udyr, it was looking a little suspect there when he got solo killed by Kisei in the top side, but Udyr was such a good pick that game. Really ended up coming through in the end as ADD played it well, was just in those fights and buying space for that Seraphine and Yone to do some work.
Yep, Fuego can confirm during the group stage they took games off of FRX Starforge, Vivo Cade Stars, and WAP as they dropped their series.
Oh, I mean, everyone got to beat up on WAP, you know?
Yeah, we're going to leave that one alone for now, though, as Fuego are the still representatives from Latin America Tier 2, representing the LRN, the Northern Conference, as they are now taken to the stage. And it's just so poetic. Moments like this, I always like to remind people that this is an entire year of work, an entire year of effort from everybody that you see on stage here right now. 5 of these players will be saying goodbye after this game, and that type of pressure mounting on a roster, mounting on a team, mounting on individuals can sometimes make or break entire tournaments, because if you can answer that pressure and show up, still perform, you got the heart of the champion. If you're struggling under it, you're going to struggle in this game 3.
And hey, for a lot of these guys, it's not just about sending a message to the other teams of this tournament. It's about sending the message to the Tier 1 teams that exist in both CBLOL, LCS, and the new Americas format that we'll have for next year. I mean, these are players that are vying for professional spots. I mean, I've been really impressed with a player like Tatsu. I'm excited to cover him in the next game. I'm watching him in this tournament. I'm like, wow, how is this guy not in CBLOL? Like, how good are the junglers in CBLOL for this guy to be missing, you know? Because he really is a player that I feel like has a lot of potential. But that said, we got to dive straight into this draft. It is indeed a side swap as Vivo Cade Stars gets their hands on blue side for the first time in this best of 3. And it will be a first pick Azir for Kisei.
Yeah, makes it through the banning phase, as it's been the same 3 bans from Fuego: Elise, Ashe, and Skarner. Oh, yeah, actually, that is new. It was banned on second rotation last time around.
Yeah, so I do appreciate that one, though, as Fuego looks like they could just go for a Xayah Rakan comp. I will say a lot of the answers to Xayah are missing. Jhin, Varus, Ziggs, Seraphine, all good picks into Xayah. And Ashe banned as well off the board with ADs being narrowed. Could easily be the pairing. Just build a Xayah Rakan comp and then give Rakan some people to piggyback off of in terms of getting to that backline is the other option here for Fuego if they want to draft something like a Wukong or a Vi, or just take the answer to mid, as it will be Orianna making only her second appearance in the tournament. That's a bit surprising to me, given how much Orianna and Sinner we've been seeing in the World's Champ queue over on this patch in EU West.
I like the combination of Orianna with the Rakan. Good ball delivery system. Yeah. And as well, if you go for a Xayah right now, later. Yes, a lot of the lane counters aren't there, but Xayah can struggle against the range of the Azir, even if you can dodge out the big shuffle plays. So maybe hold that AD carry a little longer, and now the answer will be Alistar. Kai'Sa made it through. I was thinking about that, and it is locked in now. I think it makes more sense for Vivo stars and what they had drafted already. So really good delivery system for the Kai'Sa onto the backline. Good delivery system for the Orianna, who can get their combos off better.
I was going to be surprised if that was going to be a Draven, but, you know, I have a feeling it's going to be Xayah. And then, of course, just try to find a ball carrier later on. I mean, Vayne, unironically, if you're going to play Vayne into a lane like Alistar Kai'Sa, that would be the lane to play Vayne in. Wow, we actually might see... I'm trying not to get baited by a hover here, Kangas. That is a fatal flaw of mine. Is that
Time's up, but we don't see it locked in yet on our screen, so hopefully we'll have an update, because if that is a Draven, that suddenly makes this composition very spicy. The Vayne would have been fun for lane, not as great for, again, the Azir. Zyko, let's go! As his friend, somebody sitting there, a little shy. Okay, Cubby, it's locked in. We got Draven.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Well, okay. We're going to go do some homework. How often have we played Draven if we are Viros this season? As it looks like Draven 4 played, 1 and 3 for Fuego so far. And at his career stats, it's only been rookie year for Viros. The fact that he's making it here and performing the way he is, not bad. But yeah, I mean, Draven, that really puts a clock for me on Fuego. They need to make sure they get some early kills. If not, Kai'Sa, the ability to attack Draven later on in this game, it's going to be rather big. So it really feels like Fuego need to get off to the races in this one already.
Unless they draft scaling elsewhere, but I also like the idea of just doubling down, tripling down on the Xin Zhao, things like that. Still available, but instead could be the Viego, and it is locked in.
It's good. It's been good for Mataz. He was a beast on this just yesterday. We were highlighting this in the first 2 games being a big pick for him in draft. That's taken. That said, I like how you called out the Xin Zhao. I feel like that or Wukong would be really big here. Like Wukong just being able to kind of go in, tank boss, buy some space a little bit for the Kai'Sa Azir that will have plenty of damage. As meanwhile, Tyrion on the blue side looks like out of carry picks will just be the Ornn in the top side for himself. Couple answers for Fuego. If you want to get real creative, by the way, a Sylas top for ADD would be pretty beast. Oh boy, it's a Sorolu special. We got the Rengar.
We got it. We got Rengar locked in. We got Draven. We got Rengar. We got Chad picks. Everybody, Fuego versus Vivo Stars. Game 3 elimination on the line. Tournament lives on the line, and we are getting spicy in the draft.
Yeah, so he was drawing Rengar bans later on in drafts. ADD gonna go for the Shen. That is one good way to really combat against getting assassinated by Rengar. And you gotta imagine, that can go on Draven, it can go on Viego. My one concern is that the only real ball carrier for Fuego, it really is Rakan being the best. You have other options, but Shen Taunt connecting, I think not the best opener. I'd much rather prefer a quickness grand entrance into the Shockwave combo. And we'll see if Rengar is able to hunt around those Stand United cooldowns from ADD, because that shield coming in can really just negate a Rengar one-shot and really leave Rengar out to dry. But Sorolu, in some of the tape, he actually won a Game 5 Rengar game in the CBLOL Academy playoffs. He's known for Rengar and talent on the ladder from CBLOL Academy. So going to Comfort here in Game 3, and he does have some immobile picks to try and assassinate. So we'll see if Rengar can get going.
I gotta say, though, terrifying to play the Rengar into all the CC, as well as just the fact that Draven, you stand aside as soon as you jump in. He might just pop you before you get a chance to pop him, depending on who gets further ahead. So a lot of this will come down to how the gold is looking, how the pockets are stuffed for both of the carries, for all the carries on the teams. Because yes, the Rakan can always go for the big engage. He's a little squishy. If you're using Sand United on him, you're not going to have it for whoever the Rengar is looking at that point. As we get another look at the crowd here, they're ready. They're roaring to go. Shout out to Kui yet again on the stream. 1-1 on the scoreboard. Tournament lives on the line. Who goes home? Who advances in the lower bracket? It's Vivo Cade Stars versus Fuego. Game 3. Can't quite make out which side of the fan base is louder, but you got to imagine the home team making some noise for Vivo Cade Stars as they're taking on Fuego in this do-or-die situation yet again. 5-fan start from Vivo Cade and an early invade from Fuego.
Kise going for the Conqueror on Azir, as it has been really big in some of the fights when you are able to get some space and scale up. Alistar, Ornn going to be very good at holding the line, but Kangas, oh, hold on. Gonna hold our breath here for the cow. We don't want to be mincemeat early.
Yeah, level 1 Alistar, not that big of a tank yet. Ooh, he's able to dodge out on the taunt, though. Well done from Telos.
Even flashing the emote. Those are the hands we like to see. No sweeper, though, so we're just walking in blind as Sorolu. I really feel like this game's going to come down to the junglers, but it could come down to just a level 1 as everyone stacked up in game 3.
Whoever wins this, again, the tournament lives on the line, and ADD's away from the rest of the team. Fuego's top laner in a rough position, but we are 5v5ing at the red buff. This is a full-on team fight, level 1, no holds bar, scrap.
I mean,
as Fuego will actually decide to walk away. ADD yet again just getting punished here, but I mean, I gotta say, Vivo Cade are happier with this because they're earlier on the camps here. Mataz is gonna have to run all the way back to his jungle.
Okay, real quick, ADT, looks like he's gonna save that TP and walk. That's gonna hurt. He also started E, that hurts even more. Meanwhile, Morteus did miss a couple of the melee creeps, but oh no, he actually got XP for everyone.
Okay,
that's big, but he is gonna be chunked level 1. Yeah, Ignite for barrier though. I will say the fact that Morteus got access to what I think is all the XP in that lane is critical. Because if he was starved out of levels against a Draven Rakan, this is the lane that's looking to bully early for Fuego. The fact that you denied the split map from Fuego and Mataz by protecting that bot invade is already big as Sorolu. Gonna do a little bit of an awkward clear to pick up some of his camps, but was able to get 2 and will now make his way towards his red buff around the vision.
Ooh. Tyrion, meanwhile, with that level lead over ADD. He's trying to show off his damage advantage right now. But yeah, very creative from Sorolu. He's trying to dodge the vision. So I think he's... Oh, Mataz thinks that he's topside. Mataz, because he saw him pathing away, does not expect Sorolu to be here. They're going to go for the dive, and they do not know that there's a Rengar in the brush. Virus goes down. First blood to Morteus.
Said this one might have came down to the junglers, and it's Sorolu. Yeah. The creative path, the 2-cap to go protect Hover bot. He's going to lose for this, but protects his bot side. Prevents Morteus from getting dove and finds first blood on the Kaisa instead of something like the Draven. That's a really big answer from Sorolu. The answer from Mataz is to take this red buff. Telos is walking up.
I mean, they can just jump onto Baula right now, and it is red buff secure. Stolen away, Sorolu gets it, Baula's in trouble, and it's Morteus picks up a kill onto Baula. As Mataz will need to try and get over the wall, and he cannot escape Sorolu. The buff transfer complete. He will pick up both of them, and a roaring start for Vivo Cade Stars.
Oh, the Viego was so big for Mataz yesterday, but it's the Rengar for Sorolu, the pick that he used to win late-game Fearless drafts in the CBLOL Academy playoffs. It's back in Game 3 here. Again, comfort for him from the solo queue ladder. And it's Rengar early on. All the fights that Fuego took into this champ. If you're able to interact with the brushes, I mean, you're chilling as Rengar. And I got to give so much credit to Sorolu, this creative path. He got around all the wards. Fuego never saw this coming. Sorolu saw it coming from a mile away. Able to turn this play. And then the extended play picks up level 3 off this camp with the smite. And still at the health bar, the time to actually get involved in the follow-up gets him 2 more kills as Sorolu smurfing this early game.
Yeah, the buff did go over to Mataz, but he cannot get out after the fact. Cirilo with that final auto even gets the kill for himself as 2 picked up by Morteus. This early game firmly in the lead for Vivo Cade Stars. And right as I had said coming into it, pressure has never been higher for most of these players. This is a lot of their first international event ever, the first ever of its kind for America's challengers. And now with elimination on the line, with how this game has started, Fuego, you gotta think, can they keep the mental? Can they keep the faith? And can they right the wrongs of how this early game has gone to try and turn things around here? They still have Draven, still a threat. I don't want them to get, too scared and stop trying to push their little leads that they can find.
I mean, if they're going to do anything, it's got to be off the back of Mataz still. He's been so big on this Viego. Like, I feel like this play for Drake is still sound. Like, you are Draven, so playing 4 early Drakes on this timer, always doable, even if you are behind. But the window for how long you're going to be able to bully this Kai'Sa in the bot lane as Draven, it's just not going to be there this game. Because Kai'Sa, like, look at the item breakpoint we're at. I know that we were talking about Cirilo, who really made that last string of plays happen for Vivo Cade Stars, but the benefactor was Morteus. On the Kai'Sa, the champ that scales to infinity, is Telas. He headbutted the ground.
Yeah, well, he pulverized the ground, does headbutt onto Virus, as he has to flash away with the barrier, and he gets out of there. So Telas a little bit of an oopsie, but it actually kind of baits in.
Yeah.
Virus to go for more. Ooh, shockwave
that
mid.
Pulverize was a headbutt towards me. I missed that one, you know?
It's okay, you're a Braum player. I'll give you a pass here.
Yeah. As we like to say in the words of APA, that one caught air. But hey, Telas was at least able to get a flash out of Viros, which is always very worth it. And this is a lane that Cirilo can potentially revisit when he makes his way back. That said, my eyes are on the Grubs at the moment. We'll see if Vivo Cade Stars decide to rotate up there at all, as their bot lane does have pressure. They have the option to send Morteus and Telas up top if they want to try and play for Grubs. ADD just TP'd back to that lane. So you could get a very favorable scenario, especially with Tyran's TP coming up. If he walks bot right now, it could be up in time to actually have a man advantage for the Dragon if the Draven doesn't walk up here. So keep your eyes on where Morteus goes off this base. Yeah, he's working his way towards that top side.
Okay, so we see Fuego back onto the map right now. Immediately onto these Grubs.
Oh, everyone's coming.
Yeah, this is about to be a scrap, but look at where Virus is. Way far away. He's back in base, so it's a 4v5 for Fuego right now. As long as they don't push too aggressively, they could just take the one Grub and back off. If Mataz can hit level 6 off of these Raptors, maybe they'll look for the fight at that point, but okay.
Yeah, he got it.
Start off onto ADD. Mataz is level 6, Cirilo is still level 5. This is a big fight for Fuego. If they can find a Call to Forge, gotta use Flash Forward, and he misses it! The stand aside from Virus was enough as ADD now going into front line, and Telas with a triple knockup, but there's just no follow-up for the rest of the team. The resets come through, and Mataz on the Viego can be that guy. He can be that carry. Virus on the Draven getting another kill as well. Fuego winning the fight for the Grubs.
So well played by Mataz. He picked up the one Grub, went to his Raptor camp. That gave him level 6, and then because he was in the Shroud, they didn't really spot that from Viego. So I really feel like Vivo Cade Stars were caught off guard by the level 6 Viego entering that fight. And of course, in the replay, you caught it, Kangas. Good catch here, but Viros the cancel on the stand aside. You're trying to flash forward to hit the choo-choo train. Stand aside says, no, no, no. You're going to have to eat really the Viego damage here as Mataz got that big reset. And once you get a reset as Viego at this point of the game, really hard to play out the fight from there. ADD again, the shield onto Viego. The game plan for Fuego is to get Mataz that reset, go from there in the fights. Everything's going to be used to try and get that first kill. So
let's go back in time even.
Defense.
Let's go back in time even a little bit, Cubby, because yes, Cirilo is exciting, seeing that read where he turns the dive bot side. Then he makes a second dive bot. This is his third gank bot lane in 8 minutes, 9 minutes into the game. Virus will survive this one as well with the barrier, and Cirilo is just going to go down here with the backup of Mataz. Headbutt from the Telas will buy a little time, but Baula with the Ignite will claim the kill. This Rengar has spent so much time not clearing camps, and that is the third time in the bottom lane. He is falling behind in clear. He is falling behind in XP. That's part of why Mataz was able to hit level 6 first, and a big reason as to why Fuego was able to turn that play there.
I think that play is there, but the root missed. The empowered root from the E on Rengar went wide for Cirilo. If that connects, I do think they take down the Draven, but that went wide. able to turn the play as Fuego, and now bold lead for themselves. And that early game that went so wayward in the bot side, I mean, Kaisa is still going to be fed in this game, but it's in much better shape with Mataz having a really good positioning in the jungle. As you highlighted, Kangas, to take over, he has a full level up on this Rengar if you look at the XP bars on the screen, and he's going to have a pretty solid first base here, as it looks like he's going towards potentially a Bork. We're a little bit of a split build at the moment as he picked up a Ruby Crystal, which will be used later, as that's being stored in, from Home Depot. It's a house project later on.
Yeah, he picked up some storage bins. They were a good deal.
Yeah.
You never have too much storage space, people. That is the lesson here, as Mataz is at least, like you said, a level up. He is well ahead in the clear. Let's take a look at the gold difference, and it's actually Zelt, of all people, that's leading the charge.
Yeah, some of the changes made to Azir on this patch, the the soldiers do a little bit less damage early. It does help Orianna in this matchup quite a bit, so I actually feel like Zelt, and this should be the standard now for the Ori Azir matchup with some of the changes coming in, that Ori's up a little bit like this. So
ready to fight
here. Again, he says he's been such a big player for Vivo Keydstars, one that even Fuego highlighted.
Oh,
so look at him.
Watch this, Cubby.
Yeah,
Tyran's on the flank, and ADD has Stand United. This is going to be another 5v5. Our second 5v5 at 11 minutes in the game, potentially. Let's see if Fuego want to take it. They have the combo. Watch Orianna and Rakan. They're positioning for it. ADD still on that flank.
Spotted.
He could just group up with the rest of the team. Tell us on a flank of his own. Now he calls that off. Baula no longer in position to start things off with Zelt. Call the Forge God is used just to threaten. They hit Zelt. I don't think they're going to commit. They're off the Dragon as well. Vivocade weren't sure what they wanted to do with it. As Stand United is used. Baula now going for the engage. Can he get the damage? Kissei with the big flank, but he does not actually pull off the shuffle. I don't know if that hit a single champion, as he tried to make the hero moment happen for Vivocade, but Fuego absorbed the play and they dish it right on back. Zelt with his second kill on the board, and Fuego with the team fight win.
Yeah, big overreach there from Kissei, who I really feel like the Azir's job in this fight should be to hold the line. You can auto the Shen de Viego if you let them enter the fight first, but Kissei tries to be a hero, tries to play that missile Azir, gets buffered from the ultimate of Mataz's Viego, who turns the fight, gets the objective for themselves. We're going to take a second look. It's ADD burns this ult early on onto Zelt, and then Balda. And speaking of whiffs, Balda misses everything. And I thought here, hey, we can catch the fight, it's okay. But when Kissei sends everything in, it breaks the front to back, which I feel like could have been playable there for Vivo Keydstars. And the fact that that breaks, it's Mataz gets a reset, able to clean the rest of the fight up. 2 kills and a Dragon for Fuego.
There's a crucial misread that happens all the time. If you think your opponent are cowards, they're going to be running away, and you position the shuffle there. Fuego are no cowards, man. They were moving forward, and they just naturally walked away from where that Emperor's Divide was positioned, meaning that they were not caught up in it. Just say, like you said, overreaching. And I gotta say, this is elimination for both teams. The fact that we've had 2 5v5 fights. We've had 3. We had a level 1 5v5. It didn't fully break out into a fight, but neither of these teams are backing down. Neither of them are playing scared. Both of them are playing to win, and right now it's Fuego playing to this bottom lane. Kissei with no ultimate, no summoner spells, and no chance of escape, and it's Baula with a kill credit.
Love the overload. Another kill onto Mataz, and Zelt gets some free time with the turret. Kissei had no flash, has no TP to respond, so everything going the way of Fuego. And man, what a comeback. Again, that read from Rolu to break the first play, like they broke the level 1, they broke the 3-wave dive into bot lane where they got 2 kills onto this Kaisa. Feels like at this point of the game, Morteus has to be the saving grace for the scaling because everything else is going to the wayside for Vivo Keydstars.
Okay, Fuego need to be careful though. Don't let hubris be your downfall as they back away from the potential, engage the potential.
No hubris on Virus yet, you know. If there's a hubris anywhere, it's going to be on Sorolu.
I see
what you did there, Kangas, you know.
Yeah, Sorolu, speaking of,
gotta keep up with
on the Rengar here, still behind. He still hasn't been able to really find a way back into this game despite having a very impressive start.
Well, that's a hell of an attempt there, as we have Dravenall looking to deny the chickens. Still were able to go over to the kitty cat.
Yeah, one.
As Sorolu now entering the bot side with Kisei. Looks like they might look for a play on whoever shows bot. I think hoping it's Zelt. The Zelt on the Orianna. Still flashless, but they will find ADD, who is much tankier and has a flash and a TP up for himself. So I don't think they can move ADD on this side of the map.
But the fact that ADD is able to answer really anywhere that the play is happening, Vivo Kid have to be very careful of where they actually try and make action start. They have not been winning the straight front-to-back 5v5s. They're instead going to dive the Shen. I actually do kind of like this. Nope, never mind. They pull off rather than committing to it. Because if you dive the Shen, nobody can stand united the Shen. It's his own ultimate. Instead, they're going to make the play into Virus.
No flash.
Well, the forge got used. The stand aside did not land that time around. The chain CC knockups. Virus is going to go down. And Morteus on a killing spree.
Stand aside didn't connect, and Stand United didn't either, as ADD casted the ult. Morteus able to get through the shield on the Kai'Sa again. Morteus has to be big this game, and this is a player that I know, talking with RMC, he was really excited about both ADs for the CBLOL representatives in this tournament. We've seen good games from Morteus. I know they dropped the Jhin game, but he was still fed early on in this one. On the Kai'Sa, the ability to reposition against a comp that has two immobile carries. Kai'Sa has the potential to really be big this game with all the space that can be created for Kai'Sa. Want to see if Morteus can rise to the occasion, because Vivo Kid Stars, they're going to need him if they want to win this game.
I mean, that is the only person with any kind of gold lead right now. Was able to survive the Draven lane.
Insane scaling.
Now, yeah, 3-0-1 on the Kai'Sa. Eyes will be on Morteus, but as we see live, it is Fuego still pushing what they can get on the map. They just took the turret in the top side. It's their first turret of the game, answering for the one mid, as ADD will grab another one down here. So 2 turrets to 1 so far on the scoreboard. Fuego still in the lead with now a 2,000 gold lead.
Still Morteus, he's going to be a big concern for Fuego. And they got to make sure that they, whatever executes they take moving forward here, it's just a little bit cleaner. As Virus is going to be very far behind compared to the Kai'Sa as well. So a little bit low damage profile, just between the build that we have for Mataz and also some of just the Draven being behind the Shen in the top lane. That does make it a little bit more difficult to actually find those early resets for the Viego. So it's kind of the hope of Vivo Kid Stars. And I want to see Sorolu show a little bit more restraint, because I think if he does go in too early, he's squishy and can be caught, and that would give a reset over to Mataz early on in the fight. Would love to see him play a little bit more peel or follow-up, or be secondary engage, actually, to the Ornn, just so he doesn't misposition himself and open up that window where Fuego is going to be looking towards the Rengar to get that early kill and get that reset for Viego.
I'm very confused by Vivo Cade's positioning here. Telos was hovering topside for Kisei to shove a wave in, and they're just giving up all priority around the dragon. This is the third, so it's not Soul yet. Is this our third Chemtech Soul in a row? I'm pretty sure all 3 dragons have been Chem Souls, right?
I know, I usually get to talk about like who uses and abuses it too, which Shen ult, that's a lot more shielding now with some Chemtechs, you know, it's kind of nice.
True. And now they're just going to dive the Shen again. It's make the play onto the Shen. They're going to clear the turret before the teleport comes through. Beautifully done, as ADD is shuffled back. Baula's here, but will only be able to watch as ADD falls. No, he does actually go in. They're going to try and turn the play, because Virus has joined as well. And what a stand aside! Stopping Sorolu from getting onto ADD. Surely that could have been the damage to kill the Shen. Virus playing defense here on the Draven. When you're behind, just play for the team instead. As Sorolu goes in, he still does do damage. Baula now has to flash away as Morteus repositions. Big shield on Baula, and he is just fine.
I mean, Fuego, they're playing the map through this. That stall on the top side, it's nothing for Vivo Kid Stars. They kind of bait him in to stick around way too long. Their tempo gets killed, and it's now Fuego able to get a double crash in the mid lane. As Mataz's actually going to take a lot of damage. He ended up catching tower aggro there. Well played from Tyrion.
Yeah.
Make that one happen.
If Tyrion had actually landed that knock-up on the wall, I think that might have been a kill. As AD is in a 1v2 situation, Kisei is trying to do damage. Sorolu's in trouble. Taunted up, flashes away. ADD, no flash available, and Kisei is just slowing him for days. He cannot get on to that Rengar. Now Kisei says, where you going, buddy? I thought we had an honest fight here. Tyrion's joining as well. Virus, very low mana, is not going to be able to save ADD. You have to imagine. You got to worry about saving yourself now. But Baula!
Hold on, he's out.
From Zelda, the Shockwave catches the flash of Tyrion. Virus cashes in. The Draven back online. Fuego They just refuse to let their champions die.
Vivo Cade Stars, they said they needed to play mid-game better if they wanted to win this series. In that sequence, they got delayed so much on the top side. They lost their tempo, end up losing mid. They got 2 Herald crashes, lost an outer, and then didn't reset in time to go for the forever fight on ADD, who's able to sneak out, gets his teammates to come back to help him out of the top side. The split focus at the end was the assumption that Shen was going to die. But the W on Shen's, the fact that it's really stuffed the Azir damage, that was enough to get ADD out, as ADD has been really big in this game. I know ADD's had, I think, some really high highs and low lows in this tournament. That was a high for him there, as the team was able to band around him. And Fuego now back in control with a 3K gold lead. Baron's on the map. It's 2 minutes until the Chemtech. A soul for them, somewhat valuable with all the shields and heals that their team has access to yet again. Not to mention staying alive for Viego, getting that soul itself. Being able to have some of that damage resistance. Really big for Viego to try and play aggressive and find those resets. Has really been the specialty of Montas in this tournament.
And again, just a reminder that the pressure has never been higher for the majority of these players in their careers, and Fuego are rising to the occasion.
Well,
they are fighting tooth and nail
pass,
at every moment. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
But either way,
MVP
they have been making it very difficult for Vivo K to find any of these plays. Yes, there were the first couple with the Rengar that went their way, but ever since then, whether they're diving ADD, whether they're playing away from ADD, it has not been working out for Vivo Cade Stars.
I really like the Shen pick. Like, it actually answers what the Rengar wanted to do, which is take out the mobile carries. The fact that you just have this giant shield. Sorolu can't play the game that he's used to playing, because whatever ult you take as Rengar, if you end up jumping on a champion, guess what? There's a 1100 shield coming right behind it, and ADD soon to follow boot. That's really tough for Rengar to get through, especially when you were set behind early. The way that Montas was able to recover and fight Sorolu and have that advantage early on. So really has slowed down this game plan for Vivo Cade Stars, and now, again, all the hopes have to be in that Kai'Sa basket, as Rage Blade completed. Very big for Mortes.
And I gotta say, I think it still comes down a bit to the Rengar with the Kai'Sa, because Sorolu can eat a lot of the cooldowns. You can be the one to get the stand aside from Draven, to get the stand united from Shen, to get the barrier from Draven. Once all those are down, now Morteus can try and get onto the backline and clean up, because I don't think Morteus is going to have enough damage to get through all of those on his own. But I hate to say it, Sorolu, you might just have to throw your body at them anyway and just be the guy to still get out the cooldowns to allow Morteus to step up, because it's never just going to be an isolated thing. We're teleporting mid lane before clearing the wave to give Morteus... Okay, we just wanted to speed run that buff.
Yeah, it's going to slow push for him, and this way, by playing the mid wave as a group, they will get into river. Kisei has to drop that top lane, though, and this is the power of Shen. ADD can just death push in the top lane if no one's there to answer him. Vivo Cade Stars are kind of forced to start the objective, but they have to play another mid wave. ADD gets to stay up top, and again, if any fight gets taken, it's a stand united, and he'll be in uncontested. So ADD, clock's running, Shen can get advantages here in this scenario.
Mataz and Tyrion playing with fire right there. The Spectral Maw in misses.
I can't believe they haven't started the objective, by the way.
Misses. Yeah, I mean, we're just taking turrets instead. Kisei's on the mid lane. He's going to take that one. ADD's taking the top one much slower, but still has a stand united, as Baula on the flank here, spotted up by Telos. Both of the big engage tools are not on the front lines. It's going to come down to Tyrion now for Vivo Cade Stars, as the Dragon has been started. There we go. Call the Forge God as it's interrupted yet again. Tyrion just can't get that off. Shockwave.
Nice combo.
Chain CC. Sorolu's trying to get out of there. Tyrion goes down. Telos lands a massive 4-champ knockup, and it is simply not enough. Fuego absorb the engage yet again, and they will just run all of these fights at Dragon. Morteus gets one on the tail end to go on a rampage, but that is a consolation prize. The real prize is Dragon's Soul over to Fuego.
Beautiful fight coming out from Fuego and Balda. Honestly, a player that I've been pretty impressed with as well. I know we've really sung the praises of Mataz, but Bala, some of these angles that he takes, getting the party started, that was a really good fight from him. Stopping the Ornhorn from coming through, finding a good shockwave, and also delivering ADD into the backline, as Yes, he did end up going down to the Kaisa, but Morteus was only hitting the Shen, while the rest of the team fell to Mataz and the Viego. As Chemsoul falls, Baron to boot, as this will be uncontested, and Fuego full control of their destiny here in Game 3.
I do like that Kisei committed to the side push. He's able to get that wave all the way to the tier 2 turret. So trying to get some gold in his pocket, but again, consolation prize. Let's get another look at this replay, because yeah, Baula really puts in a lot of work here.
Yeah, finds Sorolu, delivers ADD into the backline, who, again, can't be autoed when that W field is up. Does go down to Morteus in the end, but gets that Rengar away from everyone else so that Mataz can just get the 3 resets. Really good fight from Fuego, as I really feel like the combo of Baula and Zelt, just that opening to the fight, made it very difficult for Vivo K-Stars to have any chance.
It's so tough for Tyrion to be the primary engage. There's so many tools that stop the second cast of the Ornn ultimate. They call the Forge God is not a reliable form of engage. I think it's got to be Telos. Telos has to be the one to start things off with like a flash headbutt pulverize, have the Call the Forge God as the follow-up, because every time they try and use that as the primary way to start the fight, it gets interrupted, and then they lose the fight. Fuego have done such a good job of reading when the fight's going to start because it's so scripted with that ultimate available. And yeah, I think that Vivocade, they need to find a different way to get into these fights if they're going to take the front to back, because theoretically their composition still can function in a front to back scenario, now especially that the Azir has the Rabadon's death cap completed. You got to set it up correctly.
Yeah, now, I mean, again, Sorolu really, like, Sorolu doesn't really have any space to, you know, look for these Rengar plays again. Wherever he goes, Stand United can be there to answer. Really like this pick from ADD. I think that this was just a really big game changer for him, being able to play a tank, what ADD's always been known for back from his days when he was playing on MVP Ozone back in the OGN League. Yes, he's been playing for that long.
Shockwave onto 3.
Stand United.
Flash away from Call to Forge God. Morteus cannot get the damage in there, and Fuego absorbed the engage yet again.
ADD going to tank up the rest of the turret as Baula.
This little Emperor's Divide. Baula will tank 2 turret shots and get out just fine. All right, Fuego, they want to push right here, right now. I mean, they got the Dragon Soul, they got the Baron. They're trying to crack the base. So far, it's only been tier 2 turrets, as it's one that they managed to grab. Sorolu just throwing everything at Virus. Mataz uses the ultimate to push him away, and just a couple cooldowns expended again.
TP bot coming out from Orianna as Fuego looking to play mid into bot potentially. That's been a little bit of a messy Baron from them. I would have liked if they would have committed to a 4-1. Or like just have ADD top and then everyone split into one of the sides, just play both sides. They end up finding it at the end, but wasted a little bit of time in terms of getting there. So Baron, I don't think they took quite as much as they were looking for. I think the goal here was 3 inners. They only got 2. They chunked the 3rd, but still, it's really tough to see Vivo K-Stars finding any way back into this outside of this Kaisa, as Morteus has to be a monster if they want their tournament to continue.
And I mean, talk about pressure. We said it would be pressure on all players. Now it's pressure on this player. Morteus with 3 items completed as the Kaisa. Presumably all upgrades, I believe, with this build path. Maybe not fully the AP one yet, but you're going to be getting there eventually. Yeah, there we go. So Morteus is going to be the one that has to step up and maybe can get onto the back line, but we haven't seen that setup yet, again, just because of how janky the engages have been.
It's just so hard because, yes, he has to get onto the back line, but he also has to be wary of Stand United, because if the target he goes on gets that shield, he could get blown up. If he can't use the Killer Instinct, then you get zoned by Zelt's Orianna, which has been quite big. Now, I will say Zelt is the one member missing Flash for this upcoming fight, so it's an Elder fight. This could be game and series deciding, sending one of our teams to an early vacation, something that Vivo K-Stars specifically said they wanted to avoid. They wanted their season to continue. This could be it here, as Elder is up in 1 minute. You got to believe that Zelt is the target, as he is the one person missing Flash.
Orianna also sells the Seraphs as well, so big shield there. Again, the Locket from Baula can keep him alive. Yep. So many shields you have to chew through for Vivo K-Stars to actually take down a single member of Fuego. And Fuego, their fights have looked so smooth, so clean. They got another one coming up here in 40 seconds. as the Elder Dragon is spawning. And these specifically Dragon River fights have not gone the way of Evocade Stars. It has been Fuego every time. Finding the lead, and they're going to start off before the objective even spawns. Splashing Age on the Sorolu. Big heal comes back in as they haven't gotten the kill yet. Now turn attention onto Telos. Telos trying on the backline, but again, the Cold Forge God is canceled. Every single time, Fuego are relentless. Here and just cannot get it done as ADD goes in for the big engage. Emperor's Shuffle, Emperor's Divide from Kisei will not keep him alive. Sorolu, the only living member with Tyrann, trying to get some vision around the Dragon. Fuego can make so many plays. Do they go for the end or do they go for the Elder Dragon?
It's got to be the Elder. It pretty much guarantees you get the Baron too. As Fuego, this game was in their control and they cashed it in. I was a little bit concerned because the first W, the empowered one from Sorolu, really healed up all the health that was originally taken from him, but ADD was the big game changer for me in that fight. The taunt flash found two. He taunted someone and then flashed to taunt the second, which was Kisei, the most memorable target, as we aren't even going to talk about Tyrann going down. Elder falls, Ornn to follow.
It's
inevitable. You got to believe it's a Baron. Yeah.
The Dragon Soul, Elder Dragon, Baron in their sights. And a 9,000, about to be 10,000 gold lead. Fuego about to reverse sweep Vivocade Stars, keeping their positive win record against this team, this tournament alive, and keeping the hopes of LRN alive. Fuego showed up to this tournament. Not many people were talking about them as potential favorites, but they could, if they win another team fight here, make it at least a top 3. They're going to find Sorolu, who is looking for the steal, and they easily take him out. Zelt with the kill credit. Desperation from Vivocade will not reward them as Fuego earn themselves the Baron.
And I mean, Fuego, I didn't have this team top 4. To see them top 3 would be great. Again, I really enjoyed their draft. We've had good play from quite a few of their members in this series, but I got to highlight specifically Mataz and Balda in this one. It really feels like the playmaking from these two has been fantastic. I mean, name an Ornhorn that's gone through thanks to the play of Balda in this game. Every time the call of the Forge God is called, it cannot be answered because Balda is finding a way to get in the mix.
Exactly. The fact that the clear engage from Vivocade Stars has not landed in the last like 20 minutes. This just speaks to the focus of Fuego, the heart of Fuego. They had to win 2 back-to-back here. A high-pressure stakes scenario in the first ever America's Challengers tournament here. Many of these players' first ever time taken to the international stage, and they are rising to the occasion. Diamond's form under pressure. Watch how they shine as Morteus looks for the play onto Mataz, but he does get away from that one with the Heartbreaker. Evocade Stars are trying to defend mid, but they're losing their top inhibitor for it. And Fuego can take that and now reposition their members elsewhere on the Rift.
They have one more wave with Elder. So if Fuego wants to fight, they should look here. That said, they don't need the fight. They just need to lean on their strength now. Full sack mode here from Vivocade is, of course, 10 seconds left of Elder. Don't want to sniff out any fight while that buff is still in the hands of Fuego. But now we do have Sorolu trying to find an angle.
He's flanking. Does not have the ultimate, and that's going to mean quickness from Baul. A flash away from Sorolu. He's just trying to distract them. Call the Forge God has been used, and it's second casted. And it does not matter. Vivocade Stars do not have the follow-up, but they do have Killer Instinct coming off cooldown in probably about 20 seconds here, maybe 15 for Morteus.
Yeah.
Can't get onto the backline yet. They will defend the push for now.
Rengar can play off this wave with his ultimate if he wants to cast it. I wouldn't be surprised if Sorolu does. And we are in a world where if you are Vivocade Stars, the least that you could ask for after that sequence was to live to fight another Elder. That is really the world that we're in now, and it honestly feels like the best that Vivocade Stars could do.
5-0-7 for Zelts. What a performance from this mid laner coming in here.
There's no flash
as the rest of Fuego. Yeah, we have flash from Zelt. There he is! The Orianna just solo kills Sorolu. Paola got an assist. That was just a shield from the battle dance. Don't get it twisted. That was all Zelt all day.
Very quietly, Zelt has gotten very big in this game. Again, Kisei was the big difference maker in game 1. It's been Zelt in this game 3, shutting down the player that Fuego specifically identified as the strongest link for Vivocade Stars. We saw Kisei torpedo himself into that first fight and really hasn't been able to come online since. As Zelt on this Orianna has been very big at taking space and just having good combos with Balba. And they're one more from moving on in this tournament.
They have a 5v4 fight right now. Balba goes in for another engage onto Tellus. The top follows up. Unbreakable will keep Tellus alive for right now, as that is the final inhibitor to fall. VKS have nothing left in the base, save for Nexus turrets. And one of those is only half strength. Fuego. And just wait for these waves to come in. ADD goes for it. The shockwave engage. Call the Forge got out of 3. Tellus gets Morteus out of the backline. Morteus might just be able to do it. He gets one. He's going to get a second one. Virus will fall. Flash from Morteus. And VKS, they hold the line. What an engage from Tellus. What a follow-up from Morteus. Vivo Kate Stars will not give it to Fuego that easily. Zell will give the kill credit to Tyrion. But Vivo Kate Stars hold the line.
We were teasing Morteus having to be the saving grace for this game, and he shows up on death's door for Vivo Kate Stars. He's the key to this victory if they want to have it. I think the big difference there was when he went in, Zelt went golden. He wasn't able to help DPS down Morteus. Draven was already way too low, so Morteus easily took down Viros. And then, when Zelt comes back alive, Morteus is able to use his summoner spells to navigate that fight around the Orianna. Keep your eyes on Morteus here, as it starts off with a flash shockwave. It's a nice engage from ADD. Kisei importantly lives, he flashes out, and then it's all about Morteus. Gets Mataz on the back half, finds Viros, and is able to use his flash to get around all the spells of Zelt, who gets cleaned up by the rest of the team. Beautiful fight from Morteus. It's a tough task for him to navigate the Shen to stand united to make sure he's picking the right targets. But man, finding Mataz first was the key to keeping Vivo Kate Stars alive.
And it looked like it was Fuego that actually found the pick. It was another taunt from ADD with the shockwave from Zelt to start things off. But they forgot about Morteus. He can't do that again. ADD's all alone right now. The team's backing him up now as Morteus is chunked out to start things off. Virus, he looked to flash in. Call the Forge God does land. Tellus with a big engage. Paula trying to keep everybody alive. It's Mataz who actually gets out of the carries. It's Mataz that makes it happen. It's a double kill for Virus as he gets the credit. Fuego hold the line this time around as the pressure rose. Diamonds formed. Fuego, the pride of LRN, with their backs against the wall, will take a reverse sweep series victory against Vivo Kate Stars, and they will advance in the lower bracket.
And just as we thought Vivo Kate Stars could maybe sneak their way back into Game 3, Morteus, it was the summoner spells available to him that opened up that big fight to find the one win against Vivo Kate Stars, but no summoner spells that time around. Insta-fight taken from Fuego, and they can see if they can stay hot in this tournament as they avoid elimination, and will face the loser of our second series today in a best-of-5 tomorrow.
Fighting tooth and nail. Game 2, it was a comeback. They were down about 5,000 gold, and they needed their composition to come online. But in this game, it was about scrapping for everything. This is the Fuego that we were promised. This is the play style that I wanted to see. They were fighting level 1 5v5. They were fighting 5v5 for the first spawn of Grubs. They fought 5v5 for the second Dragon spawn. They fought for everything. And they were winning those fights because of the ability for Baula to stop the Ornn engages time after time after time, and the ability for Mataz to get those resets and pop off in those fights.
Yeah, I gotta give credit too to ADD on that Shen pick. You know, we've seen high highs and low lows from ADD. I thought the Shen was a great pick that game for Vivo Kate Stars. Took away a lot of the win conditions of that Rengar-Kai'Sa combo, just finding picks. You have to get through an 1100 shield. We only saw Kai'Sa be able to do that twice, and it made it so much harder for Morteus to pick those spots, because Kai'Sa was the one that did get fed early, but just wasn't able to convert, as I really think that Balba and Mataz, those early to mid-game fights, just played him better. And if you get that first kill on Viego, those fights get easy, and we saw Mataz and Viego yet again come up big in this tournament.
Yeah, and I gotta say, going back to the fact that Tyrion kept going for the primary engage as Ornn in range of the engage, it goes both ways. It looks great for Bala to constantly find that, but you gotta start wondering, when was VKS gonna adapt? When were they gonna say, okay, the Ornn primary engage isn't working, maybe let's try Telos going in? By the time they actually found the Telos plus Morteus combo, like you said, it was just too late. Yes, they hold the line, but that's all they were able to hold as the game slipped away from them very quickly after that.
Yeah, I believe we got post-game coming on up. As you can see,
Yep.
Rather early on. I mean, it was the first couple of plays from Sorolu that got them that lead in bot lane, but the Grubs fight ended up being really big for Mataz and Fuego. And you can see, I mean, again, very quietly, Zelt just putting together a massive game. I got to think back to that first Dragon fight we had as well, where Kisei kind of torpedoed himself into the back line, ended up just getting one shot. Not playing the Azir to really what the comp required, which was holding the line and trying to buy some space for this Kai'Sa that was really going to struggle to find space against this team. So mine goes back to there as well. I think that really started the chain of events where it felt like Fuego could not lose until that one fight where Morteus was able to find something, but then no summoner spells. Couldn't create the same magic that we saw Morteus create in Abyss.
Also, shout out to ADD. I know you're beating on an Ornn for a lot of that, but doing the second most damage in the game, out damaging everybody on the opposing teams. It doesn't matter that Morteus was fed on the Kai'Sa early on, because that laning phase did not go well. It felt like the early game did belong to Vivo Stars, but quickly it fell apart due to the Rengar just constantly going for these ganks as opposed to farming up and then falling behind an XP, and that kind of snowballing into these teamfight wins for the side of Fuego. But yeah, I mean, ADD on the Shen was that big thorn in the side. We saw that they did not know how to deal with it. They were like, okay, let's make plays. Oh, Shen's ulting in. Okay, let's stop making plays in the fights. Let's go try and make side lane plays on the Shen. Okay, we're not pulling that off. How about we just go for 5v5s? Okay, we're not engaging correctly. Like, Vivo just couldn't solve the puzzle that was Fuego's draft.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of good performances out of Fuego. Again, this has been the big surprise for me in this tournament. Like, on top of Dragonsteel dropping out early, I feel like Fuego taking a top 3 is the second real big surprise. These guys have earned it. Mataz's Viego continues to run the tournament. Balda's had a really nice tournament as well at support. Loves some of the angles that he's been taking, and I feel like this was another very strong game that he added to his resume. So yeah, really, really good play coming out of Fuego.
And it means that we do have 3 representatives in the top 3.
From
we have
3
one
regions.
from LRN, we have one from CB LOL Academy, we have one from NACL, which makes things very exciting for all the regions. That's the whole reason we came together for this entire event, as I believe we're going to be able to take a look at some highlights here from that Game 3 to see how Fuego were able to seal that deal. It makes things so much more exciting when expectations are dashed. I love it when you have these expectations coming into an event and then suddenly the tournament favorites are out before playoffs. The team that a lot of people had maybe like 5th, maybe 4th, is able to push for top 3, potentially further. We'll see how far Fuego can go in this lower bracket. They're going to be waiting their opponents later. But for now, this opponent was one that they were able to topple.
I mean, this was one of the first fights where we saw Tyrion not be able to get off that Call of the Forge God. Potential to line up a big one on the Virus, who was down the flash, but that stand aside means that Draven's able to stand tall in the fight, and to stand united, making sure that Mataz could get those resets easily, as Vivo Stars had to kind of go to the wayside. And then, again, like, this was one from Zelt, completely stymied by stand united. And then Balda, I mean, this engage misses, but this was the one from Kisei. Just going torpedo mode this time around as Azir. Not what this champ needs to do in this comp. And that really helped make sure that Fuego could find an easy fight. And these were the couple fights that really gave Fuego that early lead where they could throw their weight around and continue to find fights and skirmishes, just force Vivo Stars off.
And this is the next one. Bala repositions from the bottom flank to the top flank.
Yeah,
takes Tyrion completely by surprise right there.
The Shockwave to boot, as well as Zelt Balda, were in sync this game. As we saw the ball carrier mostly be Rakan. ADD had a nifty one in the back half. I think it was a good entrance into the fight, but that was the one fight they ended up dropping. But yeah, again, it really felt like Fuego just hit critical mass. No one could break ADD. And Zelt was so far ahead that with all the shields that could come down onto Mataz, it was just impossible to have the first kill of the fight go over to Vivo Stars, or for them to really deal with this Viego, who was very much empowered by the team. So I know that you know, we may or may not be at least voting for Montaz for MVP on our side of the broadcast. Of course, we have 3 languages here covering the Americas tournament, but I feel like any MVP vote for Montaz, especially in this game, it's got to be a team effort with all the picks that were supporting Viego to make sure that Montaz could pop off.
Yeah, and the fact that Zelt, of course, was the top damage dealer, only died 1 time at the very end, even giving the kill over to the Ornn of all things very strategically. I think that there's arguments for a lot of players. Baula had a great series too, but my favorite part about watching Fuego was, again, when the pressure was on, they stepped up to the occasion. Game 1, they did not have a lot of synergy when they were going for the engages. Baula on the Leona was trying to find these picks. Nobody was following up with the Ziggs, with the Corki, but this time around, everybody came together and were able to take that. So I can't wait till we have our interview set up here with our victor to chat with him, and we have it now. So Zelt, congratulations on the win. I want to start off by saying, backs against the wall, how did you clutch up in game 2 and 3? What was the pressure like on the team?
Okay, first, thank you. And I think, yeah, we need to do like a clutch play, definitely. Like, we need to one-shot Akali somehow. And we were like talking, okay, guys, we need to dragon fight. If it's here. And yeah, he just randomly ran into us without his whole team. And he just died by one-shot, so yeah, he trolled, honestly. I wouldn't troll if I was Akali with that lead.
Yeah, Zelt, I do want to say, like, in the interviews that you guys were doing before this match, you were specifically identifying Kise as a player that, you know, was a strong point for Vivo Cade Stars. Obviously, game 1 went their way, but then to bounce back, what kind of went into the other games? Because, like, game 3, your Orianna was fantastic. I got to say, like, are control mages something that's a little bit more comfortable for you as a player that I'm not as familiar with? Because you looked damn good in the Ori there in game 3.
Yeah, like, historically, I have been like a control mage player, but I can also play assassins. Like, we are in Fearless Draft, so I will have to play more champions. But yeah, that's my best champion, I can tell.
Well, I want to quickly give you the opportunity, Zelt. What message do you have for the LRN fans out there that are cheering you on?
Message for the LRN fans, thank you, and we can be the first Latin America Pride. And that's all.
Thank you very much, Zelt, for coming
congrats.
on. Congratulations on the win, but we're going to have to let you get going here while we move on with the show. So best of luck in the rest of the lower bracket.
Thank you, thank you.
And with that said, now it's time to talk about our MVP of the series. Awesome to hear from Zelt and his thought on his own play. So he can play everything, Cubby. Expectations, dash. But here we go. The actual MVP picked up for the series. Reminder, this is not for a game. This is for the full best of 3 series, is Mataz, the jungler from Fuego.
Yeah, I really feel like he was the one that turned the tides of the ship in that game 2 with the Jarvan, being the one that was taking the majority of the plays. I want to shout out Zelt, though. Like, there were a lot of good performances here from Fuego in this series, but it was the fate sealed from Zelt in that game 2 that really felt like it turned the tides of the series as a whole, and his Ori in game 3 was obviously fantastic. Montaz was the one that was really leading the charge and taking a lot of the engages. I feel like that in the game 2 was the breaking point for me, but it feels like Fuego, I mean, they have an identity. Like, when backs are up against the wall, the comps they ran in game 2 and 3 really empowered Montaz, and whatever team they face tomorrow is going to have to keep that in the back of their heads, as it seems like a winning strategy for Fuego, unleashing their jungler.
Well, I'm happy you bring that up. Fuego advance in the lower bracket, but up next on our show today, we'll figure out who their opponent is, because our upper bracket finals are kicking off here between Fearx Starforge and Pain Gaming Academy right after this. Hello and welcome back to America's Challengers Playoffs Day 2. We are in the upper bracket to determine who will be the raid bosses of the entire America's Challengers first ever year, because we got Fuego Starforge taking on Pain Gaming Academy. The two teams that have looked the best so far throughout the event. No surprise that they are both the finalists in the upper bracket.
I'm excited for this matchup. I know that these are the 2 seeds from CBLOL and NACL, but they've been playing like the 1 seeds, and they are the teams left for their respective regions. Pain was a team that was very much on my radar going in. They looked really strong in their tape, and they've put together some strong tape in this tournament as well. As Fierce Starforge, I think they've struggled a little bit to get here. So honestly, I have Pain favored in this matchup going into the day, and I'm curious to see if Fierce Starforge can break my expectation.
You don't see it on the bracket graphic right there, but Pain Gaming, quick and swift 2-0 over Vivo Stars. Fuego Starforge had to fight their way back. They almost dropped their series to Fuego, very much in the same way that Fuego just won their series against Vivo Stars. So expectations, I think we have Pain Gaming definitely as favorites here. Either way, a loss is not out of the tournament. Whoever loses this goes into the lower bracket to face off against Fuego. So let's meet the competitors today. For Pain Gaming Academy, in the top lane, hit on jungler Tatu, as they are no strangers to this stage. The Brazilian representatives with the home crowd behind the mid laner Quats. And getting into the bot lane, we will have Marvin in the AD carry position. Love the mustache, by the way, party in the back, business up front, and of course support Geeks.
And this team, for me, their top side has really been what is firing on all cylinders. And I'm very excited for the Axu versus Tatu matchup. I think both junglers have been fantastic in this tournament.
And on the other side of the rift from Fuego Starforge, the only remaining NACL representative as second seed. In the top lane, you saw Philip. In the jungle, you see Xu. Swapping words with jungler Tatu. Will be able to hear that later on, but Blaze Olive in the mid lane on his return to competitive play, having great success so far, along with Instinct in the bottom lane, and support Winsome.
And for this team, all 5 players at one point did play on the LCS stage, but none were able to hold the trophy or go international. This is their chance to really right some of those wrongs and make a name for themselves. They've all had a nice bounce back here.
Well, we actually got a chance to chat with some of the players ahead of this match, so let's hear how they're feeling about their upper bracket finals.
Bom, acho que a série contra a Cade realmente foi bem tranquila da nossa parte. A gente conversou bastante antes do jogo sobre scout, sobre como eles jogam, reveu nossos antigos jogos, a última série que a gente teve contra eles, que a gente acabou perdendo. A gente voltou com uma nova mentalidade, um novo estilo de jogo para poder enfrentar eles. Bom, acho que a Fierex é um time muito bom. A última vez que a gente enfrentou eles, a gente sofreu um pouquinho para ganhar sim. Acredito que eles têm bons nomes, bons jogadores, mas eu não vejo que seja um empecilho pra gente. Eu acredito que a gente consegue passar por cima deles bem tranquilo. Bom, para a torcida da PEN segura o coração que as coisas vão ficar interessantes nos próximos dias.
The series against Fuego, we had a much worse early game than we normally do in every single game. And I think that set us off on a really difficult beginning. I think against Pain, definitely Tatu and Xu have a lot of dialogue between them. So there's a lot of trash talk and talking in the games. So I think that's going to be something to focus on for us, is getting a good jungle matchup for Xu and allowing him to showcase why he's the better and why he's a better player and carry us to victory. Everybody knows that NA is the strongest region, and we're coming in and we're going to win, and all we have to do is play our game.
Well, Blaze Olive still has expectations for NACL and how North America will look in this tournament, saying that they should still be the favorites. But I'm curious, he mentioned Xu and the jungle beef with Tatu and how that can be a priority now in draft phase, getting him comfortable. Do we think that's a valid win condition for how Fuego Starforge have played and looked so far this tournament? Is Xu the guy that needs to step up and get on one of his carry picks?
Potentially, I think Xu's been putting together a very good tournament, but Tatu has as well. And of all the players that have like really jumped off the page at me as someone that, Obviously, I pride myself on my homework on my NACL tape, but definitely don't have the same tape when it comes to CBLOL. Tatu's been really good. Like, mechanically, I think he has great instincts for finding angles. He's able to execute. He's aggressive. His plans and adaptations to curveballs being thrown his way have been quite good. I really feel strongly that the two best junglers in the tournament are going toe-to-toe. And keep in mind, XU, he was a serviceable LCS player. Like, the fact that Tatu, as a rook, is very young for Pain, is able to, I think, compete with a player like XU is a great sign moving forward for Tatu and what Pain Gaming has in their Academy jungler.
Especially when we factor in that this is the first America's Challenger Tournament, but it's essentially the first celebration of the America's merger happening next year. We will have overlap in the ability for players, specifically Brazilian players, to get opportunities in LCS, for LCS players to get opportunities down in the Southern Conference, whatever they're going to be called at the end of the day. But this is kind of the tryouts. An event like this, if you can have people talking about you, like Tatu has gotten people talking about him, suddenly you're on the radar now for every team in Tier 1 and Tier 2 across all the regions, across all the conferences, that suddenly they want to pick you up. They want you on their roster. And if you can win here as well, that's just, further icing on the cake.
All right, well, diving into this, first up we got Quats, who I know, comfortable control mage player from talking with RMC again. It was great to have him be a part of this broadcast and really helped us with prep on the CBLOL Academy teams that he's so familiar with. That's going to be first picked. With that said, Ziggs is up. This has been a big pick again throughout the tournament, but it's 2-8, the record of it. So we will see if it can find a win. It has been rare. The key, though, is that the Kaisa, that has been the most common answer to it, that's 6-2 in the tournament, with 6-1 coming into the day, primarily being played against Ziggs. That was taken away. So I like this approach yet again from Fierce Starforge. I feel like some of our teams are learning how they still want to pilot the Ziggs.
It has not convinced me, and I have already nominated you to be president of the Ziggs Hate Club. First off, do you accept the nomination?
No, I kind of like Ziggs. I just feel like our teams are... I am hating on the teams that are playing Ziggs, Yeah.
Well, I will step in instead then into the race. I still just don't feel like it is going to be able to pack the same punch that it did before the nerfs. Your damage to turrets early on goes way down, even if you do still have that satchel. And again, it's because the players have not shown and the teams have not shown the ability to fully capitalize on what Ziggs brings to the table. Maybe it can work against something like a Jhin. You're able to outrange it, poke it down, but it's going to be tough to get through the front line of a Cassante, so they're going to need some more DPS instead. I liked the Smolder hover.
I think it's
we'll
the
see if
Smolder.
They go back to that.
Yeah, it's got to be Smolder Trist for a Bo3s who I know a big part of the prep that we had going into our NACL finals was that any edge that Fierce Starforge could find against Dragonsteel, Surdy really felt like was actually, it hinged on ABO's marksman play. So having this Ziggs, this Vi, it's going to give you a really strong opening to fights, and hopefully it buys enough space for the Smolder later on. And I want to see Fierce Starforge kind of build up a front line for Smolder to play behind as they piece together the rest of their comp. Looks like jungle bans will be thrown to protect Axio and get him a better matchup against Tatu, whereas I expect to see some potential support bans thrown out to deny some of these Ziggs pairings. I think a Rel ban would be very appropriate here from Pain.
Yeah, Rel, Leona, I mean, those are kind of the primary ones, maybe Nautilus instead, but no, it's focus on Philip's counter picks. As red side, they will get that counter pick for Philip in the top lane. I think that this means they want Hedun to be on a more comfortable top lane matchup.
You got to imagine that the Renekton is going to come out next, so they've done their scouting on Philip, because Philip will be very happy to take the Renekton into Cassante, historically speaking. But Philip, I will say the game plan against Fierce Starforge, it has been to attack Philip. Philip has played a few too many side lanes at a few too many points in this tournament that has been punished. Actually the Gnar being taken away. Maybe a sign of the patch. Of course, Gnar got 3 AD. Part of the reason we are seeing more Gnar. Gnar is historically a good matchup at Cassante. The 3 AD helps a lot. So I expect to see Renekton here, knowing Philip. Oh, never mind. Okay, we're going big. It's Mordekaiser, baby.
Wow. Mordekaiser picked up here into Hedun's Cassante.
I take it back. I don't love it, Kangas. I think that you need frontline as the Smolder comp.
Reverting the love.
Yes, it was a 10-second love streak. I'm back on the hate train. I like Mordekaiser and Cassante a lot. I think that as a Smolder comp, you need a frontline for Smolder. Mordekaiser can remove a piece, but he is not that tanky frontline. So it really will be the Vi alone. And now if you're playing that into a Kindred, the Kindred's ability to press R, extend the fights, and survive those smolder, proc ticks once you get to 225 could be quite big. And it's Tatu on a carry. Again, Tatu has been fantastic in this tournament.
Okay, I was wondering, is it going to be Alistair or Leona? It's instead Rel. Reason I was thinking Ali or Leona is because they are the true frontline tanks that Starforge could lock in that will provide that frontline. Alistair with his ultimate, Leona with the W shield, but instead it's going to be Alistair. This is kind of that stopgap when, hey, we don't have somebody who can absorb all the damage. Well, Alistair has a window where he can absorb all the damage with the Unbreakable Will, and that means that Winsome's going to have to be that frontline. He's going to have to be that guy to give space for a Blaze Olive, to give space for Instincts to actually get their damage out.
Also gives you some control and displacement around that Lamb's Respite. It still will be the Emperor's Divine that will be the big tool around that. So trying to throw some members off from Fear Starforge that are, trying to extend their life on the Lamb's Respite. We'll see if Tatu and Quats can sync up on that. Again, Quats, his Azir, been very good. I've really enjoyed his mage play so far in this tournament. But, yeah, I'm interested to see what happens with Fear Starforge. Again, I'm a little bit wary of the Mordekaiser. I think it's good in isolation for this game. But I am concerned because, again, it's very important to have a big front line so your Smolder can just keep on firing off Qs. When you're in the Death Realm, you aren't able to frontline. That's one piece that's not there to peel for Smolder. A lot of times, Smolder is enough damage for your whole team. So we'll have to see if your Starforge can play around this correctly.
And I want to bring back the conversation to what happened last time these two teams faced off against each other. Furiax Starforge had the lead. How'd they lose it? It was unfortunately Philip Winsome out of position, and then that, the dominoes fell, and eventually that snowballed into the team fight win, and the game end there for Pain Gaming Academy, who were on the back foot. So now Philip breaking out the Mordekaiser, hoping that he can right some of the wrongs from the last time these teams faced off against each other. The upper bracket finals here. The winner advances to the grand finals. Loser will go face off against Fuego, Pain Gaming Academy versus Fear X Starforge, game number 1 as we take to the Rift.
I know it's a weekday, but still love hearing some of those Pain fans in the audience making their voices heard on the stream, rooting for their team. The Pain fans have been, all the CBLOL fans have been awesome at the studio. The fandom's been great. Even the NACL team has been talking to us about how cool it is to have fans recognize them inside and outside the arena, just say hey, and everyone really appreciates everyone competing in this, as both these teams, this is our upper bracket matchup. It's been our 2 strongest performers in a potential preview of finals, unless Fuego has different plans tomorrow. But we'll see how this one pans out, as for me, Fear Starforge, a lot of this early on going to be about the Ziggs getting the Smolder to the mid to late game. Ziggs, early grubs, early tower pressure, and help build up a little bit of a gold lead for Fear Starforge to try and bridge their way into the Smolder scaling.
Blaze Olive going for the Grasp of the Undying build as well, so just trying to survive the lane. You have the Demolish as well, so you can just shred turrets later on. Smolder's no slouch in his own right, taking down turrets in the late game. It's not only Ziggs that can assassinate those. As speaking of Ziggs, Instinct actually looks like you got a little Q in there, as Marvin and Geegs will be on the receiving end of some early game poke. But so far, no early game shenanigans. It's just standard starts for the junglers. As that ward actually, I don't know if that was meant to go over the wall. It's not usually where you expect to see a ward placed, unless you're trying to spot out if XU is going to go for an early mid lane gank or something.
Yeah, interesting there. Good catch, Kangas. As you see XU actually making his way towards that top side. It's been one of the adaptations of this tournament. I think we've seen a lot more junglers, especially the non-NACL teams, actually making their way towards top and trying to play through top lane. A lot of challenges league, it was pretty much just accepted it would be top to bot clears. So I do think that this threw a bit of a wrench. Like I saw Zamudo getting dove quite a bit in this tournament. But this time around, it is XU making his way up top to help support Philip, who does have the winning matchup and wants to press forward in this lane. Keep that Cassante in the turret.
And it can be hard to dive something like a Ziggs Alistair, because Ziggs can just clear the wave fast. Alistair can deny your engage with Headbutt and Pulverize, so I don't expect that the bot lane for Furiax Starforge is going to be in any kind of danger. Meanwhile, if you look at the top lane, if Philip can get big trades onto Hedun early on, there is maybe a potential that they could look at the Cassante. Still dangerous to go for. but it will depend on how the laning phase goes.
I will say, Hedon's Cassante, it has been big in this tournament. He is, look, the one game he got his hands on this champ, he rolled the entire game. So I believe that one was against Fuego. But this will be the only champ that he's played twice so far, Kangas, getting his hands on that Cassante. And Hedon, for me, has been a real big difference maker for Pain. I think their top side has been what has been so strong for them, especially earlier on in games, and then just getting Marvin to a point where Marvin can fight later on. But it really has been them playing through top to find the leads that Pain's been getting. As they are the strongest early game team that we have left in the tournament. They're averaging a 1,700 gold lead at 15. Been a big part of how Pain's been finding their wins here.
Very impressive stat to see coming in from Pain Gaming Academy. Again, the second seed they crushed in CBLOL Academy regular season. They were undefeated going into that finals and then lost the finals to Vivo Stars. But they were the team that everyone from the CBLOL region expected to show up big here. And they have done that so far. And this early game going all right for them. I know it's not this crazy lead, but Tatu getting that first mark actually wins the coin toss on the Scuttle Crab. He's going to go for a little bit of an invade here, not spot out anything. But now at bot lane, we're scrapping just slightly. No one going to go down on either side. So just these marginal leads, I would say, for the side of PNG, specifically because Tatu getting that early mark always feels good on the Kindred.
And he did get a tracking ward down onto Axiu, so they will be able to see his second clear, which is nice, as we see a BlazeZal. He TP'd back, so whatever health that he trades out, he's stuck with, as it has been Quats yet to TP. So when Quats decides to TP, ABO is going to have to go back to base, because he's quite low, trading very aggressively when he got out of base from that TP, which can be trouble for him.
I'm happy you bring up the scouting ward because we just saw XU bot side. That means PNG have the information. Pain Gaming know that there's no Vi, and Philip pushed in top tier. Okay, I like this from Philip. He's actually going for the reset, and he even had a ward down to spot out where Tatu was. I was worried for a moment that if he sticks around, he could be in trouble.
Reset. I think Philip plays one more wave, and then we actually swap the waves. I think that Instinct and Winsome after this wave will go top, and they'll send Philip bot, and they'll play it out from there. Because I think that grubs are very, very important for Fear Starforge, is making sure that the Ziggs gets off to a good start. As meanwhile, Gig's going to do a little bit of trading. Nice one there. Going to delay the push for Fear Starforge. Marvin can look for more. Nice.
Gets the fourth shot. Instinct is just fine. But no, we're not actually going for a swap yet because of that aggressive trade. Instead, it's Tatu that's going for an early dragon.
Yeah, well done from Pain. This is not being snuffed out by Fear Starforge. I'm not sure if they had the plan to swap or not. I thought that would have been a decent idea for them. Again, just prioritizing the grubs. They do win top lane in isolation, so I still think the grubs are the goal for Fear Starforge. And knowing that, Pain Gaming able to sneak in and take a free first Drake. So well played from Tatu.
But Philip goes for the reset and then walks back top lane. If there was the game plan of going for the swap, I think that aggressive 2v2 trade stopped it.
Yeah.
And now, Fearix Starforge are going to have to try and fight this out from here. Hedon's going to walk in, spot that XU is on the grubs. That's the first grub picked up, as Philip is not answering yet. XU's got a Vault Breaker over the wall. And now with the walk-up of Quats, it looks like the grubs are going to be delayed a little bit. Winsome, again, trading onto Gigs, and Instinct does do some damage. They're just fine.
I do like how they played that, though, because Hedon loses a bit of a wave for going for that look. So just by getting out of there, resetting, because Hedon has to answer that wave, it does end up being the 3 grubs for Fear Starforge, and Mordekaiser loses no resources, whereas Hedon will be a little bit behind. You can see even an XP at the moment, but Philip has a full wave to catch, so that does help the Mordekaiser get ahead. Which will be very good for Fear Starforge, as that pick, again, in isolation, is a counter to Cassante. We'll see how much work Philip can get done.
Early magic resist picked up by Hedon, though, means that it's going to be harder for Philip to actually do the damage to kill him in the 1v1 isolated, but it's good news for the rest of the team, specifically BlazeZal and XU, because they're going to do physical damage as opposed to magic damage, so... Overall, I think that magic resist is still efficient against Instinct, but in terms of like the mid-game, I think the Fearix Starforge might still be able to make plays onto Hedon.
Philip's not getting quite as much out of this matchup as I would have liked. Also, he didn't go for the early Leon. He uses Marvin. Nice sidestep there on a bouncing bomb from Instinct. Able to sidestep that as well.
Okay. Big damage still traded back regardless.
Yep. well done here from Instinct. As
And now we have a flash forward from Geeks. They've noticed that XU's coming on from the flank. Geeks has no flash available, and he gets punished. First blood to Fear Starforge bot laner Instinct.
Yeah, I mean, the idea in the isolated 2v2, it could work, but we've had mirror jungle pathing with Tatu making his way from top to bot, actually going bot to top. That was a window where Tatu was taking his topside camp, so there's no help for Pain. Going for that play then, I think very aggressive is Hedon.
Hedon's in the 1v1, and Philip is not winning it as of right now. We know that Hedon is a threat on this peg, but now Philip into the Death Realm. Throws down the Q, big shield comes up. Can Hedon outplay him? He's into the brush. He does not dodge that Q, as he is able to walk away. Quats roaming all the way from mid lane. Philip has no flash available. Quats can go for the big play, the shuffle, and he will find a kill.
I think if Philip was able to press forward against Cassandra there and had a little bit more confidence, I do think he could find the 1v1. That said, the Giants belt start, I didn't love. Like, this is a matchup where, for me, you want to go for the Andres, get the burn against a very tanky Cassandra. Instead, with the Rylai's and just having the G belt, not enough damage for Philip. Ends up not having the damage to take down the Cassandra, and then goes down to the roam from Quats. So, well managed from Pain to at least find that play on the top side. And Tatu got a lot for that with XU showing bot. I believe he took away the red buff of XU, so really nice from Pain.
Hedon has shown his ability to play this champion. Almost takes the 1v1 there, just barely not able to. As we see...
still very well managed.
It's actually Quats that picks up that gold there when things had been going about even, still in the Blaze Olive's favor, as he's able to pick up some more of that CS. Now we have a trap laid for Hedon here. Flash is still available. All out is not. And now that he's used the abilities, we go all in on him. He's able to dodge out of the Mega Inferno Bomb. They're going to take a while to kill him. He will flash away, as he's just baiting out every cooldown that he can. It's inevitable. They want to give the kill to Instinct, but no, it's XU that grabs it with the Vault Breaker.
I actually think that's fine. If XU is able to get a base and gets a Sundered Sky for the next fight, he could press, even though he doesn't have ultimate. And nice kill on the swap. That said, Philip's getting starved out, and the Mordekaiser's really only there for the damage and winning the 1v1s. The fact that they have a Zir into the Mordekaiser lane to press, I really like from Pain. I think this is a very smart move from them, because you can push the wave and beat the Mordekaiser in this matchup, whereas Cassandra has no chance. So even though Hedon goes down in the bot lane, I still really like this idea from Pain.
It hasn't netted them a big gold lead, but they are even in gold, and they're getting resources onto their carries. We haven't talked too much about scaling advantages. We might not be able to, as the Blaze Olive has to sidestep the Deadly Flourish. Geeks does not want to commit for the play. But as we look at the later this game goes, both compositions have champions that feel good about it. As actually we are making a plan to Geeks right now. No flash available means no chance of escape. Oh, actually, he has the crash down and gets under the turret.
Wow.
As Deadly Flourish was used by Marvin. Now Quats has to run away as well. Tatu was trying to back up the rest of the team. Has to flash. Has the Lambda Spite available. Hasn't used it quite yet. They're just waiting for Philip. He's in the Death Realm last second. Tatu, with nerves of steel right there, stays alive.
Almost really nice from a Blaze Olive. He timed the bomb so that right when Tatu get out of the Death Realm, it would connect. But he just had enough health to fire off the Lambda Spite. It is still Grubs over to Fear Starforge. Now, my pet peeve of Ziggs in this tournament, why it's been 2-8 for me, teams with Grub advantages have not overloaded properly as Ziggs. You have 6 Grubs. Instinct did just TP. I want Instinct out of mid, and I want him to hit a side lane turret soon. I think if you leave him mid and it's just stymie, he can't hit a turret, the 6 Grubs really isn't worth it. You aren't getting as many plates or as much gold as you should at this point of the game as Ziggs, so we're going to see Instinct base here. Nope, okay, never mind, he cancels it. I mean, you have 2 minutes to, like, farm the map. Whatever turrets that you want to take, if you overload and a team matches on the other side, they just get less because you have 6 Grubs. I want to see Fear Starforge try and rotate and use the Ziggs to play aggressive.
And yes, they have Demolish on the Smolder, but we haven't completed even a Sheen, let alone the Trinity Force, so he still doesn't take turrets that fast yet. I do agree, Instinct is the one that needs to be hitting these turrets as he goes for a reset and runs straight back mid lane. So it doesn't look like Fear Starforge have the same read.
Yeah, like, the TP to go mid from Instinct before the Grubs are taken when that fight's, like, already yours, and then just staying mid, like, this is a big power window for Ziggs. You take turrets for free. with 6 grubs, like even if it's 5 plates, the satchel gets you a plate and a half. It just doesn't matter. And the fact they do not commit to overloading anything with Ziggs, like they don't get any plates for it, it's a lot of the power of this champion neglected. So I really don't like this play from Fierce Starforge.
Well, that was just poetic that he also missed 2 abilities on a wave right there. But we won't go too hard on Instinct right now. We'll wait to determine what the plan is from Fear X Starforge in this game, because they've given up 2 early dragons. Eventually, dragon stacking will be a problem, but it is Ocean Soul, so not the most difficult one to deal with, as Teleport's actually coming in here from McQuats into the top lane, as Herald's spawning here in 40 seconds.
I mean, I really feel like Pain get away with Highway Murder by giving a Ziggs 6 grubs and like only losing 3 plates across the map. Again, like it's so much gold and power in this champion that you can funnel. And Pain just had better assignments. Again, Quats going into Philip. He just zones him out in the Death Realm. He's going to come out and have trouble.
In the 1v1, Philip's just going to lose it. And XU tries to follow up. I don't even know if he's got the damage. Mega Inferno Bomb will do a lot, but maybe not enough. Flash from XU with a Ball Breaker will secure the kill, but it's a trade 2 for 1 in favor of Pain Gaming Academy.
Pain's lane assignments, the way they're playing this, it's just better. Like, having the Azir into the Mordekaiser, you do not get to do anything as the Mordekaiser in this matchup. I feel like Pain are just using their tools on the map better than Fear Starforge. It's why we have seen Pain put together much better early games compared to Fear Starforge in this tournament, as the 2 dragons kind of make it worth the 6 grubs being lost. The fact that no plates were taken. Tatu already has, that's his 4th stack he just got, so that's a big power buff for Kindred. Might have his Lamb's
They're making a play onto Tatu. He's got the Lamb's Respite. He's over the wall. He has to use it to survive from the burn, but here comes Phil. The claws him back in. All right, Fear X Starforge do find a play. Yes, everything was going a little rough for them after that initial one, but the invade from Tatu was too much, and Fear X Starforge will capitalize.
Rift Herald with 6 grubs and Ziggs does lead to a free turret. The fact they can get this on the back half is big. Good TP from Philip to turn that play around.
Oh, wins him with the interrupt. Bo3s is in a lot of trouble. No flash available. He's got no Emperor's Divide either. It's off cooldown, on cooldown rather, as the Blaze Olive is the one to pick that kill up. Fear X Starforge, they find back-to-back kills along with the Rift Herald.
Yeah, and like for Pain, I mean, I was critical of, not using the Ziggs too well for Fear Starforge. For Pain, you lost out on that play. Like, you made the play onto XU, you lost the elongated play, so returning to the scene of the crime when Fear is already there, that's not a winning strategy. For me, if I were Pain, I would have tried to play or trade elsewhere. That Rift Herald should have been uncontested. Instead, Quats goes down. That's big, not having your Azir able to farm. And one of the big differences on the map at the moment is a Blaze Olive over Quats. Like, in that sequence, he was able to pick up a lot more CS as he has been just put into the Cassante. And now, Tatu
literally back-to-back invade punishments. Tatu has been aggressive. Tatu has been in the face of every jungler so far in this event, in this tournament, and he is just getting punished right now for thinking he's invincible.
Yeah, I mean, that's a bit of an oopsie there from Tatu and Quats, as they both kind of joined each other in terms of a mid-jungle duo, and having moments where they might have wanted the other one there. But unfortunately, that's what happens when you get split in the death screen. And yeah, I mean, this is really good for Fear Starforge. Like, they have a Herald where if any play goes awry for Pain in the next couple of minutes, if you're able to drop that Herald with 6 grubs with the Ziggs, that can very easily lead the 2 turrets. So I would love to see Fear Starforge really try and line up a Herald where they are able to take 2 turrets, most likely to happen in a side lane.
Maybe it's on the Dragon timer, 20 seconds till that spawns.
Yeah, it's a Drake fight first, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they're actually going to take this fight rather than playing to the other side. This is Dragon Soul point, not Dragon Soul yet, as a root lands onto Instinct. Hedon is looking. But with Winsome there, there's really no chance of you actually pulling off that fight. And Gaming currently have the inside track of the river, so it's going to have to be Fear X Starforge approaching. They have a flanking of Blaze Olive, but he's going to want to reposition with the rest of the team as Tatu walking very far forward. Jumps back away from the claw of Philip. Now they're turning attention here onto a Blaze Olive.
They took control of this, and like Quats and Tatu pointing this out, they got really significant poke down against Fear Starforge. The fact they were here first was really valuable for Pain Gaming. And now Fear Starforge, they have to drop mid and play through bots, have access to the Dragon. And look at Pain's response. Everyone from Fear Starforge went to the bot side of the map. Instinct's now cut off. They have the option to hit mid if they want. Marvin will take it. The rest will move towards the Dragon.
Yeah.
As we still might have a fight commence.
very confused as to what the positioning is from FearX Starforge, but as of right now, it looks like we finally get our front to back. It took a while, but now it comes down to who has the damage, who has the front line, who can fill up ult. If you can just get Tatu out of this one, you're uncontested on the smite steal, but it's an engage from Edon, and it's a smite confirmed from XU. Now the shuffle out from the Lambda smite. Can FearX Starforge hold the line? Instinct's trying to get that damage in there, but the members of Pain Gaming are just too strong. Tatu survives through it and now puts a lot of damage in that one. It's a Dragon Steel, essentially, from FearX Starforge, but it's Pain Gaming Academy walking away with more kills.
Hedon stepping up big, finds a Blaze Olive in the Smolder immediately. So a Blaze Olive going down, I mean, it means it can't really stack throughout that fight. It can't farm afterwards. That is kind of significant, delaying the Smolder, losing the Dragon. Not ideal for Pain, but Ocean Dragon, I don't think going to have a huge impact on this game. So overall, I think they'll take the fight win.
And such a strange setup for it. Again, it was FearX Starforge with, initial control, and they back away. And by the time we got to this position, yeah, I mean, Blaze Olive just can't really do anything.
Just a great reaction from Hedon, as it was the burn from Quats that gets the kill. Nice to get that kill onto the Azir. Blaze Olive, I mean, he had the ult. I don't know if he got the heal. The flash was late. Did not react to Hedon's engage, and Hedon on this Cassante steps up. Again, we've seen it get Cassante once in this tournament. He was really good at it. And this game, even in the counter matchup, Hedon's still making plays, finding ways to get his team in the game.
I think a Blaze Olive's kicking himself for how that fight happened. If you're able to position better, if you're able to output that DPS. It was a close fight still. It was a 1-for-2 trade, and there were low health bars on the side of Pain Gaming. There is a world where they actually walk away with a win there, but I'm happy that XU's at least able to grab the smite there. XU is known for his ability to secure objectives in tough moments like that. But now Pain Gaming, they're not going to let FearX Starforge rest here, as Tatu's already hovering around the bottom side here, hovering Hedon, who has a very low turret. He could look to try and siege, but I don't think they're actually going to go for the full siege.
I gotta say, throughout all that too, I didn't see the Rift Herald get used from FearX Starforge. I don't know what happened to that. And all the turrets are standing, so that Herald, again, like the big play for Ziggs, like the fact that we haven't knocked down a single turret as a Ziggs team from FearX Starforge. Again, I think the bigger reason for Ziggs being 2-8 in this tournament is how our team's been piloting it. Like, we just haven't had good Ziggs play to overload sides and commit to taking turrets and trading. I really feel like that's hurt FearX Starforge in terms of snowballing this game forward.
And I think that a big part of it is how FearX Starforge approach games. As we see a Blaze Olive not spotting out Tatu here. It has been about this guy, the mid laner, scaling up on things like the Smolder. Is how now he flaps away. Follow from Tatu, slowing him down. He has no flash. He's got no escape. A Blaze Olive is the target for Pain Gaming, and they hit bullseye.
Good find there from Tatu. It's going to be the Kraken, and we'll see if it's the Triforce or the Cleaver build from the Kindred afterwards. But, okay, Trinity Force it will be. As, I gotta say, FearX Starforge, this game is slowed down a bit. Again, I'll take the Smolder overall, but it's not like the scaling of Pain's bad by any means. I mean, this Kindred, this Azir, this Jin's going to be hitting really hard, and the Jin Azir will be able to outrange most, which I think is going to be very important. And again, like FearX Starforge, their engage, it really is the Vi that has to pull the trigger and be clean. And Pain have ways to deal with that. So I think the Pain comp pretty sound, and this isn't like the real lead, the goal lead I wanted to see from FearX Starforge to really bridge Smolder into the game. I feel like Pain are in good shape in this one.
And Smolder's no longer that late game Exodia, where he's just like the best scaling AD carry ever to exist in the game. He's good.
Still pretty good.
Don't get me wrong. He's still pretty good, but he's not just that 1v9 win the game on his own type of good, because you still can absorb enough damage to find a way to get on top of him, especially when you have things like a Rel, things like a Cassante, very big health bars. Right now it's about global plays though. We see the bottom turret and top turrets being the focus here, as now maybe we're engaging. Geeks caught away from the rest of the team as the Mega Inferno Bomb layers on top, and it's XU with another kill. Oh, he didn't ball break over the wall. Yeah, he's fine.
Trade will be Quats getting some free time in the top lane, but again, no grubs for Pain. Very slow to take those turrets. And a good play from FearX Starforge as XU with a fine. Geeks a little bit out of position, and FearX Starforge just trying to tap this turret once or twice. Yep, snap charge wave going down. Second turret knocked down for Pure Starforge. Is still behind on the demolition potential that the Ziggs brings, but finding some gold here going to be nice for Pure Starforge as a Dragon's about to spawn. And neither of our teams are really set up for it. This might just be given over to Pain. Again, I don't think Ocean has a huge impact on this game.
And it's only Soul Point. It's not even the Soul. Fuego Starforge can take this opportunity to get ahead in the turret takes.
Take another turret. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of down with this from Fuego Starforge. I wish they were a little bit faster to the play, but of course that last play to take the mid-outer kind of knocked off their tempo in terms of flying towards the bot side. I feel like this was the only option they had to play to the top side, so it will be that trade. And importantly, while we have not had a fight for a couple minutes, Bo3s did reach that 225 mark at a pretty decent timer for the Smolder. So that burn will be online and activated.
Also has 2 items completed now. Going to be working towards that third one here. The Blaze Olive, like I was saying before, has been the win condition for Fuego Starforge in the past. Part of why I think that they don't hard commit on the Ziggs compositions is because they're so used to committing towards the Blaze Olive in a side lane, just getting resources into their mid laner and then let him pop off later into the game.
Yeah.
That means pressure is going to be on a Blaze Olive here to actually perform. Smolder's been one of his best performing champions so far in this summer, and he's got it here in game 1. It's Fearless, so you only get it the one time.
Bo3s for me, strongest mid that we had from Challengers League this year, and has been having a rather solid tournament at Americas, has been a solid mid. And set up for success on the Smolder at the break point of the game you want to be at as Hidan.
Hidan's actually trying to get out of there, uses the all-out, followed up by the cease and desist. He's going unstoppable, but he's now pulled into the death realm. It's going to be down to Philip to finish things off here.
Nice.
As Tatu is holding the line, and he cannot get him. Hidan played that beautifully as Giza goes for the re-engage out of the death realm. Big Inferno Bomb over the top does not do a lot of damage. Winsome's about to fall down, flashes away. One final shot might be enough to take it, and it is! Sniped through 2 as Quat's now feeling empowered to walk forward. Big damage onto Philip, but he finds the shuffle! And that's enough for Tatu to be unleashed in this fight. Blaze Olive just doesn't have the damage. He does not have the time as Tatu flashes forward. He's got the triple kill. Is he gonna get the quadra kill? It's denied by Marvin, but team fight win regardless for Pain Gaming.
I mean, that ult from Philip, it wasn't good. He wasn't able to finish the kill on Hidan. It allowed for Pain to reset the fight. They were able to regroup, and once the Mordekaiser came out of the ult, they leaned on the Jhin, the range they had to really turn Fierce Starforge comp into a firing range in favor of Pain Gaming.
And now it cascades even further. It's a team fight win. It's a Baron picked up here. And that's 8 stacks on Tatu. Was able to chain, I believe, a couple together there in that fight. Insane. Yep. The Pain Gaming's able to turn that one missed position, that one rough ult. Hidan just buying so much time and pulling everybody so deep into their territory when it felt like it was a pick onto the top laner. Let's get another look at that because he's all alone. And the team says, bet, we will back you up.
I just don't know why the ult was actually casted. Like, Winsome had a stun prepped. You can wait to fire off the Death Realm until later. Like, they had a 3-on-1 by the time they got there. Props to XU on the React Flash. That's pretty crazy. Like, this ult from Instinct came out way too soon. They missed everything on the Quats thanks to the Zanyas and a couple skill shots being thrown out late. And then it's just a chase and a firing range for Pain Gaming, who can lean on their range. The Kindred wasn't pressured at all in this fight because the tools were used elsewhere. They were burned onto Hidan, who I mean, really made everyone look kind of silly as Tatu just goes on cleanup duty, and Pain Gaming looking to clean up this game 1 now.
It's looking done and dusted. 27 minutes in,
yeah,
only a 3K gold lead, but again, the fact that Kindred has this many stacks and Phillips just getting picked under his turret. We went into this game saying Philip did not have the best showing against Pain Gaming in their last outing against each other. One of the reasons that Pain Gaming was able to come back from a very big lead that Fuego Starforge mounted for them, this time on the Mordekaiser. Pressure was on, and so far, tough to say, not delivering. It is Pain Gaming Academy looking to make history repeat itself as they're knocking on to the inhibitor turrets right here, right now. Winsome goes in for a big knockup, but it's on the front line. They don't have the damage to actually chew through them. Gives them some space to hit the waves, I suppose, but these turrets, I mean, it's just inevitable. They are going to fall.
Plenty of Baron left for Pain Gaming as the second inhibitor turret gets knocked down. Looks like 2 more waves of pressure for Pain with the Baron timer they have. No one's mid, so it's just going to be 2 bot waves potentially. This is the second one that falls. Any fight.
Pull back into Geeks.
Rel gets yoinked.
He's out of there. We're in the Death Realm. It's the support as Philip will walk forward. I don't think he's got enough time to kill him, though. So he's going to be coming out of this Death Realm, but another knockup from Winsome, and it's the Blaze All that gets the kill credit. XU's on a flank. XU's buying space for the rest of the team, but he might get caught out now. Double kill to a Blaze All, and now he goes back in onto Tatu. XU just bought so much time. Shade CC, so there's no Lamb's Respite for Tatu, and that's 3 quick kills for Fearx Starforge.
It was Tatu with the Kindred on the chase to get Pain back in the game, and XU fires back on the Vi. I know he didn't do much in that fight, but just where he was posturing there really separated Pain Gaming's backline from the front line, just the threat that Vi could go in. XU showing his veterancy and patience by not pulling the trigger, putting the handcuffs on the Pain, just forcing them into a bad choice and making sure that when he did go in, he found Tatu, got the kills, got the Ocean Dragon, denied the soul, and really keeps Fear Starforge in this game.
It's an understood concept that one of the most impressive things a player can do to showcase their skill is knowing when to not press their buttons. In that instance, XU knew, I just need to show myself here, and the threat of my presence will pull them towards me. Buy a Blaze Olive that space he needed. Buy a Blaze Olive the opportunity to get the damage down. Let's get another look at this, because it didn't look like it was starting off great for Fearx Starforge.
This is the front to back they need. Like, the terrain they're taking this on, ABO is not pressured, not able to be flanked, no angles. And then it's just easy. Like, Philip wins some, they hold the line. ABO gets the fire off with the Qs. Then XU going in here. Like, there's no way to help Hedon from here. Hedon's down, he's done. And then it's a 5v3. XU just picks the right spot, syncs up with Instinct. Very well played. Winsome having the bloodthirsty support kill as they're going to turn on the Tatu here. Good flash.
Pain Gaming still have the lead. They saw the advantage, but they do not have their support. Geeks goes down. Nice find from Fearx Starforge. Back to back onto the Rel pilot. Pain Gaming Academy, I mean, this game was theirs to win, theirs to lose. And it looks like they have lost a little bit of their momentum here. Fearx Starforge have put the brakes on the game-ending siege. It really did feel like that Baron could have been it. But the fact that we're still playing is testament. Yeah.
Yeah, XU showing why his Vi was oftentimes banned away from him. Banned away in a fifth of the games of opponents that were facing Fear in NACL. I mean, for Fearless, that's actually like a really high rate, right? Because once you pick the champ, it's gone. XU on the Vi, always solid. Really, the biggest strengths of XU and his gameplay that he brings to a team. He brings leadership and direction. And the fact that Vi just allows you to really dictate the map and dictate the targets that you're going on, XU really takes advantage of that. And we've seen him and Fear play around it quite well in the last couple of fights. I know they didn't connect to Tatsu in the last one, but at least they got the flash out of the Kindred. So still a place that Fear Starforge can look to play next.
I will say, things are looking all right, at least for right now. We have a moment of respite, as the Baron will be coming up in 40 seconds. Pain Gaming are setting up for that one, but they still have the gold lead. They still have a Rabadon's Death Cap Azir with a 9-stack Kindred. This game still is in favor for Pain Gaming Academy, but again, the brakes have been put to their rush on the base, and that means the Fearx Starforge have a moment to breathe and figure out how they want to approach. Right now, it's on to Quats. Has Flash, has Emperor's Divide, uses the stages very early, and he's going to go down. There's no way that the team makes it in time. Flash will blaze off to guarantee the kill. That's a huge timer for Fearx Starforge to find a pick.
Tatu is spotted hitting a ward, taking away Emperor's Divide, takes away a lot of the power from Lamb's Respite and having control over that wall. Winsome's going to go in.
He's going to get vision. He got him. They're locking down Tatu, but he is dodging away. He still has the Lamb's Respite as well. Pain Gaming Academy's jungler will not fall that easily. Ooh. And this is still a precarious position for Fearx Starforge to be in. XU's going to try and heal up off of this camp here while the rest of Fearx Starforge makes space. But look at that mid-wave crashing into the inhibitor. Fearx Starforge have to answer it. They cannot take the Baron with a 5v4.
The hands of Tatu really paying off there, just buying space on the Kindred. Again, I was excited to watch this jungle matchup coming in, and I really feel like both players are delivering. As, funnily enough, going into this, you talk to Fear Starforge, their staff, early on in the tournament. They rated Pain Gaming. I talked to Ido, one of their analysts. He had Pain Gaming on an even level, if not above their own team. And a lot of it was because of how well Tatu played when they faced them in scrims and on stage. Tatu has been fantastic in this one. Really feels like this has been a war in the jungle between him and Axu. Exactly what we wanted going into this game with the two strongest junglers for me in this tournament. As now we'll see. I mean, I feel like the big difference has been Hedon. The last couple fights, it's been tough for K'Sante to do anything, just given how Fierce Starforge has taken it. So I want to see them try and continue that, as they have been doing a good job at finding numbers advantages, getting the first kill of a fight, and having that lead to numbers advantages for the rest of it.
Ooh, Tatu. That was very
Did I cast
over-eager from Pain Gaming's jungler. He just jumps over the wall and gets immediately punished for it. That's the first domino, and now Giggs is going to go as well. Just like that, a double kill picked up by a Blaze Olive, and Dragon spawning in 10 seconds. That was meant to be the soul for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, that was a bit of a chuck coming out from Tatu, unfortunately. He went in, popped the Lambs despite, and could not do anything against Fierce Starforge, as that hop was very unwarranted. It will now lead to a second soul point achieved in the game as Fierce Starforge pick up their third dragon. We'll see if they actually push for the red buff of Tatu. I would like if Xu takes that away. Okay. Never mind, straight to Baron.
Look, in the moment, in the high-pressure situations, decisions like that can happen. They can make or break entire series here. As he's just going to be spawning. The Baron is still on the table for Fear X Starforge, but they weren't able to get there fast enough. Tatu will have another chance to defend and make up for that one. Because a reminder, he's looked so good this entire event. He's looked so promising throughout CBLOL.
I kind of want to...
And it's moments like that that are not common for a player like him.
That said, I feel like Fierce Starforge missed a opportunistic play there. I would have liked for them to play for the red buff of Pain Gaming, as I don't think they had the time to play for Baron in the 5v4, and starting it can be dangerous for them, not the scenario they exactly want to be in. I would have preferred if they played for mid, played to take away the red buff, because those global buffs at this point in the game, I think are really slept on. And when the monster objectives are down, I really feel like teams should make it the objective to play for those buffs. Having 5 red buffs, that's a lot of gold in your pockets, which is the stats that you get between the health regen and especially the slows, which can really warp fights. So I think denying
which
that
of course
really,
compounds because you're taking it and denying it. So you're making sure your opponent doesn't get those stats as well. But right now they have vision control around Baron. They're not starting it yet. Instead, they're going to make sure that they maintain control over the mid lane push. Xu's on a big flank right here. They see Giggs. If Giggs walks too far forward, he is in trouble. Pain Gaming are grouped up together. They want to fight for mid-wave prior before they try and walk into that jungle.
Hedon has a nice angle. I don't know if he's spotted or not. Obviously, Pain's vision's dark. Okay, yeah, he's spotted on the forward here. Fierce Starforge being very wary in terms of starting this, and I cannot blame them for that. But we'll also have to be wary of giving up another mid-wave, as this can be caught high by Pain Gaming and really put the pressure on Fierce Starforge to either start Baron or retreat, as the base is going to be exposed after this mid-wave was picked up high and killed fast. And Quats, yeah, he's going to continue.
Really like this.
Fear being kind of frozen in Fear. Pain Gaming are going to try and deliver some pain in the mid lane, and a nice macro play from them to get the wave, cut them off, and that's one way to make sure that Fierce Starforge can Baron, as Quats going to clean this up.
Wow.
Yeah.
No Baron fight, no Baron contest. It's just a mid lane push into an inhibitor take.
Quats no flash.
Quats is in the death realm, but now Tatu's frontlining instead. Headbutted out! He's out of Lamser's play, but look at Giggs saving the jungler's life. Throws his life away. Xu's on the backline, somehow doing something back here. Pain Gaming have made things real funky. As everybody has given up on the front to back, we are taking our own little fights. We all want to be the main character. As now we're still chasing onto Tatu. The Kindred has no flash. He's got no ultimate, and Philip cannot lock him down, but Winsome should be able to do just that. The knock up, the crash down. Winsome picks up the kill. That's jungler down for Pain.
Man, I really feel like Axu has just been fantastic in the back half of this game. The last few fights, it's been Axu keeping multiple members busy on the back line, whereas Tatu is throwing himself in just a wee bit too early without his team. That time around, though, I will say the inhibitor take, I really like the idea and the play from Pain. It's just that Quats, the retreat, and the angle that he took. Props to Philip. Philip has struggled in this tournament and in this game, but that was a very good flash ult forward to shut down the Azir, Quats was still missing Flash, and that opened up a very positive fight for Fear with good conditions early on because Philip was able to lock down that Azir.
And I think that the rest of Pain, specifically Geeks and Tatu,
yeah,
they just got a little too lost in the play. They thought maybe we can save Azir. We need to go forward to stop this. But then XU delays Marvin and Hedon from actually joining up with everybody else. And it's just an imbalanced fight. XU, in 2 different plays this game, has just been the 1v3, 1v5 player to distract everybody and allow his team that space they need.
So, Kangas has been trying to get me to admit that I'm a Ziggs hater, whereas I'm just a hater of the teams that play Ziggs in this tournament. That said, I will fully admit, I'm an Ocean Soul hater. I do think that it makes a wee bit of a difference this game, because any poke that goes down on the Fear is just null if you have a 4 Ocean Soul. But there is still a DPS fight potential to win if you are Pain Gaming, is about Azir and his ability to auto-attack. As we have
this is great for Pain Gaming.
Both teams in mid.
Yeah, they just got Winsome's ultimate, so Alistar does not have Unbreakable Will. That's actually a big deal, because that's the big front line for Fear Starforge.
That is a bit of an oops. I think Winsome firing that. I don't know if that was necessary or not.
Wait, look at Geeks.
We will have...
Look at Geeks! Minimap. He's deep in enemy territory. The Rel is all the way up there, and he's going to look for a flank. He is unspotted. He's not going to be walking over a singular ward on his path here. Is this going to be the big play that PNG needs? Pain Gaming Academy. Instinct, everybody is walking right into Geeks, and Winsome has to turn his attention onto him. The Rel does get the engage as XU goes onto Quats on the side right there. Philip in the death realm. Winsome, they've drawn the line. Fear Starforge are holding it. Quats will reposition, gets back onto Instincts, who's able to turn it back around. Ablaze Olive gets the kill. Dragon Soul secured. Fear X Starforge, they show up in the late game team fight. They do not fall to the long flank of the Rel. They will hold the line as they will win the team fight with the Dragon Soul. And there you have it. 1 member left for Pain Gaming Academy. Marvin, the only one that stands, as he will watch as the base crumbles around him. Fear X Starforge will right the wrongs of the group stage as they strike first in this best of 3 fearless draft. Fear X Starforge about to be up 1-0 in the series as Ablaze Olive with the victory stasis. Game 1 to Fear.
Man, I gotta say, this was the upper bracket matchup to take the shortcut in the finals. And that game 1, that's my favorite game of the tournament so far. I feel like both teams really high level of play. It was just Tatsu going in too early twice. That was the big difference. And the patience of XU in some of these fights to realize, hey, I can wait. I don't have to go in here. Or if I do go in here, I can be a distraction to the damage dealers and create some space between the front line and the back line of Pain. I feel like Pain really got lost in the sauce there between the front line and back line, just being split on so many different fights. And I got to credit XU. A lot of the ways that he was able to play that, I feel like Pain did not respond well, and that was the big difference for me in Fear Starforge getting that game 1.
Yep, you got to know when to hold them, when to fold them, and players need to know when to press their key buttons. We know they're good at pressing the buttons. That's how they got to this tournament to begin with. But when do you make the decision to do so, and when do you make the decision to just try and buy space, buy time? That was the difference between the junglers, because we went into this best of 3 saying this is the matchup to watch. Tatu versus XU. Tatu has looked like the best jungler at the event. XU's trying to make that argument that no, he can actually answer that. Even in the interview, Ablaze Olive was talking about how XU's talking up, let's get me a good pick, let's get me a good matchup. I'm all chatting against Tatu, all these fun things to track in a series like this. And game 1, it is XU that walks out ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, again, I credit to both teams. That was a really fun game. Again, that's the highest level game I've seen so far in this tournament. I'm very biased towards that.
Even when the Ziggs didn't take a turret to like 20 minutes?
Okay, that's what we call in the business variance, Kangas, going 3-8. Okay. Speaking of that, let's take a look at the draft, if we can. I believe that we're queuing that one up. As, of course, we do play in full Fearless. So if you have any picks that were taken in Game 1 that can't be played anywhere else, and that Ziggs that was 2-8 going into, it won the way that we assume Ziggs wins, which is being down in points despite having 6 grubs early game. And finding a way to win.
Really?
Easy peasy. That's what we call variance.
I'm not usually confident in my opinions on the game, Cubby, but I'm actually disagreeing. I think that usually the Ziggs is supposed to take the plates, right?
You know what, Kangas? You would be right on that one.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Just want to make sure. Well, either way,
Yeah.
it was not necessarily the Ziggs that actually got them that win. We talked about it in length. XU buying space. I will say Philip came up big in the second half of this game. Early on, wasn't winning the lane like we were hoping. You mentioned the build path going towards the right lies, specifically the Giants belt. Not picking up any AP early on meant that you can't really push that lead in the 1v1, but had some very key ultimates later on that allowed the team to really position and win those fights, specifically on the Geeks, who kept mispositioning. It was Tatu a couple big moments, but also Geeks on the rel. I mean, it's kind of a one-way trip when you're on that champion to go in and find the engage. It's also very hard to get away when the enemy team's collapsing on top of you.
I mean, I really appreciate the angle at the end. I feel like that was a good attempt. Just Winsome had the read.
Yeah.
And Instinct played that fight very well. So credit to Instinct there.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, that's only game 1 in the books. This is still an opportunity for Pain Gaming to bounce back and reverse sweep this best of 3. They are still the team that we had favored as favorites coming into this best of 3. And I would say that the first, 20 minutes convinced me of that still. As we take a look at the highlights here, we will see that they were doing a really good job, specifically this fight, getting onto a Blaze Olive, finding the key carries, Tatu using the ultimate at the perfect times to always survive, and that really made FearX Starforge sweat in the early game.
And, for me, I think the big difference, as we move forward in this game, early on, it was Hedon, the one that was making plays, buying space, picking the engage, finding the key members, or having a ridiculous stall like this with the assist from Philip, as that Death Realm wasn't exactly the one that Philip was looking for. But after this play, it did feel like Axu, Philip, Winsome, and Fear Starforge were kind of dictating the plays, the fights more. And I think that was a big difference maker in the end, because I was worried about the Mordekaiser not being able to be that frontliner in the Death Realm for Smolder. But when they were able to split up the front line and back line and then, use that ult from the Mordekaiser to put someone in the Death Realm and then just have a 4v1 in the front line, that really ended up helping Fear Starforge in the back half. So good recovery from them, because frankly, after this fight, I thought it was doomed. And then this fight saved it all.
Yeah, this was the one. They had Baron buff. You expected Pain Gaming to just take all the turrets and close out the game. But that Philip ultimate onto Geeks, and then this play from XU.
I just love the patience from XU, that angle, the fact that he was spotted the entire time. It really put Pain in a handcuff. And they did not respond well to that. And then Tatu, this one was for the boys. And unfortunately, it was not for the CBLOL boys. It was for the American boys. He gets caught out there. That's a play that Tatu's going to want back, and it was an expensive one, as this denied Soul from Pain Gaming and led to a Baron pickup for Fear Starforge.
And then this fight as well. This was the big flank from Geeks. And Quad's even getting to the flank too, but XU spots him immediately and prevents the Azir from doing any damage this fight.
Yeah, I think that Cat's the angle again. I think it was really creative, that attempt at the triple angle, but it was just Giggs went a little bit too soon, too early, because he was found, and then Cats wasn't quite able to sync up. So they never were able to converge at the same time, even if the idea I kind of like from Pain. I feel like it was one of the few ways they could have broken this. So yeah.
Yeah, creative flank. It's fun to see those set up, but typically you want the execution to follow along with it. Unfortunately, they were spotted a little too soon, and FearX Starforge were able to turn the play on its head. But let's take a look at the post-game breakdown here to take a look at the top performers of that game. That was a mountain of a gold lead that Pain Gaming Academy had, and then they lost it all, and it went basically a full 180 as FearX Starforge almost had the same gold lead for themselves 10 minutes later.
I mean, for Pain, the tip of the iceberg there kind of looks like the mountain that the Grinch sits on. And then Fear Starforge stole Christmas from him after that game 1. I'm going to kick myself for not remembering that mountain's name. It would have been nice if I remembered it, King.
It had a name?
Any help here? I know it's Whoville.
I do not remember that mountain having a name. He's got a dog. I know that.
Yeah, that's cool. Well,
catchy theme song, too. Either way.
Yeah.
It was the sled on the way down that FearX Starforge rode to victory. As Blaze Olive again on the Smolder, we know that this guy can deliver on this champion. And again, is one of his most played so far this event, this summer. And it leads to a lot of successful victories for FearX Starforge overall.
Yeah, I mean, Fear Starforge, they haven't put together the best early games, but seeing them play the mid to late game as well as they have, that's something to lean on as they go throughout what's going to be a hard-fought best of 3. I mean, Pain is a legit competitor, and again, I favor them coming into this series, but Pain played a little bit too quick for themselves in a couple fights, and Fierce Starforge good enough to punish.
All right, I'm quickly Googling Mount Crumpet. There you go.
Mount
that's what
Crumpet.
you're looking for, I believe. Mount Crumpet as the famous mountain. I, again, didn't even know it had a name, but I will always back you up there, Cubby. Yeah.
All right. Well, I
Fun fact, you
appreciate
can
that,
just
Kangas.
type things into your internet search browser, and then it'll give you information.
I really should use that more often. It'll help me a lot in life, saying things that are dumb. That's our favorite pastime, you know?
Yeah, we talk about video games as a job. I think that it's kind of expected we'll say a couple of dumb things here and there. I've said plenty already today. But here's what I'm going to say right now. Backs against the wall for Pain Gaming Academy. They got to win 2 back-to-back to keep the dream of the grand finals alive for them. If they lose here, that means they have to go up against Fuego in the lower bracket. It's not elimination on the line for either of these teams. But quick thoughts, back against the wall, how do you expect Pain Gaming to react in Game 2?
I just want Hedon to keep on playing the way he is, and for Tatu to show a little bit more restraint on some of these plays. I feel like he was a little bit split from his team. And then for Pain, I feel like this identity or this comp's fine. So I think that continuing to play mages and put Tatu on carries or people that can activate things early, I've really liked a lot of his champs he's pulled out. So I'm excited to see what's next for Pain in that category.
I liked the idea. I liked the execution up until a point. I still feel like that was Pain's game to win, and that was Pain's game to lose. Fearx Starforge will catch it, but let's make no mistake here. Pain Gaming were in a dominant position. Let's see if they can do it again here in game number 2, because we're ready to throw it to a short break before we get back with the continuation of this series after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, after a short break for the continuation of our best of 3 series at America's Challengers, the upper bracket finals between Fear X Starforge and Pain Gaming Academy. And up first, it's Fear X Starforge that strike in game number 1. But it was a comeback victory, and it was Pain Gaming that were in control for the majority of that game.
It was a back and forth game, and in classic Challengers fashion, you know, we had a couple oopsies here and there from each of our teams, but also some really good plays and good ideas. I really like what Pain did in that mid game, the shift Yazir into the Mordekaiser and put the Cassante into the Smolder. I know it got ABO some free scaling, but they really had a power point and were able to shut down Mordekaiser and honestly find a lead just because they had a bigger front line from that for a while. It took a couple misplays from them for Fear Starforge to slingshot back into the game off the back of Axu with some really sound decision-making to make sure that Fear Starforge could be in a winning position.
I mean, they even solo killed Philip. We saw that Quats on the Azir was able to win in the early game, but later on, things did not go their way. You said it was a couple of oopsies. I got to agree with that. Can Pain Gaming make sure they have less of those moments here going into the next game? Because this is also reminiscent of how their regular season went. They were dominant throughout the entire summer split, not dropping a series. And then, you know, suddenly in the finals, they lose to Keedstars. And there were a lot of question marks of like, well, what happened? What was going on? And from what I've heard from people that have covered the league, they kind of lost themselves there, more so than Keedstars being the better team. So hopefully they're able to figure out what's going on right now, because it did feel like they lost to themselves yet again here. Not the biggest, most pressure-filled moment of the tournament, because they have 2 lives. They're in the upper bracket. Even if they drop this series, they have a chance to take on Fuego and make it to that grand finals regardless, but it's so much more comfortable if you can just win here, get that grand finals ticket, and then focus on that finals and nothing else.
Yeah, and get the best of 5 to prep too, because that's the first time we can see, you know, if it game does go to game 4 or 5, you can see, hey, what kind of champs are we busting out as we get deeper into the draft? And speaking of draft, I think we're ready to get going with our Game 2 selection. And Kangas, I'd like to shout out that he gave to Pain, as of course, this is a team that after that game, in summer, they're 27-8 on the season. That's a very, very impressive scoreline. That's only the second game that they've dropped in this tournament. As again, Pain has been fantastic this year. They were the favorites. They were the team that, looking at the tape, I thought were the strongest. Coming in from the CB Law, and Pain's been proving that so far. We'll need to prove it 2 games in a row here if they want to, as you said, take that shortcut and find the finals.
And they still even showed how they were able to win and be so dominant in that last game. The willingness to play to waves, to play around objectives and take their time setting them up. I was actually very impressed, specifically with that mid lane push where they give up Baron control, but then they get the inhibitor. Now, it's, again, just those oopsie moments that lost them the lead. Let's see what they draft for game number 2. They're on the blue side. They ban away things like the Brand, the Gragas, the Ezreal. They're hovering the Jax.
I will say, the Gragas is Philip's pick into Jax itself. So Philip may be feeling pressured to take Jax, as it's a really good combo with the Sejuani. We just saw Tatu blow a kiss to the camera. I know the Fear Starforge guy, the content guy over there, Manny Social, said Tatu's like really outgoing and really fun to talk to. So I know that some of the talking that Axu and Tatu have had between each other is, you know, kind of a mutual respect, the fact that they're trying to bring it, you know. That said, looks like it's going to be the Renekton. So I expect Jax immediately from Hedon. And that could shift Pain Gaming early on to be more of a later game focused team.
And early Lilia for Xu. You see the Sejuani. You can try and shred through the big health bar there, but still very early to lock this in. You can draft around it now if you're Pain Gaming.
I mean, this leads to a pick like a Kennen for Hedon being big if he wants something like that to try and, you know, blow up Olivia in those fights. But it's going to be that Jax. Jax into Renekton. Jax got some nice buffs on this patch that I think might have shifted this matchup, especially if you have a Sejuani on your side too. Because if Sej is able to come top and pressure Renekton, it is kind of tough for Renekton to deal with this combo. It is something where if Tatu decides to path towards the top side, Sejuani being involved in that lane shifts it from being somewhat Renekton favored to potentially very Jax favored. And Hedon did get the best of Philip in that laning phase in the last game.
Yeah, overall, Hedon has felt like he's had Philip's number. Let's see if he's able to do it this time around here, as it's Callista locked in for Marvin, presumably in the bottom lane, but that is expectation.
Is it Corki? I think that we got to see ABO go for something like a Corki, like a Tristana. As, oh, it might be Instinct grabbing a champ. MF, I will say with the changes to both Bloodthirster and MF losing to AD, I think we're going to see a lot less Misfortune on this patch, but facing down the late game of Jack Sejuani and going into Callista, looks like MF's still going to be the choice here for Instinct, as Fierce Starforge going to lean into their early game and try and set up a wombo combo the rest of this draft.
It is locked in. Has not picked up a win, has only been picked one other time before, but we are seeing it now here for Instinct, and that means that Ablaze Olive will maybe hold for a counter pick, because at this point, you're already seeing your top laner, so you can just go for support and then see what Quats wants to play into you.
I'm a bit surprised that we have Leona being banned out here. I think that if you're Pained, you can kind of leave the Leona Nautilus Braum up and just kind of pick the circle. I would actually really favor Nautilus here for Pain, just having a point and click into the Lilia and a little bit more engage. So I find it curious, the champs that, like, the fact they're deciding to ban out the engaged champs as well. That said, if they do take away Leona plus Nautilus, it might force, like, something like a Blitzcrank out, because I feel like if you go Braum as Fierce Starforge, like, you're really lacking that main engage to find setups. So,
yeah.
A little bit awkward here if they do take away something like... Oh, okay. They banned Poppy. Poppy's a really good ban here, looking at all the champs that are up. But now, gotta believe that Fierce Starforge, a little bit of pressure to maybe take Nautilus. But if they do take Nautilus, it's a pretty good game for Braum if Giggs wants it. If not, it could be the Amumu special, which...
Hear me out.
I don't like Amumu as support. It's...
Okay, well, you already predicted it. I was about to try and be 5-head here and say, hear me out, Amumu. It's instead a... blind pick mid lane. Interesting change in strategy from Fierce Starforge. I expected the counter pick, but instead, they say we just want the artillery mage.
I think Hui has a lot of value this game. Leandries will feel very good into the Sejuani Jax, and it's not like Callista can one-tap you. So ability to try and find rotations, and of course Hui brings all the damage, all the utility, and everything you can find in the kit as, oh boy, first Aurelion Soul of the tournament. It's a lot of late game shown here for Pan Gaming.
Yeah, Aurelion Soul, notable for how crazy he can get the more stacks you farm up. And eventually he's able to just take over games. One dragon already picked, a second dragon locked in for game 2.
Yep, here comes the Nautilus. No other choice, really, empowered by Callista. This bot lane is just going to be trying to be somewhat strong early to see what they can do later. I am curious, Hui support did get buffed. They have the option to flex it if they want to get crazy. Doesn't look like it's going to be the case. Braum is expected, but you don't really have like a big main engaged tool to play into Aurelion Soul. And Aurelion Soul is going to feast upon this rather low-range team. So I really like the draft for Pain this game. It is going to take Fierce Starforge having a very strong early game and a very ramping Lilia in order to really overcome Pain Gaming and this Aurelion Soul that should be able to easily hold the line later on.
It kind of feels like Fierce Starforge, their game plan here is to kind of position as if you're going to get engaged on at all times. Braum's great at absorbing those engages. Hui's great at holding these choke points in the river, in the jungle. I mean, Misfortune as well with damage over the top, but you're right. They don't have that big go tool, that big engage button. It's going to be down to Philip finding Renekton flanks. It's going to be down to XU, maybe finding big like flash multi-sleep engages. It's more creative how they're going to have to pull it off. They still have some tools, but ease of execution arguably on Pain Gaming's side, along with that Aurelion Soul, which is just the biggest insurance you could ask for with what's available still in this game to get them to that late game, to get them their first win in this series and keep their tournament hopes of getting to that grand finals early alive here. A loss means they go to the lower bracket up against Fuego. A win for either of these teams means that they will have a little bit of time to rest, recuperate, and recover as they get prepared for their best of 5 grand finals. One more win for Fear, 2 more necessary for Pain Gaming.
And I gotta say, like, there's a lot of talk in terms of being warmed up on stage, like for an LCS finals weekend, being that team to win through the lower brackets and then make it to grand finals and have to face a team that's cold. But I think in this format, just given that A, we've been on the stage all week, And B, that if it goes to a game 4 or 5 in Fearless, you're going to be revealing more and more picks that you can play to the enemy that haven't been revealed so far because we've yet to hit the best of 5 stage. So I think there's a real advantage for the winner that gets to hide some of those picks and instead do their homework tomorrow as they wait for whoever wins in Grand Finals.
We're loaded on to the Rift for game number 2 of our upper bracket finals to determine who's going to move on to be the grand finalist raid boss. Fear X Starforge versus Pain Gaming with Fear up 1-0 and no early invades. Just a slight invade actually here from Pain Gaming in the bottom side, but they're not going to overcommit for it. And it looks like we're going to have a pretty standard start at level 1.
Yeah, I am interested to see if XU pays any attention to the top lane, as I think early on he needs to clear down. But later on, if you get up there at the right time, like post level, 7, 8, 9, you might be able to turn around and play with Renekton. But early on, XU going to try and power farm his camps to the best of his abilities. Actually, curious enough, looks like he is going to start on that bot side. A little bit less efficient for Lilia, who loves to clear out those AoE camps, but will lead to a mirrored clear between both of our junglers.
I'm wondering what the game plan is from XU, because early on in game 1, there was the potential of going for a top lane play. They didn't actually pull the trigger on that, though. Let's see how Hedon wants to play this and how aggressive he gets, because you're right that Hedon loves the Jax. Philip would play the Gragas into it, but that was banned away, so now he's going back to kind of his second string top laner.
And Philip is a Renekton player, as I believe it was last summer. He had the record of being 11-1 on Renekton, or 10-1, something like that. As he was very rock solid on this pick. Definitely something that Philip has always had in his wheelhouse. But yeah, I think very intentional from Pain to take the blue side, take the early Jax, and deny the Gragas. They've done some scouting on Fear.
Nice little dredge line there. Gets a health bar trade for Pain Gaming onto Winsome, as they also hit level 2 earlier on here. And we're going to, again, keep our eyes. The expectations for the compositions is that there will be more tools for Pain Gaming to start action off. So where do we expect that action to come from? Immediately, I look at Geeks, who had a couple of mispositioning errors in that game number 1. How confident do you think that Pain Gaming needs to be to play around this bot side to get them into a more advantageous position so that they can actually set themselves up for that?
I think that Tatu's going to dictate the game. I mean, he's pathing towards bot. There is value to going to bot, but not where Fear Starforge have the wave right now. As I think Instinct and Winsome actually have a nice little read here by just keeping the wave at the turret. Harder for Nautilus to press an advantage against this. He does have an advantage for the first few levels against Braum. If he does find those dredge lines, him and the Kalista will win the trades. Really hard for the Fear Starforge lane to be proactive. They just have to catch whatever comes their way. So the fact that they keep the wave close to their turret makes it a lot harder for Pain Gaming to throw anything their way without it being expensive.
Well, you know what they can do? Speaking of lane positions, it's Hedon who's actually pushed away here. Philip did not want to commit for that play, though, and Hedon's just able to counter-strike and leap away.
I still like it, though, from XU on the timer, because A, he can revisit, and B, I think they had knowledge that Tatu was going from top to bot. So that timer, he still is able to get the crab and doesn't really suffer anything for it. So he will get a nice scouting ward down and threaten this ward. And Philip had a freeze up top, so just forcing Jax away. He has been starved out of a little bit of experience, which will matter later on in this matchup. If Renekton gets 6 first, that is a pretty big window for him to actually find the 1v1.
And Philip's got a nice little freeze here, too. So Hedon's in a really awkward position right now where he's not sure, is Lilia still there? I don't have vision. This pulls Tatu up, so Tatu has to hover. Ooh. And there's no immediate camps for him to take. The Gromp is just spawning, but he's going to walk up and be spotted now here. So there's a lot of information the Fear X Starforge have.
Yeah, still well played. I like the opening path from XU. They're going to be able to scout Tatu on this camp as well. Let's see, doing it on vision. Philip has a lot of info to play this lane out the way he wants to, and a lot of safety right now. So well done to Philip. Again, we've been critical of Philip, and rightfully so. It's been a winning strategy for some teams to really focus the top laner Fear Starforge, especially in the mid game. But I think Philip really brought it back in game 1, and Renekton being a comfort pick for him in game 2. I like how XU has played around this lane. I think it has opened up a window for Philip to honestly find a kill on Hedon. he's going to hit 6 first. If Philip, he's a little bit scared right now, like he doesn't have the knowledge, but if he does ding this first, I think it is a true window where you can actually find a solo kill if you have that creep advantage or two.
He's up just to barely any right now, but that can always turn into more later on. As we see, XU is actually starting up the Dragon very early here.
Cheeky.
The Grubs are spawning in 30 seconds, but they're not playing to that yet. Datu just showed on mid-wave, and now he's seen on the Raptors. So this is basically a free Dragon as now Phil. Oh! He done! With the outplay 1v1 solo first blood.
I mean, like, if Philip's able to play in that wave, he had an XP advantage, but the fact that he done, like, formed a slow push and Philip didn't try and trim the wave, he gave away the 6, didn't have the health, wasn't actually able to net that. It will be a good Dragon timer from Fierce Starforge, where their bot lane base first to get priority on that wave to take Dragon then, but no answer on the Grubs. That kill topside should pretty much lock it down for Pain Gaming, especially given their bot lane swap up. Well played from Pain to get the first 3 Grubs for themselves.
They were ready for that, man. He done gets the kill as Marvin and Geeks were already walking up there. And now, without skipping a beat, he done heads to the bottom side, can catch that wave. Pain Gaming, they can turn this into a bit of a gold lead for themselves now. Yes, the Dragon was still picked up by Furic Starforge, but yeah, I think overall Pain Gaming are going to be happier with the gold lead that they're managing to accrue. Ooh, a Blaze Olive could be in some trouble here. Tatu has the flash available. Nice little fear from a Blaze Olive, and he gets out.
No R available for the Sejuani quite yet, so no pressure on the way. Will be nice as Philip. I'm curious what ends up happening with these lanes, because the fact that Jax is getting starved out right now is very big. Like, if we're going to go resourceless for each top laner, Renekton a little bit more valuable without resources than Jax is really just here for the damage. And now Phillips might have to press the R.
Could be in trouble. The slow from the Rend as they're just waiting for the next dredge line. Nice. Flashes traded. Geeks for Philip.
That's good, though, from Philip. Like, I know that he loses a flash for that, but if we look at bot lane, Hedon's still getting starved out. Philip's getting more than the Jax in this scenario. So I think that overall, again, that's very well worth it.
Hedon is behind in CS. That's really the only thing right now. He's still getting the XP, though, which arguably you're still happy with as the Jax. You want to scale up the levels. This Philip will catch this full wave, though. And I don't know if that plate actually went over. I don't know if the gold was picked up by Marvin or Geeks. It looks like they had actually backed off, so that might have just gone to the wave.
I mean, unironically, I think a really nice recovery here from Fierce Starforge. Just that choice. Again, they do lose 3 Grubs, but starving out Jax, delaying him a little bit. Item disparity is not too significant in the top lane. It's 1 longsword. That's doable. And Philip should be able to catch the majority of this wave to have XP. And that's important against the Jax, too. So, honestly, given that Jax was already ahead in that matchup, the fact that it's kind of been even out in that last play, not bad for Fierce Starforge.
Hedon does get to the top lane a little faster, though. Picks up a plate for himself there. Almost a second one. As now we're back to the traditional lane assignments. Top laners against top laners. Now Tatu is level 7, actually, so has access to that ultimate, which means that Blaze Olive will respect flash away. No ultimate trigger pulled by Tatu, though, means that he could always look for the regank mid.
Yeah, nice all from Quas to get that one out. Now, and we will see if Sejuani gets involved. This is about the timer where, like, I think Lilia, if Lilia plays it well, can turn this. And we're going to have each jungler make their way up here.
Challenge has been issued. Nice little glacial prison from Tatu there to delay the re-engage as XU just can't get in there.
I want to see XU continue this, though. Like, go try and play for jungle. Okay, never mind. He's going to reset. Maybe resetting the setup for the second Grubs take. Wants to be there on time. He does have a lot to buy in the shop. I thought they might have been able to continue the play, just given the top lane health advantage. Deny some camps from the Sejuani. Will not be the choice, though, from XU, as it will be the reset. Hunting guys acquired, and we'll see if he sets his sights on the Grubs or the Dragon. Of course, Fierce Starforge are down that first round of Grubs.
Pain Gaming will have their eyes set on that one shortly, but right now they don't have their lanes swapping to it. It's Instinct in a bit of trouble here. Marvin around the side. Geek start things off, but Winsome with the re-engage and the bullet time. Marvin gets his support out of there just barely. Will he fall to a Winter's Bite? 1 Q from Winsome. Could be the snipe that they need, and he gets it. Winsome turns the play.
Great bait coming out from Instinct. I was about to be like, what are we doing here? Like, playing with fire, but Exu, he did reset quickly. He was able to get down here and be an extra body, but Winsome was the one who made the difference, flashed in, made sure the Unbreakable came down as that ultimate in the choke really made sure that Pain Gaming felt the full brunt of the bullet time coming out of Instinct.
And that is exactly what the composition wants to do. They can't hard force the plays themselves necessarily, but they sure as hell can absorb the plays. Moments like that highlight what Braum can do for a composition, and now they're the first ones to the grubs. They're going to deny the first one here. As Marvin's not with the rest of the fight here, Hedon could be in trouble. Does actually want to press the ultimate ability. They could just turn onto the Jax. Pain Gaming just need one of these. Instinct is joining in with no bullet time, but they still have the auto attack damage. Look at the dragon over the wall, though. Quats being the main character here as Philip's trying to deny it, but Quats still just free fire and gets a double kill. It's not traded back in time. It's a 1 for 2, as it's now a 2 for 2. Fearx Starforge do equalize, but Quats showed up huge in that fight.
Exu was completely locked up during that sequence. He was only able to sleep one. The Lilia was not able to spam Qs, ramp throughout the fight. That's exactly what Pain Gaming needs to do. I think good focus from them as they picked one side of the fight, committed to it hard. Yes, they dropped the grubs, but they get a lot of plates bought from Marvin and a dragon to boot in the back half. So well done from Pain.
And interesting to see Fearx Starforge did not commit for the final grub. They picked up 2, and then they reset. So there's a chance that Pain Gaming can actually pick up that coveted 4th grub and at least have a little bit more turret taking power. But let's take another look at this, because, yeah, Quats has just such a good position right here.
He does, and well done to Hedon to get to this side of the fight. I know that he ends up going down, but that did lock down too. As you could see, Axu just wasn't able to move or function in that one. So a little bit of trades, 2 for 2 going over. But the fact that the plates go over to the Callista, who wasn't there, so you're finding a 2 for 2 down. And then also you pick up the dragon. That's a win for Pain.
They haven't gotten to the grubs again yet, but we do have Tatu on this side of the rift. Philip's just trying to stop Hedon from back, and he's got the Black Cleaver power spike. So Philip in this window actually can easily take this 1v1. I wonder if Hedon has the completed Trinity Force on this back. He really wants to get that off and then TP back, as TP will be up in about 20 seconds here. But as I say that, Pain Gaming do not go for the grub. Fearx Starforge don't care either. I mean, the 3rd grub doesn't give them very much, and if Pain Gaming aren't going to spend the time down there, they don't have to spend it themselves. But as I say that right away, XU does actually opt to go for the objective.
Yeah. Grubs are pretty valuable for the jungler. I don't get the team buff from this one, but hey, bonus damage turrets throughout. Never know what's going to end up happening. Don't have to sell too much.
Tatu's here, though.
So you can see. Yeah, he's got no smite.
He did pick up Trinity Force and teleports away. Yeah, okay. Tatu just walks up, smites it.
Yeah, no smite for Exu. He can't smite this one away, but love what Tatu's doing. He drags down, then finds Exu. Exu's in trouble. He's dead.
Yeah, just pull the trigger. Quats behind, and an easy find. You see in the player cam right there, Exu immediately viscerally reacting to that like, oh no. Did not need to be in that position, so Fearx Starforge is giving up a free kill.
And Lilia's very vulnerable to pick, and with Lilia taken so early in the draft, you have a lot of ways to pick Lilia and outrange it.
1v1. Bullet time used. Barrier as well from Instinct. Marvin just wins the 1v1 as Philip falls topside. Pain Gaming are winning everywhere on the map. Even a Blaze Olive caught out of position. What's going on? Pain Gaming are just gifted kills every lane.
I fear they don't have the tools to like engage fights, so they have to absorb it. And like just the 1v1, they all absorb it. They all absorb death. Like everywhere around the map, right? Instinct goes down to 1v1. XU picked off early. See Philip and ABO fall as the dominoes come collapsing. And this is looking like a game 3. The Aurelian Soul is 4-0. This pick outscales everything in the game.
Yep. It is looking like a rough one for the side of Fearx Starforge. And a reminder, the Pain Gaming, they were ahead game 1 as well. So this Like, if game one had gone the way that it was expected based on the lead that they got, this could have been a 2-0 series, assuming that this game ends with a victory for them. But, I mean, let's not mince any words here. A 4-0 Aurelion Sol with all the engaged tools on that Aurelion Sol's side means that Quats has a fairly easy carry victory here. He's just got to do his job, press his buttons correctly. We talked about that earlier. This is one of those instances where, yeah, just press your buttons, and you'll probably end up walking away the victor.
I think Quats, we'll see if he can carry this one through. As we're going to get a replay of some of the action. Looks like Philip was... I mean, he's got people rotating to him, but the Ignite goes down. Nice flash from Gwiggs to get out of the combo. Then Tatu split a Blaze off. So again, Tatu on the Sejuani. He's the one that started this play with his own ultimate. The Glacial Prison found XU. And then the angle we took on AVO completely cut him off from the rest of the team. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be tough. Like, you're down 2k gold. Aurelion Sol is so oppressive with the Rylai's. You don't have a lot of ways to outrange it or engage on it yourself. Like, there's no proactive tools into this A-Soul. So this game's going to be completely dictated by Pain as it continues on the bot side.
Blaze Olive actually is able to survive. There wasn't any damage follow-up, but it gives Hedon the pressure, gives Hedon the space. Turret falls. That's 2 in the books for Pain Gaming Academy as the Dragon spawning in 35 seconds. No big answers yet for Fearx Starforge as they're falling further and further behind in gold. Well, that's Herald dropped. Okay, and we're just finding Winsome on the side here, I guess. Teleport used by Philip. Fearx Starforge are going to try and take a front-to-back fight at this point. Herald will land the charge. And look at Hedon on the flank right now. He's out of position, though. He was spotted by Fearx Starforge. They knew where he was.
That was a little much.
And that is Philip picking up a much-needed kill for Fearx Starforge. Can they look for more? Quats has the Sky's Descent available. The Aurelion Sol can still potentially fight, but they're not going to go for it. They'll give up the Dragon, it looks like.
I really like the play to take away Winsome's ultimate. The play from Hedon to reach for more, that was too much. And now, Hedon does have TP. If he does spawn in 15, it looks like Fear Starforge are kind of more keen to fight in the next 10 seconds. Again, feels like they have to push the pace. Good sidestep there by Quats to get away from a potential Drowsy coming in from XU. So they use that wave to fish for a fight. They find nothing, and now he's able to join. And it's a super ult for Ace.
Guys, descend. And that's the Braum shield down. This is the fight for Quats. He's able to hit it onto every member of Fearx Starforge. Hedon gets onto a Blaze Olive. And Pain Gaming, they were patient with it. Again, they play to the mid lane. They wait for their top laner to respawn, teleport in, take the fight. Fearx Starforge, we're wasting time. And now Marvin can look to jump over the wall and keep chasing it down. He just flashes onto Winsome. Instinct has some damage, but it might not be enough. As he almost falls, will use the barrier. Fearx Starforge have 2 members survive, and that is nothing for what Pain Gaming just picked up. Dragon with a team fight win.
I mean, by not taking the Dragon there while Hedon's in the gray screen and looking for a fight, when you find nothing, you can't take the Dragon afterwards. It's another instance where we've seen Fear Starforge kind of get frozen on the map, on the rifts. Like, we saw it in game 1, them getting stuck and Pain getting that inhibitor in mid. I know it was turned by Philip with a flash ult at the end, but we've seen Fear Starforge have a little bit of decision paralysis here. And again, I feel like Fishing, like, you need something big to come back in this game, so I get it. But once you don't find it, you cannot continue to actually try and fight the objective. You are going to get murked, as it's the big A-Soul ultimate that ends the fight before it starts. No one can pressure any members of Pain. As again, Fear Starforge, they have to catch the engage. There's nothing they can use to engage on their own. Winsome didn't have ult. XU's ult only found A-Soul in the backline. No hope for Fear Starforge. No way to pressure Aurelion Sol in this game, and this is going to game 3 pretty
No
quick.
way for Blaze Olive to escape. He's just going to walk up, start tanking up the turret, and will fall. Fearx Starforge downriver without a paddle right now.
Yeah, this game messier than Asmongold's room, unfortunately for Fear Starforge. It's a bummer.
Okay, Philip's going to turret at least. There's some up here for Fearx Starforge, but Pain Gaming have shown why they are arguably the tournament favorites. Expectations coming in had them high. Dragonsteel was the other name on everyone's mind. Dragonsteel bombed out. Let's not, cut it 2 ways here. It is Pain Gaming that is now kind of the raid boss remaining. And dropping game 1 against Fearx Starforge is one thing. but they're fighting angry now. This is a team that seems decisive. They seem coordinated, and they seem like they want that game 3, and they want to make that shortcut to the upper bracket grand finals, because a loss here means that they have another best of 5 series ahead of them in the lower bracket finals. That's just another team to prepare for, another day of games to prepare for. Well, guess what? If you don't have to prepare, you can rest up. You can come into that grand finals a little fresher and have a much better chance at taking on whatever your opponent's going to be. And yeah, Pain Gaming, they're doing a great job here in game 2 to set themselves up for at least this win and bringing us to that game 3.
I mean, this was a series that was, I think, kind of close to being a 2-0, given the lead that Pain Gaming had in the first one. So to see them bounce back after that, show some of that resilience on the home stage with backs up against the wall for this series. Big win for Pain, as I know mean more for Pain to win in front of their fans.
And there's quite a lot of them out there. It's a weekday, but you can still hear them in the crowd behind cheering on the home team. As it's 11 kills to 4, a 5,000 gold lead, close to that at least, 4.5. And we have the next Dragon coming up in 2 minutes. We're still quite a ways away from a Dragon Soul. The Dragons have been slightly delayed here, but Baron is now on the map and is an objective teams can look at here. Callista, notable for her Baron taking speed, so Fearx Starforge are at the point where they have to be very careful about ever taking their eyes off of that objective, because one Baron take could just signal the end of the game.
Yeah, and Callista, you know, with the pretty much the empowered smite with the Ren, being able to stack up the spears, allows you to sometimes posture around Baron a little bit more aggressively if you want. I would actually really like it for Pain. Again, Fierce Starforge, they don't really have engage tools. So if you force them to walk in and then you can engage on them easily, they should have the members to tank it between the Sejuani and the Jax, and we'll see if they end up pulling the trigger.
Ooh, nice little dredge line on a Winsome to start things off. He's all alone. He's got the Unbreakable. He absorbed so much damage right there, but he done unthreatened
Instinct.
as he's behind everybody, and he gets on Instinct. He done's just doing it himself right now. Heals up massively as Fearx Starforge are just losing every fight. They can't even kill the Jax. Finally, they take him down, but everybody else has been unleashed. Although under the turret, Quetz is in trouble. He will fall. Xhu's Drain taking it up. Marvin's going forward now. Has the Ren stacks, has the resets, has the quadra kill. Pain Gaming's AD carry getting on the board in a big way and getting them this Baron.
Tatu doesn't quite have the Warmog, so we're going to see if this is enough to actually take it. Marvin's unable to hop over the wall. I think that's going to be it for Baron. We'll see if Pain sets their sights on the Dragon, which just spawned in 20, but a good opening from them, as the angle that Hedon found with that engage from Giggs was a little bit too easy. And again, Pain very far up in this game. It really is just them, like, they have to wait for Fierce Starforge to walk past a certain point. They were able to do so very effectively there.
Look at that damage. Jax topping the damage charts was not on my bingo card. A teleport flank from the Jax player. It's going to keep Philip away from this fight as Fearx Starforge are going to try and take the 2v2, and Instinct just cannot do it. Just gets popped. That is a full health Aurelion Soul, essentially. And Hedon gets a kill on the board as well. This game is not going any better for Fearx Starforge. It is a slip and slide of a gold lead for the side of Pain Gaming.
The poor misfortune being dragged into the Aurelion Soul, just no escape for Instinct and no escape for Fierce Starforge. As the fate of the game 3, it's looming over everything in this one. Yeah, the opening, like, at least Xhu was able to get out, but Hedon's so fed, continuously presses forward. And even with Pain just walking through, like, these Hui fields, I mean, you're eating a lot of damage over time, but they're too thick, too tanky at this point to care. As you can see, the loyal Pain fans showing up on the weekday to support him, and man, showing up for good cause on this one.
Not getting better. We're back to live, although they got Quetz. No flash available, so Dragon's down. Baron's still up. They have the Rend, and they get it. They get out. Pain Gaming, they lose their mid laner. They trade for the opponents, but they also get the Baron.
I'll take the Baron and the Hex Dragon as well, as that was secured during the replays. So Pain on Soul Point 2. And again, I mean, it really feels like I want to see if Fierce Starforge, like, put together a better early game. Because it feels like in both games, Hedon's really gotten the better of Philip, just in that 1v1 in the top lane matchup. And Fear haven't been able to get leads in bot lane either. Or, like, we've seen XU, I think, have some good hovers. Like, I think XU's playing fine, but he hasn't been able to bust open a lead himself. So, really interested to see what the approach is from Fear Starforge in this game 3. As, of course, with Fearless Draft, you got to win with 3 different approaches, man. Every game is a lot different. You're forced to play different comps. So, we'll see what kind of solution our teams come up for. As it's certainly going there here in a couple.
And I want to go back to a point that I had made earlier in Pick and Ban. Locking in the Lilia so early allows your opponent to draft a composition that can deal with it. We might have to get back to that. The Aurelion Sol has been problems for XU. He just can't get into these fights, can't run around. But right now the problem is trying to survive this play topside here. Winsome and Blaze Olive will do just that as they turn their attention onto Geeks. Philip just flies in there and doesn't find any engage. Now the turn onto him as he is still alive. Bullet time used, big damage traded. Philip survives, but just barely as the bottom wave is crashed in. Hedon had no teleport. He couldn't even join in, so instead he just pushes with the Baron buff, and he'll take an inhibitor.
Even in the 5v4, the fight's still more favorable for Pain. As you can see, the pressure that Quats can put down, some of these slow fields from Aurelion Sol getting real big as he's been able to stack up throughout this game. Has access to another Sky's Descent. It's going to be very big for Pain. Going to try and use that ultimate to end.
And they can just siege every lane right now. Fieric Starforge running around with chickens with their head cut off. They're not sure where to draw the line. They're trying to defend top turret, mid turret, and Nexus turrets all at the same time. And they're only defending the Nexus turrets as of right now. XU almost gets picked right there. Geeks will walk away just fine. But yeah, the top tier 2 will fall. The mid tier 2 falls. As Hedon is just keeping Philip on him, preventing the front line from being able to do anything for the side of Fieric Starforge. As now he's got to flash away. Almost goes down.
Man, love it.
Storm was trying to slow him down, but the rest of Pain Gaming focus on the top side.
I love the 4-1, and it's going to force a play like this from XU. Hedon does have TP. As XU, he's going to try and use that port to go around, but that's the Sky's Descent. And that should secure the inhibitor. And Fierce Starforge, their health bars are so low, they kind of have to wait. Yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah, we're still fighting over here, and it's Quats walking forward. Marvin could be in some trouble. Winsome throws up the shield as he's still alive. Meanwhile, XU and Tatu are 1v1ing, and Tatu is winning it off screen. The base is falling apart. Pain Gaming, they just walk forward with confidence. Say, we got an 11,000 gold lead. What do you got? Not a chance in this game. XU has now rejoined with the rest of the team. Throws out the ultimate. It only lands onto 1. Can they even get Hedon? Bullet time. There it is. Shut down. Over to Instinct. As Pain Gaming will now try and retreat. Another Hexgate. This time is Philip. Tatu in the same position as before, but Fieric Starforge get a big shutdown as well onto Marvin. They denied the game end, but they might not have any turrets left because the supers are hitting it. 1 Nexus turret remains, and it will live just barely. Fieric Starforge hold the line.
Well, that was a bit sloppy from our CBLOL representative. That's okay. I think they're able to get the Hex Dragon in time. We'll see. Marvin's death timer is kind of synced up with that. If Fear is able to get out of the base and actually take that objective, I do feel like that would be helpful for them, because a Hexel would certainly spell their doom.
The Supers pushing topside is a win condition, though, because Hedon also has teleport, Quats has teleport. It's so hard for Fieric Starforge to go for this. I think XU has to go for a Smite Steal, essentially, and get out without just dying. Here's the teleport coming in, and it's actually Hedon all alone. I mean, at this point, Fieric Starforge, they have no idea what they want to do. Philip's looking at Hedon. The rest of the team's looking around the Dragon. They are going to catch out the Jax, potentially. Tatu hit by the Lilia. Is that going to be the sleep? There's no ultimate available. XU cannot lock him down, and Hedon gets away.
That's pretty much game. Again, I don't think you can break Hexel as Fierce Starforge. Like, the range that Acel has at this point, your ability to apply it, it's going to make it even harder for Fierce Starforge to close the gap and actually get on that Aurelion Sol. Yet another slow added to the mix for Pain Gaming. Baron's up in a minute. We'll see if they feel comfortable enough to try and end with a low Nexus turret, or if they wait for the Purple Worm and that buff to try and go for the end.
It's going to have to be a miracle defense from Fieric Starforge, and essentially the same thing that we saw in Game 1. Pain giving them the win by getting caught out of position by doing something silly in these big late game moments. I mean, I say late game, we're only 30 minutes in. It's barely late game, but The fact that they've been able to accelerate this gold lead. Yes, it's no longer the 11,000, it's only 8,000, but the Dragon Soul essentially makes it the same as it was before. This Baron fight is all but theirs. Maybe XU can go for a Miracle Steal, but Pain Gaming have done just such a good job of getting a lead and maintaining a lead. That one base push is really the only hiccup that they've had so far in what was otherwise almost a flawless game.
Yeah, I mean, this has been good stuff from Pain. Again, coming into this, just based on the tape, I favored them in this matchup. I've been really impressed with Tatu and Hedon on this top side. I think they've been the big difference for Pain and why I feel like they are the favorites to win based on the tape they've put forward in this one. And we really saw them be a difference maker in this game. I know it doesn't show in the scoreline for Hedon, but what he's done in terms of buying space and finding that solo kill and putting Philip down on the top side was massive in this game for Pain Gaming.
I mean, I'll say he still has 11 kill participation out of 19 kills. More than the jungler, more than the AD carry, not too shabby. Shout out to Geeks for leading that, by the way. 16 out of 19 kills the Nautilus has been around for. As now it looks like with the Baron picked up with the Dragon Soul, it's just an easy push for Pain Gaming Academy here to bring us to an even series 1-1 to determine who is going to that grand final. Spheric Starforge did not even contest the Baron. They instead will try and draw the line here at their last remaining Nexus turret. Philip goes in, reposition from Quats, and Philip is just going to get popped. It's that easy for Pain Gaming Academy. It's now a 5v4 as Spheric Starforges have no hope of defense. Pain pushed them in game 1 and almost closed it out. Game 2 was a stop for Pain Gaming Academy, and they will even this series as they clean up the last couple of kills. Nexus will be the next focus as it's an ace to close it. Game 2 to Pain Gaming.
Really nice draft from Pain, and I think looking back, the big difference there was the willingness to not blind Nautilus for Fear Starforge. Instead, they blinded the way. The Nautilus was then denied as being that last real big engaged support left between those big four. And then you had no way to actually get on top of the Aurelion Soul. So the front line was just way too big. I can't believe Winsome for not wanting to play Rakan that game, because I feel like Rakan would be really hard to execute. But man, like, I think that giving away that Nautilus pick, you just did not have any engage, any trigger pull in this game. And that really hurt, because once Pain got a lead, they were the only team that could force the issue, and they did so outside of one play quite well.
And like I had said, XU getting the very early Lilia. There are some comps that Lilia excels against. A specific champ Lilia hates to see is Aurelion Soul. You create all these slow fields, and Lilia's entire thing is that she's all about movement speed. She's about dancing around in the fight. If you can't actually get in and hit people because you're walking in to the big slow field, you're going to have way less fun playing that champion, and I think that really showed up as well. We just never really saw any of the champs on Spheric Starforge get off the ground. Top lane was the really big one that we were hoping maybe Philip could get that lead on his signature Renekton, and even that, I mean, he didn't really walk away from laning phase with any sort of lead.
I mean, he got bonked for the solo kill from Hedon, unfortunately, at the 6-5. So that was not ideal for Fear Starforge. And yeah, I mean, props to Pain Gaming. I know that in Fearless Draft, this full Fearless format, we do oftentimes see games that I feel like are more or less decided by draft. I feel like the Game 3 with the Shen pick was so big for Fuego and helping overcome Vivo Key stars in that one. And much so in this game, I think that just the draft for Pain Gaming was so difficult for Fear Starforge to break so early on in that game. I'm with you on the early Lilia pick. I know I was on my high horse about this all year, or all split, I should say. Something that even Nuke Duck said, that FlyQuest really deprioritized Lilia compared to the rest of the LCS teams, and it's part of the reason that they felt like they had edge in their playoff run. A lot of it is that, as you highlighted, Kangas, when it's picked early, you can counter it. And it was well countered and well answered from Pain.
And again, I just have to go back to that Hui Red 4. If you're on Red side, we have seen, especially in a Fearless Draft system, that Red 5 can be the game-deciding pick. It can be the thing that just wins the game on its own. Braum was not that for FearX Starforge, and I think, I don't know
Yeah.
what the decision-making was there, if they just trusted that a Blaze Olive sway would be enough, if they wanted to deny that from the side of Pain Gaming. Either way, it did not work out for them. So I think it's back to the drawing board, and maybe trying to get onto blue side for FearX Starforge. We'll see what their side selection is going into this game 3, because since they just lost game 2, they will get to choose. And when it's, Fearless Draft, we've already gotten all these champions taken away now, 20 in total. Getting that first pick can arguably be more important than the last.
It depends on the OPs, how many are up. I agree that first pick, just opening up one champ's big. And I love the handcuff that Pain put them in draft. I think one of the reasons that they did not take Nautilus on 4 is Callista Braum into Naut MF is a very good lane for Callista Braum. And also the Braum passive, like having a Jax, a Callista, and then a Sejuani that brings the man engaged that a Braum is lacking, and then having a second Freljord stun passive on top of it with the melees. Like, Jax loves a Callista Braum game. So, again, real credit to Pain Gaming on this draft. I really feel like they handcuffed Fierce Starforge at multiple points and got a draft that they felt like was good for them, and they cashed in on that tenfold.
I think in general, something we can say about Pain Gaming, outside of how impressive they've looked on the Rift, their ability to play patiently and play to the lanes that they need to, is their ability to draft. I think more so than many of the other teams here at this event, they seem like they are prepared for what the new patch brought.
Yeah, I mean, just a really good bind here, yet again, as we take a second look. This fight, Hedon committing the one side of the fight. I know that this was an even trade, but this is an even trade with Pain being down numbers, with Marvin getting free farm in the bot lane that helped get the Callista going in this one as well. After this was the chain of events that really set this game in motion to be only Pain-sided, because Axu falls, and then, like, immediately after, Philip tries to save this top lane. He falls. Tatu cuts off a Blaze Olive with Platts behind him. So everyone goes down one by one. Instinct gets solo killed in the bot lane during this. So, I mean, Fierce Starforge kind of fell apart as a team in this game.
They almost got aced here, essentially. I know I actually would have spawned before Winston went down, but that's basically the situation. And FearX Starforge just felt uncomfortable for the rest of the game. Moments like this as well. They just had bad setups for these fights where it's like, okay, you get a pick, but you can't force the fight afterwards, so just focus the objective. You're the comp that wants the opponent to walk to you. You know how you do that. Use the objective as a magnet is typically how teams would adapt. But FearX Starforge were not able to find that adaptation, and then the rest of the fights, I mean, for the rest of the highlight reel, it'll just be the wallet difference, basically, of Pain Gaming just being able to walk forward and do this.
Yeah, I mean, they weren't able to adapt or use those objectives as a magnet because they were never fed enough to like actually set up and get there first, right? Hedon was just owning the side lane. There was no way to get a single lane of prio for Fierce Starforge to actually set something up. And yeah, Pain Gaming, I mean, Pain's put together some really, really nice games in this tournament. There's a reason why I felt very strongly that they were a strong team coming in, and to see Pain continue to do so in the back half is quite good. As
I'll say it again.
Okay, this is the winning fight. Okay, I was like, is this the fight they messed up?
I think this is the winning fight, yeah.
It's the clean one.
No, they had that one upsie, but that was it. I'll say it again. I feel like Pain's biggest competition this tournament is losing to themselves. So far, that is where they look the roughest, is when they make mistakes rather than being put in positions where they don't know what to do. They're always confident enough to make the play. It's just, is that the right play at the right time? Now they're going to be on red side, though. We do have confirmation that FearX Starforge has picked blue, so that will change things up. But let's take a look at our post-game breakdown here to at least wrap things up for game number 2, because it was pretty even until it wasn't. Once the snowball started, it did not stop for Pain Gaming.
Yeah, the game never really felt even, honestly, after the first 10 minutes. And I will say, the other perk, I know we talked a lot about not having to play tomorrow and show your game 4 and 5 strats. Kangas, you've been talking a lot about the importance of blue side and full Fearless being able to unlock a different pick, having a 4th band with that first pick yourself. It's really big. Like, you need to win your blue side games if you want to win a best of 5 for full Fearless, and the winner of this game will get side select tomorrow. Or for the grand finals, not tomorrow, but for the grand finals. So that is a big deal, being able to start on blue side, because if you do get up in a series early on, the odds that you can pick blue side for game 5, where there are 0 bans, you can pick the most important champion for yourself, or go to red side where you can trade 1 power pick for 2. Could be better there too. I think it's really important to have side select in Game 5.
I just hope that Fear X Starforge is able to have a better draft plan this time around, because again, Game 2, I think that the last 2 picks ended a little disastrously for what their composition could actually do on the Rift. Now on blue side, like you said, you basically get that 4th ban when there's already 20 champions taken off the table. The meta has shifted, and Pain Gaming so far have shown that they are very malleable at adapting to the shifting meta. It's going to be tough to really put their backs against the wall, but that's going to be the test for Fear X Starforge here. But 1-1 on the scoreboard means that we are going the distance here today, Covey. Both of our series all the way, and I gotta say, I couldn't have scripted it better for my final cast of the America's Challengers. This is gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, I'm excited. I've got my tea ready and hoping that we get another game much like Game 1. As Game 1, for me, still the best game I've seen so far this tournament. Would love to see another one between these two teams, as hoping for a hard-fought battle to make it to finals early and get that important side select.
Yeah, I want to take the conversation out just for a brief moment here while we get ready for that game number 3, because we still have 3 representatives in the top 3, which I think is just the coolest thing that you could have asked for going into the inaugural America's tournament. Yeah, because Fuego is going to be the the challenger now coming up in the lower bracket final. So win or lose, they're still alive in America's Challengers today here with this series. They'll be matching up against Fuego to determine who is challenging for that final spot. And for the pride of saying that you're the first ever America's Challengers victors. And yeah, I got to say, it's just been fun to be a part of this, Cubby. I know that's awesome to get you on for your first day. You're going to be on for more days later on, so you'll get to see the rest of the tournament. But for now, we're going to send it to a short break before we're back for the final game today to determine who's punching that ticket to the grand finals after this. Hello and welcome back, everybody, to the final game of the day. 1-1 on the scoreboard for day 2 of America's Challengers playoffs. And we have one team that will advance to the grand finals, one team that will move on to the lower bracket finals to challenge Fuego. And it's anybody's game at this point. Blue side pick for FearX Starforge.
Yeah, excited to see what ends up happening with this first pick. We've had champs like Bran, like Yone, that have been big for FearX Starforge be denied so far by Pain. So curious if we get a switch up there from Pain or if it stays consistent, and what pick FearX Starforge are looking to lead off with. As in this full Fearless draft, of course, that first pick kind of acting as a 4th ban is very important for how you get the tone started for your draft.
There's a couple things, a couple checklists, Cubby, that I was thinking about during the break. If you're FearX Starforge, this is how I see it go. Up first, you want to get that blue 1 big meta threat, something that is, high priority that can carry the game. I'm thinking things like maybe the Corki is still up there in priority if you want to go for that for a Blaze Olive, something along that level, right? The carry. Next up, you're probably going to be blind picking for Philip. So get Philip something that he can engage with. Get some kind of engage tool. Things like the Ornn. Even Malphite was buffed depending on what the first 2 picks from the enemy look like. There are tools I think the FearX Starforge need to draft for their composition, for the team to function, and for things to work. And I think it starts with these basics. How do we find engage? How do we distribute damage? And how do we make sure that we're utilizing this blue 1 to full effect?
Yeah, and at this point of the game too, a lot of the supports have been narrowed. So honestly pretty curious to see what ends up happening in that pool, because we do have our 4 mainstays for engaged supports, like the Nautilus, the Rel, the Alistar, the Leona. With Braum being taken, I believe Leona's the pick that's up. And that could be really big for either of our teams here. Winston being a strong Leona player, even if he has not busted it out in this tournament yet.
As we see the audience reacting to being on camera. But I want to talk about the look on the faces that we see from the players. Pain Gaming, smiling, chuckling, laughing with each other. Slightly more solemn looks on the side of FearX Starforge. They said in the interview coming in, Cubby. Okay, well, there's a smile. There we go. You can always rely on instinct. But they said coming in that
they should be okay.
Yeah, they expected NA for NACL to be the teams to beat, to be able to show that they were the better region of the 3. And so far, they have not been able to accomplish that. A win here would definitely help out that argument. But they put the pressure on themselves, of course, as they were the ones to talk the smack. So backs against the wall. We'll see if they can keep mental going into this game 3.
Yeah, both of these teams expecting the win. Pain, of course, being the top dogs of their own league for the entire split, really, until Vivo Ked Stars knocked him out. And then FearX Starforge being one of the strongest teams we had in NACL. I feel like we had a clear top 3, them beating FlyQuest Challengers to make top 2, make it to here. But with Dragon Steel out, they're the last remaining hope. And this might be the last remaining hope of a draft, as some of those big picks early. Brand Varus taken away. I want to see if it ends up being a Yone ban on 3, as that would be consistent with what Pain has approached FearX Starforge with so far.
Yeah, the Brand Varus make a lot of sense to kick things off. But again, I'm also looking at that Corki as potentially that 3rd ban. It's Yone ban from FearX Starforge.
I mean, you could open with Corki. It is a big champ for Quats as well, as it's a Olaf band away from Philip. So wondering what kind of pick we're looking at the top side that Olaf would be good into if we're Pain.
And now we get to know what is the draft prep. It's Ashe. 50% win rate, 2 wins, 2 losses, but still a very powerful champion. Can set up a lot of options for the rest of the draft, because that's already hitting one of those boxes. Engage. You have the Enchanted Crystal Arrow to try and start something. At least look for a pick on somebody out of position on the enemy team.
Yeah, opens up a bit of that support pool too if you want. Would it be surprised to honestly see something like a Malachi Rakan come out from FearX Starforge? Also, wouldn't be surprised to see something like a Zyra played, as it has been a big champ for XU. As Malachi should be a contested pick as we roll throughout this draft. And curious if that ends up being taken by Pain here, or if it's snagged by FearX Starforge, as we could see a I mean, we're going to learn a lot with
Yeah.
these picks. I think Quats with the Orianna, that's kind of daring you to pick Corki mid. As with some of the changes, the Ori matchup got a lot better against Corki in the mid lane. And the answer
I would
for
love,
this,
though.
like, it should be Jace.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I think that's what a
yeah,
Blaze
go
Olive
for it.
wants to play. Yeah, it should be Jace.
Oh, it's a good point. Jace could be the pick.
Yeah.
I would love to see the Maokai locked in because Maokai plus Ashe have so much control over the river, so much control over the jungle between the Hawk Shot and all the saplings. So that 1-2 can give them a lot of tools to play around objectives. But instead, it's Leona locked in here. So they just want a lot of engaged tools. They are really checking that box,
Oh,
and
here we
they are
go.
really locking in Nidalee in Game 3 of the upper bracket finals for XU.
Well, the only Nidalee that's been played in this tournament was XU's. He found the win in that game, and this is a lot of pick potential coming out from Fierce Starforge. As now it's up to Pain to answer. We'll see if Tatu wants to throw down with this. He loves his carry picks himself. I mean, a Zyra would be too much magic damage, but you could go for something like a Skarner that's really tough to move out of the jungle.
Yep, he can scrap with the best of them, and it's going to be almost impossible for a Nidalee to actually threaten a kill onto him. So he's just got too
jumping
much
is
health.
dangerous.
He's going to stack that all the time.
I mean, not just that, but like if you jump in, you are at risk of being E'd into a wall, Ard wherever Skarner wants to drag you. So we will see. That's also a ball carrier for Pain. I would like to see a Rakan ban. I'm not sure if yeah, Rakan definitely a champion that is played by Gwiggs. So yeah, that Rakan being taken away, I think that's a very smart call from Fierce Starforge. Wondering if we also get a Poppy ban, as that has been picking up a lot of priority as support. So support going to be very, very pinched here for Pain Gaming.
And Poppy also just a great counter into the Leona, into that Nidalee. So Poppy ban would make sense for Fierce Starforge here, but for the side of Pain Gaming, they're focused on the mid laners. The Corki ban that you had already talked about, but now the Syndra ban as well, meaning that the mid lane pool, very pinched. Oh, interesting.
Well, Ornn ban makes some sense. Like, Ornn, you could just say, okay, Ornn Skarner, that's way too tanky for, like, a Nidalee Ashe comp to get through, right? And, of course, that kind of takes away the opportunity. I mean, we should see a support here. I honestly would have banned Poppy. Yeah, I think it's got to be
I mean,
Poppy
Poppy's
here.
flex
You can't
too. You can put it top, you can put it into support, but it's Karma instead.
That's a lot of move speed to run away from a Nidalee and try and help the I don't mind it. It's a lot of shields and buffs that are coming through onto Pain Gaming now. And, of course, Ezreal Karma, a really strong 2v2 lane. As now, I mean, Philip, I think a lot of this is going to kind of come down to Philip. I mean, if we're drafting Udyr here, this means that you need to have an AD in the top side for, or an AD pick for a Blaze Olive, or else you'd be a triple magic damage top side, which into a Skarner sounds like a death sentence. With that Gragas locked in, that's going to be all reliable in the hands of Philip. I wonder if Hedon answers with something like an Aatrox, which he has yet to play this season, but is a pick that I think, looking at this draft, is quite good this game. And now we'll see what ABO goes with. I feel like it's got to be an AD champ, but it feels like he's out of options. Yeah.
It's Lucian. I mean, that's AD if it's the bill, but
it is
that going to give the damage they need to get through a Skarner?
It could. Okay, I think this is going to be Gnar. Yeah, it's probably going to be Gnar here for Hedon. Yeah, I think that it's all about the early game here for Fierce Starforge. And to be fair, they haven't gotten early game leads, but they also haven't drafted something that has indexed as hard into early game as this draft they have here. So we'll see if they can pull it off.
And I also have to say, confirmed LCS caster and Nidalee fanatic Rafa has DM'd me saying, hype up the Nidalee, sending energy to XU. No bias, of course, from the NA side right there, but XU's doing it for Rafa. He's doing it for NA here, and Pain Gaming are doing it, of course, for Brazil and CB LOL. A win means that you are the raid boss of this entire event, of this entire tournament. And the Nidalee really does seem to be the big pick that has drafted everything else around it. We have all the CC from the side of Fierce Starforge to set up Nidalee. We have all the shields and the big health bars on Pain Gaming to absorb the Nidalee spears and the Nidalee hunting onto their backline. XU's got his work cut out for him But we went into this series saying XU versus Tatu was the matchup we wanted to highlight. And I think it's poetic that Game 3, this is the matchup that will most likely dictate the entire series.
Yeah, XU daring Tatu to play into him. Tatu, we'll say his Skarner is 2-0 this split in summer with the games that he's played on it. So I think that, like some of the other comps that we've seen or games we've seen, Kangas, we have a very strong power curve for one team in the early stage of the game, and then a much stronger power curve for the other team in the later stage of the game. So all eyes for me on XU and Fierce Starforge to see what can they get early, how much can they get out of Pain Gaming, because if they aren't rolling into the mid game with a 2 to 3K gold lead, then they're going to find themselves playing tomorrow against Fuego in the lower bracket finals.
NACL versus CBLOL Academy. Who can take the upper bracket finals and be the raid boss of the first ever America's Challengers? Who will fall down to the lower bracket and try to rise again? It will all be determined right here, right now. Game 3, taken to the Rift. And Cubby, we got a 4v5. All members of Fearx Starforge are here, but one RQ from Karma says, nope, the fight is over.
Posturing for level 1 against Ezreal Karma. Whoever gets access to that brush first can have advantage. Of course, Ezreal Karma, level 1. So powerful on this, as we do have... Looks like Wig's going for the area. I don't like that as much. I prefer the Comet very much if you are playing the Karma. Just maximize the poke. And then, of course, Axie with that Conquer. Expect the Leandry's Rush, which does kind of turn Nidalee into a champion that can maul, can brawl a bit, but still, when you jump into this Skarner, Gnar, Orianna, you have to be so damn careful as XU. So we'll see if XU, on a champ that for sure is comfort for him and a strong champion that he's always had in his pocket since we were casting him back when he was on C9 Amateur, Kangas. We'll see if, with his back up against the wall, if this one can ring true for him and his squad.
Well, it's starting off on the bottom side clear, and his top side was warded. Hedon was the only person out with him. Winsome just flashing in onto Geeks. That gets an early heal out. That's a flash and an ignite used. Message delivered, I suppose, as Pain Gaming will just walk forward, try to get some more poke onto Instinct right there. That was a bold move.
It was a decision, for sure, as they're now down 2 summoner spells in whole.
I think it signals XU's going to look for an early gank bot side. I mean, if they can get level 2 on Winsome, try and get onto Geeks with Hex Flash, maybe they can kill?
If that was the case, it would have been XU going for Raptors and then Krug, so he'd finish his clear on the bot side. The fact that he's on the Raptors now. We'll see what he ends up doing, but Bo3s Olive is going to get a scouting award to see that Tatu has at least cleared the Raptors, so if XU decides to invade Tatu, would have the red buff feed red buff matchup, but with no bot prio, just going to continue clearing his camps on the top side, so a full clear early on for Nidalee.
All right. Well, we'll have to come back and see what the implications of a flashless Winsome are later on. Your flash is worth more than the Karma. Maybe the expectation was that Geeks would have panic flashed as well, because then you have the Hex Flash advantage, but either way, right now, means that Pain Gaming can keep shoving this wave in and feel way more comfortable with how things are looking. Topside, meanwhile, slow pushing away from Philip here as Hedon is taking advantage of that range matchup and trying to put Philip into an awkward and uncomfortable position, already heavily chunking out his health bar.
Philip's on Gragas. This is anything but uncomfortable for him, as this has been a trusty dusty pick for Philip throughout our entire Fearless draft in regular season.
Trusty dusty.
Definitely a Philip special. Yeah. Sometimes you got to dust off the old magic. Really? Oh. Well, you know, that was our nickname as the old Chicago Cubs manager, Trusty Dusty Baker. His name was Dusty Baker. You gotta put your faith in Trusty Dusty Baker. Anyway, we're putting our faith in the Trusty Dusty.
I can only hope I have a name like that.
This is
top
playable.
Lane dive
is guaranteed.
Hedon will have to use the flash, and it's set up beautifully by Philip. He'll flash away to survive the turrets as Tatu... Oh! Ooh. He actually, I think, messed up the E right there. Or maybe he canceled. Yeah, the wave didn't crash in time. Tatu went a little too early. And Fearx Starforge are able to back away, deny the counter dive. That is a clean first blood picked up by XU.
All right, well played. Good pathing on the Nidalee. As you called it, Kangas, there was the crash from Hedon. Played out very well from Philip afterwards to set up that dive. And Philip now has a TP advantage in the top side. We'll see if he can take away Summonar's health bar. TP back with an item and a health bar advantage for a potential Grubs fight, which I'm sure Axie will be looking at, as at the moment he is on wards, but continuing to clear, which is okay.
Yeah, Philip can now start stacking up this tier, as Hedon's actually stacking up the Cole. Interesting that both of them are opting for that right now. Engage onto Geek. Still has the flash available. Will use it there as the Ignite goes down. Flash forward from Instinct. The shield is not enough. The final tick of the auto as Instinct picks up another one.
XU so far on fire with the Nidalee. These spears have been big. Weave that one onto Giggs, and then Marvin ate one as well. They're going to get the wave in and go for the dive. Karma separated. I think they have this.
2 dives back to back. XU's going to pull it off. Flash forward from Marvin. He looks for the outplay, and he actually gets it. Instinct was taking up the turret. Really well done from Marvin.
Really well played by Marvin. That's really big that he got a kill there. Tatu did make his way back to the bot side, so when XU bases, he has full info on where the Skarner is. Raptors and Wolves are up with Grub spawning in 25. If Philip is able to TP back, which he doesn't need to because he's at full health at the moment, it should be an easy Grubs play. Only choice for Pain is to answer with a dragon of their own. They will pick up the Cloud Dragon. We'll see if they are in time to actually contest Grubs, but I don't think they have the power to do so with the Blaze Olive able to TP back, matching the TP of Quats, and also the potential for Philip to TP himself, and just the power of Nidalee at the moment. I don't think this is a fight you can take, so it should be an objective trade.
Dragon started early, though. Means that Pain Gaming might still fancy a contest. Let's see where Tatu ends up pathing here. As the Dragon's already down, Fearix Starforge have that information, and an earlier roam from Quats, who got the mid lane shove. They're going to see that the Grubs are being taken, but does not seem like Tatu wants to go into that area. So you're right, it is just a trade for right now.
That's the right call from Pain. So Tatsu going to reverse his clearing and actually make his way back towards the bot lane, where, keep in mind, Instinct is down some. So I think we will see Pain try and revisit here while XU is still taking the Grubs top.
Meanwhile, bot side shoving in yet again. They didn't pull off their dive, and they got dove themselves, but Sheen still picked up regardless from Marvin and the tier 2. So they're stacking that up, shoving this wave in, getting a little bit of a CS advantage as a 1v1 top lane's breaking out. Hedon jumping onto Philip. There's the ultimate backwards. Philip is in trouble, has the explosive cask, needs to use it, but Hedon's still winning that trade.
Yeah, Philip can sustain back up, though. Gnar has access to a little bit less sustain, given that he just popped the Mega, and that boosts the health. Big part of sustaining back, but we did tease the bot lane play. No sums for Instinct. Winston goes in, and that's going to make it easy for Tatu.
Yeah. Easily read by Tatu right there and beautifully baited by Geeks. That's a flash out from Winsome, and the Impale even lands in onto Instinct. The Ash in trouble. He goes down. Marvin picks up a kill as it looks like mid lane also went down in a 1v1. Quats just killed a Blaze Olive. Okay, something went down there. Hopefully we can catch that in a replay, but Pain Gaming just find plays mid and bot to their favor.
I love seeing Quats give his teammates the fist bump too, but a beautiful play from Tatu. We did tease that with the Grubs take, he could reverse his clear, get bot first, get there early, and that flash used to also suppress the Ashe leads to 2 kills, as that was massive, and a Blaze Olive. Oh, man. Well, that's an unforced error.
Yep, 2 turret shots right on the edge, too. I think if there was a ref you could talk to, you might want to contest that one. But unfortunately, it is a video game, so kind of tells you where the distance is right there. Either way, XU's going in for an invade right now, taking away a blue buff. Has no smite available. Let's see if Geeks can steal this. Oh, close. Looks like that did go over, though, to XU.
XU's understanding that, again, like, Tatu reversed his clears. The camps that he has alive are on the top side, including his red buff. So by being here early, yes, XU is sacking his top side camps, but he has a real window of power to try and force Pain off this wave. Not doing so successfully quite yet, and Tatu is rotating around.
I think we have a spectator bug. I think Geeks actually got that. I don't see a blue buff on XU, and Geeks' mana is coming back rapidly. So I actually think that Karma got that. Interesting.
Damn, that's interesting. I thought I saw XU with a gold over his head. So, all right. Well, good steal from the Karma. I mean, that helps Yeah, it helps dissuade the dive, as Exiu is going to be forced to retreat and find the camps that are up for him from here on out. Big question for me is actually going to be the grubs in a minute 20, and Exiu understanding that a lot of this game is around bot. Looks like he's coming back down. Karma is flashless for the next couple seconds, and Fierce Starforge going to try and use this to take
Level
a turn
6
and
for
find Karma in
Instinct.
the bot lane. Yeah.
They have so much CC. They can just throw out the arrow, focus down. I mean, honestly, either one of them. Ooh, yeah.
Instinct was spotted around that wall. Land. Yeah. You had full info for Pain. Oopsie there on Fierce Starforge, you know, not having the fundamentals there to find that one. As, oh, we'll get...
Oh, good sidestep from Hedon right there. Just breaking Philip's ankles.
Yep. Philip doesn't have TP. Hedon does if they want to fight the grubs. That said, mid, Bo3s has gotten a health bar advantage this time around. No ults into eating turret shots. Exiu, of course, grub spawning in 25, will want to make his way here as the shockwave comes out to help clear the way, but Bo3s is going to be okay. And I think these second grubs will be going over to Fierce Starforge as well. So we'll see what they can do with 6 grubs likely to be in their hands.
Well, let's see if Quats is able to get this reset off. He actually sticks around for a little longer, has the teleport coming off cooldown shortly. And it is going to time pretty well with these grubs. So I actually think that there could be a contest if Quats wants to look for it, just won't have the ultimate available. But meanwhile, top lane, Hedon in a fantastic position up there. Bo3s has the back. I actually don't think that this is Exiu grabbing the grubs. At this position, I mean, the lanes are not in a good spot.
Shout out to Tatsu that got actually involved mid and pushed ABO out. I think that's the big difference, because Hedon, he was winning the top side, but the fact that Bo3s lost his health bar as well, that's just going to be the handshake of grubs and Exiu, setting his sights on the second dragon instead.
Okay. No Grubageddon. I would argue that grubs aren't even particularly necessary for Fear X Starforge's composition. It's not like they're going to be this big split-pushing turret destroying team anyway. It'd be Bo3s as the best benefactor of that. So going for the dragon, I think, is all right if they can get it. But, I mean, Tatu only took 2 grubs and is running down there right now to deny that dragon take. As Philip throws the explosive cask again, is not looking comfortable in this 1v1 top lane. Hedon, he's just pushing him back for the second time in a minute.
I mean, he's doing okay. This is about where the matchup is expected to be if you are playing the Gragas into the Gnar. So he's going to be down a wave or two.
I mean, they're losing the fight down
bot side because of it,
though. Teleport from Hedon. And they're getting the engage on to win some. That support down. Pain Gaming now having numbers advantage at the Dragon.
And this top side of Pain continues to be so strong for them in this tournament. And playing into Marvin, who has been really solid in the team fights. This is already a lot of the win condition that we've seen Pain lean on. Hedon and Tatu, they are the playmakers to make space for the carries later on. And the fact that that TP from Hedon, I mean, as you called out, King, is very clean. Playing out his matchup well, able to find a solo advantage and snowball that into the map, into Marvin, into this big carry, into a second Drake. And this is not where you want to be as Fierce Starforge. Again, we teased this comp. You need to be 3K gold up at the 15-20 minute mark. If you want to have a chance, you can push your weight around and bully out Pain Gaming. Instead, it's Tatu with a Heartsteel, and he's going to be immobile now for the rest of the game.
Ooh, and Hedon even dodging out on the body slam, but here comes Exiu. Lands the spear himself. Has Winsome around as well. Hedon is going to try and get this wave in, and will do so. So he can now defend underneath his own turret. Geeks backing up too. So Fear X Starforge almost find a play onto the Gnar, but very difficult to lock down the little Yordle. So he's just fine as it is. As bot lane's actually getting shoved in now. Marvin's trying to get that wave to crash. Nothing to fight for on the Rift though. 45 seconds, that will change as the Herald will spawn.
I mean, this is going to be tough. I think that this setup is pretty good for Pain Gaming. Every flash is up. Fear Starforge, they're going to rely on finding a combo lockdown to make sure that they find an early kill between the Ashe, Leona, and then the damage from the Nidalee and the Lucian. The fact that Pain have every flash available if they do want to play for this Herald, I think is very advantageous to them against the Fear Starforge comp. And in a slow game where this comp, we said Fear Starforge, it's on them to make plays early. We've been spending a lot of time talking about Tatu getting involved bot lane, talking about the failed plays that we've seen from Fear Starforge in the bot lane themselves. It is Pain with the advantage, and the draft they have, it's not going to get better for Fear Starforge.
Overall, still more plates over the side of FearX Starforge. They are maintaining the slightest inkling of a gold lead, but you see how much damage that spear did to Tatu. Not a lot of Solar Flare misses from Winsome.
Philip chunked
now
out
Pain
too.
Gaming, they can feel
TP
confident to walk
coming
forward.
in.
That's a teleport flank, though, coming in from a Blaze
Philip's
Olive,
basing.
I believe. Yeah, there it is. The Lucian, but what an engage from Hedon! Gets directly onto Instinct and Winsome, and they'll both go down. A Blaze Olive does have the damage, finally takes down Taj, who has to flash over the wall, but a double kill's already picked up. Quats answering in kind, a triple to Marvin. As the Ezreal is unleashed right now. Pain Gaming absolutely decimating the fight.
We set up Fierce Starforge. They had to make plays early. Every flash was up for Pain Gaming. Not every flash was up for Fierce Starforge. Instincts was missing, and Hedon gets into the back line, finds the Ashe, and sets up the pins for Marvin to knock them down. A great empowered Blast Cone from Hedon, who forced Philip out, hits Mega, gets into the back line, finds the Flashless Instinct. Well synced up from Marvin and Quats as they take down the carry. And Marvin with a triple kill is now 6-0 on this Ezreal. And despite Fierce Starforge attempting to take a full early game composition, they cannot win the early game against Pain. And Pain will now be bringing the pain later on, as this comp's going to scale really well. And that's a damn scary Ezreal in the hands of Marvin.
Yeah, Marvin played that incredibly well during that replay. He outplayed the bottom lane dive. Marvin on this Ezreal. This is his game. This is his pick.
Yeah.
Looking comfortable as glasses on a nerd.
Say,
it just fits, man.
I mean, he's got like the perm, the flow, the stash. He's looking like a young Michael out there, you know, with the moves now on Ezreal. He's got the flair too to bring the power throughout the rest of this game. Really, as Ezreal really set up for success in this one. Ezreal is going to be a good pick throughout this game. Interacts well with everyone on the Rift and has all the tools, the economy to make max damage, max work. Something we have seen Marvin do with Pain. He's the janitor of this team, always able to step up and play aggressive in these fights as the AD. He's really empowered to do so now with this lead and the karma behind him.
And Marvin, in the interview that we had at the beginning of the day as well, I mean, he was mentioning last time around, Fear made them work for it. They're a scary team. They're going to take it a little more respectfully this time and, you know, keep focus going into this best-of-3 series. And they have kept that focus. Game 1, they were in the lead. This could have been a 2-0 series, as Philip again tries to make a play onto Hedon, not going to find it. But the fact that Pain Gaming have shown this level of control, this level of, I mean, not dominance here in Game 3, but definitely dominance in Game 2, just proves that they are, in fact, the team to beat here at America's Challengers.
I don't know. I'm a really big Tatu fan, man. As also Hedon, he's done such good work in this event. But Tatu, like, I always like to sing the praises of our Challengers League players that I feel like should be playing at the next level. I really want to see Tatu playing pro next year, man. This guy's got game. He's got good reads on stuff like the Skarner. We've seen the hands on stuff like the Lilia, the Viego throughout this tournament as well. It feels like, even for a young player, he already has a bit of a well-rounded game. I've been very, very impressed by Tatu. And against a tough jungle matchup, his ability to find that play, that window bot, was so big. And it was just based on vision of like where they knew XU was going. Just good textbook jungling. And now he's got his team where it's an even gold game, and a game where, as Fierce Starforge, you need to be up big. We'll see what Tatsu can do.
Watch Tatu.
They're going to pull the trigger.
Oh, watch Quads. He flashes over. Quads makes the play happen. Will fall for it. Fierce Starforge have done a great job answering so far. They actually traded up and kills. Hedon teleports in. Instinct answers him. He's peppering him with autos as the rest of the team turns on to Tatu. He trades onto a Blaze Olive. Tatu with the Heart Steel stack just slaps the mid laner of Fierce Starforge as XU flashes in. Looks for Hedon. Flash answered by the Gnar. But XU feeling unleashed, feeling ready. Cannot get the damage, cannot get the kill, but the team gets the dragon for him. That looked dire for Fierce Starforge, but somehow, some way, they pull it off.
Yeah, I was talking about Marvin trying to be like Jackson, you know, like Michael. Instead, it was Quats trying to put on the move, and I feel like that Shockwave might have shocked the systems of Fierce Starforge getting back. It's a really cool combo to Shockwave into the Skarner suppression, but it puts Quats in a tough spot. It's a great cask from Philip before he gets yoinked in and goes down. That splits everyone, allows for ABO to clean up both Marvin and Quats in the back line. and open up an actual fight for Fierce Starforge where they can win. So I appreciate the creativity to use a Shockwave to actually link up a Skarner suppression ult as well. I just don't think it was that necessary. So props Philip for getting that ult out before he got sucked in, because that really changed the fight for Fierce Starforge.
And then Blaze Olive, unfortunately, learning what happens when you're on the receiving end of relentless pursuing into melee range of a Skarner. But all that aside, it is still some much needed gold inside of Fear X Starforge, because the game was running away from them a little bit. But let's not mince words here. You said it yourself, Cubby. They need a gold lead for this composition to really be a threat, and they still don't have that. Gold is dead even, which will favor Pain Gaming.
And a lot of it's on in Italy. And we'll see how XU is able to push this advantage. And it does look like he has the Eye of the Herald on his shoulders. That happened in the replay. So Fierce Starforge able to get an objective in the Herald and the bot outer turret that was just taken by ABO.
Gold into the pocket of the Lucian. Let's see what he's able to pick up with his back here. Kraken Slayer is already completed. Is this going to be something big like an Infinity Edge? No, it's the Essence Reaver actually picked up, but still, second item completed is a decent spike for a Blaze Olive.
Yeah, he will have unlimited mana pretty much with this build. Spike's really hard if he gets the IE next, so see if Blaze Olive can get there. Again, his Lucian and AD play, we teased it earlier in game 1. It was really big for Fierce Starforge on their path to get here, and will have to be really big in this one in order to carry it through.
Herald goes down. No turret taken. They didn't feel the confidence to ride that.
That's okay.
Herald in to get the grubs spawned. As now XU's going to look for a potential red buff steal, but Tatu is here to defend, so is Quats.
This isn't bad. Yeah, I know they're going to give it, but I like the idea from Fierce Starforge by playing through mid and having XU help with the wave, get the rift in, and then walk up. They're giving themselves some windows to try and make plays and also farm out 3 lanes, which Pain's they have to answer when they play through mid like that. So I know it's not anything for Fierce Starforge, but I do feel like that's a decent move and the right call.
As we have a moment of respite here.
A rare one.
To take a breath, take a calm. The players as well trying to do just that here. They're reassembling onto the rift, and it's Instinct heading to the mid lane as the Baron is now on the map, and an objective that you need to keep your vision on, need to keep your priority around, because Dragon's not going to be on the rift until about a minute 45. And it's not even like a sole point either, so Fear X Starforge could always look to try and play the opposite side of the map. Right now, they have more vision control on the top side.
I do want to highlight that Gwig's completed the Mikhails, so ability to get someone like an Orianna or a Skarner out of an Ash Arrow. That was the cleanse from Marvin, but Mikhail is still available for Gwigs.
Good note there. So Marvin will still need his Karma nearby if he wants to stop the next look at him, but I believe... Is that the first arrow that Instinct has landed onto Marvin? I think he hit one earlier in a fight. Maybe it's kind of hard to track that in fights, but they really haven't found a lot of value so far out of this Ash Enchanted Crystal arrow. As they're trying to shove this wave in, that's a culling use. Marvin just able to dodge all of it. The shield's doing a lot of work here, and the teleport from Hedon means that there is no siege onto the mid turret.
Yeah, TP from Gnar, though, is not a bad pull from Fierce Starforge, and they have the time to go fix all their sides, so... I think Fierce Starforge, again, playing this out okay. They're at least trying to use their windows of pressure with the Nidalee to do something, as Hedon going to get the W out of a Blaze Olive. But Blaze Olive does have a TP. If Pain wants to pull the Baron, they could pull that TP away from a Blaze Olive, as Fierce Starforge will be forced to respond. Instead, it's just a 5-stack mid, and mid-outer will fall in favor of Pain.
Yeah.
I don't know what that ult was.
Suppression in onto Winsome. That turret was always going down. He flashes away and still dies. But look at Philip on the flank. Oh, completely outplayed. Everybody just flashes away. And Philip goes down. Pain Gaming. They were ready for the flank.
Pain are locked in on their home stage, man. Quats and Gwigs getting out of that with the flash. No play available for Fierce Starforge. Chemtech Dragon will go over to Pain for free, as Fierce Starforge didn't really respond that well to that stack from Pain Gaming. They didn't have their waves pushed in, so they were forced to kind of respond. Pain had a timer to go mid. I would prefer at this point of the game for Fear to really funnel ABO, make sure this Lucian's as big as possible to get into these fights later on, because if you don't have a solo lead, you will go down. So pulling Philip, pulling ABO, the double TPs to match this play, I feel like you can give that mid-outer and just try and play through bot for the Dragon without burning the TPs. And now, in the picture-in-picture, we have ABO getting soloed out in the top side by Hedon, as well as the Gnar is just massive in this game.
That is not a good look for FearX Starforge. A 2,000 gold lead now for Pain Gaming. They're on Dragon Soul Point, and they're already on the Baron side of the map. They might just look to take it, but it is still dangerous. It's early in the game. That could be the throw. Baron does a lot of damage, so they're going to have to be careful about this, but they have a lot of shielding as well. Between the Karma, between the Orianna, they can tank a lot of this. Can XU find some way to get into this pit?
Walk shot for Instinct, an early arrow. They misses onto Orianna.
Goes wide, and Philip does not find the engage he's looking for, but Tatu misses as well. The Impale goes wide as PNG are still on to the Baron. Pain Gaming, do they stick on it? No, they back off. XU got around the side of the pit. They don't want to give the 50-50.
Okay, they are able to get Instinct mid. They should knock down the mid outer turret. We'll see if Pain decides to push bot instead, but no. They're going to answer, and Fear Starforge forcing them off, cutting them off mid. They do get a mid outer for themselves, so Pain not wanting to stick it. I can't blame them. As you said, it's early. They did eat some poke, but that will sack a turret. Over to Fear Starforge. Well managed from them.
Precarious position for Fear Starforge to be in. You can see how badly they wanted to try and take that fight, but the arrow missing. Phillips engaged yet again. Fear Starforge just haven't found their fight. They haven't found their moment where they can actually lock somebody down, take them out of the fight. So far, Pain Gaming's carries have been relatively unthreatened, specifically Marvin here, who's still 6-2-5 on the Ezreal. Getting towards that third item is only going to continue to scale and be more of a problem.
I mean, this Ezreal Karma got going, and now it's so tough to actually get onto this duo. It's not like you have point-and-click CC outside of a, Leona Q? Good luck getting in range of that, right? To actually find Ezreal and Karma. So I really like the comp that Pain ended up building. I think the Skarner and having an Ezreal Karma behind it is actually a very clever pairing. And again, by neutralizing this Nidalee early, Tatu found the 1 or 2 timers that he needed to bot to turn things around. It's now on Marvin and Gwiggs to carry this game through, and with a humongous range advantage and shields to empower this Ezreal. So far, it's been so good, and it's only going to get worse for Fear Starforge, as that is a Shojin completed for Marvin, continuing to go full offensive build, knowing that he has the Karma behind him. I think that's the right call.
It's so tough to be XU in this game. 4-0-2. You had a fantastic start. You dive top lane, you dive bot lane, you're picking up multiple kills for yourself and the team. But at this position as a Nidalee, there is a full tank Skarner. You're never really touching that. Gnar is still relatively tanky. Hard to touch that. And all the shields from Orianna Karma, let alone the mobility of Ezreal, means that it is so hard to actually do the damage. And now you're getting focused here. Has to flash over the wall just to survive.
Good flash. He's at half. Let's see if that is enough for Pain to actually think about starting it, as Marvin does fish for XU. A Blazal going to fish to find Hedon, who does reveal himself.
This is the benefit of an Nidalee, is you can actually heal yourself back up. You don't have to reset immediately. It takes some time. Oh, they saw Hedon right there. Arrow lands. It's onto the support, but watch Quads. Just one orb right there, and they can't walk up. The threat of the shockwave means that FearX Starforge are just locked in place. As now Pain Gaming, they do not commit to the Baron. They're going to instead peel back off. Try and fight off FearX Starforge, who currently have the inside track of this wave. Quad's going to try and catch it, and Pain Gaming will actually catch it. They're so laser focused on maintaining wave position mid lane. You have to respect their commitment to that.
But still, by doing this, they got the fast track to mid so they can pressure the inner. Fear Starforge have no choice but to catch the next wave high to deny any sort of elongated push onto the Nexus. So only that wave to play with. They do take the inner. Fear Starforge will have the fast track, though, to the Dragon. It is Chemtech Soul Point for Pain Gaming. Would really empower the Ezreal and the Skarner if they were able to pick that up. As, of course, Chemtech somewhat valuable if you do have shields and heals on your comp, in which case Pain do. As Philip's a little bit split off here. He's in trouble.
Philip trying to get back to the rest of the team as Tatu's walking up. We see very high health bars on the side of Pain Gaming. and a lot of confidence to just move forward. They just don't have the DPS. Fearx Starforge can't shoot through the health bars of Tatu up Hedon. Ooh, explosive cast used, but Hedon was already mid-jump, so Philip yet again not able to find it. Blaze Olive is now TPing back in, and Shade of Crystal Arrow goes wide. Big damage on the quads, though, from the Culling.
Hedon
has now turned attention to the jungle here. Instinct's all alone. He flashes the wall, but it's Dragon Prio for Fearx Starforge. Can they actually get it? Tatu's going to try and walk up, maybe look to steal. Oh, and he gets the impale onto a Blaze Olive who goes down. Hedon! All 4 members of Fearx Starforge. Hedon smash! Double kill picked up. And this is just a slaughter. Pain Gaming. Oh, they didn't get Exu, though. They didn't get Exu. They get the Dragon, but Exu cleans up 1 kill on the tail end. And here's Instinct still peppering damage. Marvin with a quadra kill. Marvin can look for the pentakill. He's chasing down Exu with the help of Tatu. He's looking for it. 1 final spear does not land. Marvin, Tatu with blinking health bars. Is it worth it? Can they even find it? You might as well let him go. Marvin will not let pride be his undoing. They do back away. Pain Gaming, they get the Dragon Soul, and they win the fight.
I can't believe how close this was, because the start of it, when ABO gets hooked and Hedon hits this massive ult, I thought the fight was over, but Axew was able to somehow do a bunch of damage in this fight. As he connects with Marvin, Instinct's doing his best. Philip zones out too. Quats goes down. And Axew finds an execute. And, I mean, this elongated fight ended up being okay for Fearx Starforge, but still, the Chem Soul does go over to Pain Gaming, so they get the big boost, the big benefit from locking down that buff. And, I mean, even more gold going over to Marvin. He is almost at a full Bloodthirster just from that fight, getting the quadra kill Kangas. Moonstone also completed for Karma. Even more ways where it's so hard to break Pain Gaming. Like, this Chem Soul plus the healing and shielding buff that you get from the 2 Chemtech Dragons onto the Karma is ridiculous. And I mean, man, Exy really did his damnedest. That's so much teamfight damage from Italy. The fact that he pulled it off is big, but I mean, it just feels like no chance for Fearx Starforge. As they're getting closer and closer to the reality of playing again tomorrow against Fuego.
And remember that that was a 4v5. A Blaze Olive is the one that got picked immediately there. So his damage charts was barely anything. I think that was only the Culling onto Quats, and then he gets picked up by Tatu. So if a Blaze Olive's alive, that's a very different fight. Alive right now, but it's Winsome that's in trouble. Tatu chasing in, gets flash out of the Nidalee, and here's Philip on a flank yet again. He's not able to land anything, and he's going to go down. AP Gragas cannot withstand that. Teleport from a Blaze Olive. He's going straight to the bottom lane because that's going to be Baron. Pain Gaming can just force that objective. A Blaze Olive's going to at least try and trade for something else.
We'll see if Hedon can actually win the 1v1 against the Blaze Olive, as that inhibitor turret will fall. The rest of the group going for this. Hedon going to spot out Exu. That's the important member to keep out of the pit. Looks like it's going to be no contest as the Baron falls over to Pain for an inhibitor.
All right. Trade of objectives. You'd rather have the Baron most times, but if Fearx Starforge can get a second turret here, it's actually not too shabby. They don't have the confidence to walk up with Hedon right there, so that turret will live for now, but Supers will provide a lot of pressure bot lane here for Fearx Starforge. They just need to not get picked now on the resets.
Quats has no TP. He's getting the inner turret, so Fearx Starforge should know that, you know, it's a 4v4 at worst for them at the moment. As Philip is respawning, we'll be able to respawn. And now it's Pain Gaming on the push with the empowered Baron waves. Importantly, though, Baron will not be on their shoulders for the Elder. So no matter what kind of damage is done to Fearx Starforge, as long as they're able to play that one wave out to get to the bot river, they can still try and flip an Elder fight. Which, again, everything is pointing towards an unlikely victory at this point for Fearx Starforge. But to be fair to them, the fights have been a bit closer than what I expected. Like with ABO falling first, Exu still being able to do as much damage as he did with Instinct. If they can find a miracle fight, you know, there is still a chance. If they can find a big pick, because we're going to see Winsome try and dodge out.
The fact that Exu hasn't even died yet. 5-0-4 on the Nidalee. I mean, this guy is trying his absolute hardest. We went into the series saying it would be between Exu and Tatu. And this Nidalee is the main character on the side of Fearx Starforge. Now, it's just, it's so difficult to ask for Exu to do more than he already has for the team so far.
I feel like Xu and Tatsu, they've been the two strongest junglers and two of the best performers in this tournament. The difference maker, though, has been Hedon on the top side. He has been the strongest top laner in this tournament by a long shot.
This is the
big
push.
difference maker today is he eats the ECA.
With the Baron buff.
See if Tatsu pulls ult.
Pain Gaming looking to close things out right here. Tatsu gets the suppression onto BlazeAlla, but he lives this time around. Culling comes through. Fearx, Starforge have survived for now. But the inhibitor falls. Pain Gaming, I think they're just going to back away. All right, they don't want to go for the push yet.
And the worst thing you can do as Pain right now is to die in a way that gives away the Elder buff. So I think they're going to fix these waves, go base, and make sure it's a clean setup on the Elder. And if they overextend here, like, you do run the
opponent's
risk.
supers feels good.
Yeah. I mean, like, you are up at this point, but, like, if you were to play this wave in, you do run the risk of, you know, anything going sideways, you end up sacking the dragon. So I like how Pain's showing some restraint. And this team, I mean, they've been a really solid team this tournament. Again, like, this feels like almost a 3-0 from Pain, just given what happened in that first game and how quickly Fierce Starforge were able to turn it around. All three early games have been convincingly in Pain's favor. It's just the second one that they converted to a win, and the third, they are really a sound Elder Dragon fight away from making sure that this goes their way. And we don't see them play tomorrow. Instead, we see them in the grand finals.
30 seconds on the clock, and I gotta say, I think it will come down to Xu. We've seen this guy steal so many objectives in North American Tier 2.
I hate to say it, but he
Tier
has aura.
1. He's got that clutch factor, man. Xu can be that guy. He's on his pick. The Elder Dragon is spawning in 5 seconds, and I don't see a world where Fearx Starforge just win the fight. I think it's gonna have to come down to a steal.
Yeah, getting the bot wave in. Any and all waves that they can fix is good. I will say Pain's been overgrouping a lot. I feel like if they are stacked, they have an advantage, but they have sacked some side waves that have gone the way of Fierce Starforge. So, not like bot lane's going to threaten any Nexus turrets anytime soon, but it does grant some vision where Fierce Starforge can play in fog, given that they know Pain can't be in that part of the jungle. They got the wave in, they got the setup. It does give Fierce Starforge at least an angle to hold. You can see Tatsu, he's trying to get those Karma Shields and trying to push.
He gets in onto Winsome. Worst person for him to focus on, as that's the biggest health bar. But he just has such a big health bar himself. These shields, like, they cannot damage Tatu. He just walks out. Now Philip could be in a rough position. Tatu, big damage on the quads right there. But Philip is able to barely walk away. That was the culling, and that's Ash Arrow out. Fearx Starforge are down 2 pretty big ultimates. It could come down to Philip here. They still have Solar Flare, but look at Marvin.
So he's stuck with that. Yeah.
Marvin's on the flank here, getting a big poke damage onto a BlazeAlla and Xu. Unanswered as of yet. And now Tatu goes back in. Fearx Starforge in an awkward setup right now. Big damage, big suppression. Winsome falls, Philip falls, the front line's down. Pain Gaming. The shielding of the Karma and the Orianna, the poke of the Ezreal, and the hard engage is just too much for Fearx Starforge to answer.
I love Marvin's angle going into that fight. He walks in face first as the Ezreal, knowing he has the Karma behind him, but having the faith in himself and his hands to force Fierce Starforge off the objective, help split the fight. Now with a 5v3, Pain Gaming looking to book their tickets to Saturday.
Instinct's about to go down. Xu trying to turn it back on Hedon with the help of a BlazeAlla, but they just cannot do it. Xu looking for the hero play, and there's just no shot. Pain Gaming Academy. They put CBLOL on the map, and it's Pain Gaming that stamp them there. They will move on to be the raid boss of the grand finals.
And they've earned it, man. This team has looked great. Tatsu and Hedon have been the biggest difference makers for me in the top side, but also seeing what Marvin's able to do with a lead. He's a sound carry, man. He has a lot of faith in his hands. It's been great to see as Pain Gaming firing on all cylinders to make it to the grand finals early.
Great looks from individual players on the side of Pain Gaming, but I'm happy how many times we just kept repeating Marvin, Marvin, Marvin in that game 3. That Ezreal, man, what a performance from the team. Everyone took their time to step up at different times in the series, but that really did feel like a 3-0. I mean, you said it yourself.
Yeah, it really did.
Game 1 should have been theirs to win too.
Yeah, I don't want to take anything away from Fierce Starforge on that Game 1 comeback, but hey, we were 5-7k gold up, like pushing in the turrets with a decent scaling comp. Really botched things into the Smolder, which really hurt them. Fierce Starforge did a nice job of playing their way back into that game. And we saw, I mean, I really feel like Fierce Starforge did get more out of that game 3 than what it should have been, as Pain were kind of overgrouping, making sure they were safe to end. With the comp, and as hard as they get outscaled, I feel like Fierce Starforge should have gotten put away sooner. But still, props to Pain, man. This team's scary. And that top side, I mean, Hedon is the best top laner in the tournament. And we're going to have to see Fierce Starforge really have Phillip and that bot lane step up if they do find Pain again in finals. Because Pain were finding advantages on each side lane for the majority of that series in the early laning phase. And we're really setting Pain up for success in those games.
Yeah, it's always tough in the Tier 2 scene, this is the developmental scene, to really point out a specific player as being a weak link, but Phillip just wasn't able to find much in this series and really was showing that, like, Hedon has kind of a different level on Pain Gaming side. So take a look at the post-game breakdown right there to highlight that, because I imagine there's going to be a decent amount of Gnar damage, almost topping in 3rd place right there, but close to XU, who is having an insane performance on the Nidalee, all things considered.
Yeah, XU does deserve an honorable mention. If you're doing the most damage on your team as Nidalee, yeah, that is something to be said. As I will say, I do expect this to be the rematch for Grand Finals, and I will look forward to it, because XU versus Tatu was a legitimately fun matchup to watch, as I have a lot of respect for each of these junglers after going through the tape, and a lot more respect for Pain, man. This is a team that impressed me early when I was prepping for this tournament, and the games that they continue to put together, I mean, they make decent decisions. There's some killer instinct. There's some flashy playmaking coming in from a lot of people, even like from Quats, that Shockwave Engage didn't exactly work out, but hey, I like the idea. Like, that was fun, right? This is a team that they're playing in sync. Yeah.
Yeah. And don't let the 2nd seed fool you. This was the dominant team in CBLOL Academy throughout the entire summer. They lost the finals, and that was it. That's the only series, only games that they really lost there, and they have been crushing it so far here, dropping a single game in group stage, and now winning out the series in the upper bracket means that they are the raid boss. CBLOL are on the map. They're the first ones to qualify into the grand finals and now get that side selection, which you were already saying, in a full fearless best of 5. It's actually a pretty big advantage to have.
Yeah, I'd say, like, if you can win games early in the series, it makes a big difference, like, getting blue side potentially in Game 4, Game 5 later on. So, really big for Pain Gaming, and they really earned their home field advantage with the play that they've been putting out so far.
Yep. Home crowd behind them. And you heard how much they cheered alongside Pain picking up that win. The last Brazilian team remaining. They had 2 in the top 4. Vivo Cade unfortunately bowed out earlier today, so that means that Pain Gaming are carrying the pride of Brazilian Tier 2 League of Legends. They're carrying it very well. I mean, it still just felt like a 3-0. Could have been a 2-0. Yes, it's unfair to catch that game 1, but the fact that Pain Gaming just showed that level of control means that, I mean, yes, they have to be favorites going into this best of 5, but do we think that either Fuego or Ferric Starforge have shown any willingness or any ability to topple them now that we're going into best of 5 format as opposed to what had been best of 3, best of 1s?
We'll see. I still feel like Fierce Starforge are going to be the ones that meet them in finals. But hey, we'll play the games and find out tomorrow, and we got to take a second look at some of the big plays that we had happen in this one. I mean, this really took a lot of the wind out of the sails for Fierce Starforge. The Bo3s was doing very well in that mid lane until Quats found him with that surprise shockwave. And then Tatu turning around bot lane. This was a great flash ultimate, found instinct in the back half of the play, and really opened up the game for Pain. Opened up Marvin to really take over.
And it's so sad, again, just to see how much XU is able to put in work on the Nidalee. The very exciting pick that felt like it kind of dictated everything else in the draft. But the rest of the team just couldn't really keep up. They didn't have damage. Like, you see a Blaze Olive with the culling here. Instinct gets picked off immediately. Phillip just can't really find these engages. And there's nobody to do damage to the front line. So even if, like, there's a couple of kills picked up here and there, the consistent damage just was not there. And Pain Gaming fully utilized that. Like, Hedon and Tatu, they knew by the end of that game. Oh, that was so slick. But they knew by the end of that game just how valuable their health bars were. They could just walk up and establish their dominance anywhere.
Yeah, Hedon was my vote for MVP of this series. We'll see if he ended up picking it up. And this was really the icing on the cake to what was a fantastic game and series from Hedon. As Fierce Starforge, I will say, like, if I were to cope a little bit about Fierce Starforge, I really think the Game 2 draft you can write off. Like, that was just a poor draft from Fierce Starforge. You have nothing that can force against Aurelion Sol. Good luck playing out that draft. So I think that if you get into a best of 5, it's pretty typical to have one of the games in full Fearless just kind of be decided off of the pick ban. I feel like Game 2 was somewhat decided off a pick ban for Fear Starforge, so they can patch that up. Maybe we have a little bit of a better approach going into the finals. I mean, they have to get there first off, but we'll see. As Fuego have proven to be feisty in this tournament, Kangas, and also had a very good pick ban phase in Game 3 that really took away a lot of the win conditions for Vivo Stars.
I mean, you say Game 2 pick and ban. I would argue maybe as well for Game 3 here, Marvin. We got to look at that beautiful team fight at the very end as things close out. But as we come out of the highlights here, we do have our interview set up with Quats. So congratulations, Quats, on the victory. I got to say, how does it feel knowing that you are the first team to qualify for Grand Finals?
Eu acho que é um sentimento muito bom. Tipo, mais uma vez, mais uma final. Eu tô muito ansioso para ver qual dos dois times vai passar. Eu acho que ambos são muito cascudos, assim. Vai ser bem acirrado para eles, ainda mais que a FearX demorou tanto, né, no dia de hoje. Eles vão estar bem cansados para amanhã.
It feels so good, man. Another final I've been playing, so it's really nice. I don't know which team I will play in the finals, but I think they will be tired tomorrow to play, doesn't?
Yeah, I gotta say, Quats, I was really impressed by some of the picks that we've seen out of you. A mage-heavy series from you, but I know that, you know, in the finals for CBLOL Academy, you guys fell to Vivo Stars. What kind of confidence boost have you guys picked up by getting to finals through the high road in front of your home crowd, too?
Ele perguntou sobre...
Como que é chegar nessa final? Vocês passaram por alguns times que, por exemplo, a Cade, que vocês tiveram sempre dificuldades. E foi difícil nessa série de agora, também foi bem difícil. Como foi para você passar por esse monte de emoções, esses monte de jogos difíceis?
É bem cansativo, vou ser bem honesto. Ter muitos dias em sequência de jogos é realmente uma coisa muito dura de se lidar. Eu fico um pouco triste da VKS já ter caído, né? Tipo, eu queria ter uma revanche contra eles, né? Tipo, eu já tive, né? Na MD3, mas eu queria uma MD5 contra eles, só pra eu poder ganhar deles, dar um gostinho a mais. Mas tô muito feliz com o resultado que tá todo mundo tendo aqui.
Well, I'm so happy with the results. It's like I'm so tired because it's day after day, game after game. So I'm really, really tired. But I wish Kid was not eliminated. I want a rematch with them in like a BO5. We only play in BO1, BO3, but I want to rematch them in a BO5. It's so sad they were eliminated.
Well, thank you so much for coming on, Quats. We're sad to see Stars go as well, but congratulations on the win, and best of luck with preparing for the Grand Finals.
Thank you.
Yeah, good games.
Yeah, good games over there from Quats and company.
Yeah,
Pain Gaming
really
are
well.
the raid bosses of America's Challengers. But we are ready now to move on and talk more about how that last game went. Specifically, we got Most Valuable Player to award, as well as our gold breakdown yet again here. You can see that Quats not topping the damage charts, but still that Oriana did do a lot of work right there. So happy that we got a chance to chat with him. But when do you think the next chance that they'll have to best of 5 against Keed Stars? Is it going to be just next year, I guess?
Yeah, it's got to be next year in the new format.
Season.
We'll see. Yeah, as unfortunately, Keed Stars, they found themselves a little early exit today. Nice to see Quats too shout out a team that's obviously been very competitive with them in the region, and that graphic we just flew for Hedon, of course, MVP for him for the series. I think very well deserved. He played great all 3 games. Was even the reason like they were getting leads in game 1, kind of outplaying the Mordekaiser matchup at times and really creating space for his team. Hedon for me has been really impressive in this tournament, and excited to see if either ADD or Philip can step up to match him in finals, because it feels like he has been one of the major difference makers for Pain on this run.
But that is yet to be decided. Let's take a look at the bracket to update everybody on what is ahead of us still. We have the lower bracket finals. Fuego, with their victory over Vivo Stars today, means that they advance to the best of 5. And FearX Starforge, with their loss, means that they go down to the best of 5. The winner of that tomorrow will move on to the grand finals to challenge Pain Gaming to be the first ever America Challengers champions. And a lot of pressure on these teams. But again, there's a team from each region, so there's a reason for everybody to keep watching along.
Yeah, excited to see if Fierce Starforge can take down Fuego tomorrow. I think Fuego has been the biggest positive surprise for me in this tournament. I did not have them making it to this stage, but they've earned it with their play, and we'll see if they can continue to earn their spot and make it further tomorrow.
I mean, I think a big part of that was, again, we talk about this all the time, but Dragon Steel not having the performance that a lot of people are expecting for them. That was the big team that we expected to kind of be there instead of Fuego. But Fuego, they capitalized, and not only did they show they're better than Dragon Steel, but they're better than Vivo Cade Stars as well. They had to fight through a Brazilian team to make it to this point, so all credit to them. And that means that tomorrow's match is going to be, like I said, that deciding factor. And I got to ask you here, Cubby, you said the Fierce Starforge are your expected winners, but let's get your predictions on it. What do you think it's going to be? It's a best-of-5 series. Is it a 3-0, 3-1, 3-2? What are your thoughts?
It's a gentleman's sweep for in favor of Fierce Starforge. That's my call.
Okay. All right. Well, that's Cubby's opinion. We'll see what the teams bring to the Rift tomorrow. But thank you so much for tuning in, everybody. This was my last cast. So signing off as Kangas. Thank you so much for entrusting me with the player stories up to this point. And now I'm happy to pass it on to the other broadcasters to close out the rest of America's Challengers. Be back tomorrow because we got the lower bracket finals, and we'll see you there.